power gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon. at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th Gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th Gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game. The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Gear up because it's about to get frenzy around here. Welcome everyone to APAC Predator League 2022 in person live in Japan. Pero ito ang Philippine coverage na makikita nyo ngayon. My name is Donut and I am your host. Kasama ko si Dad Femina at si Sneaky Frog for today. Sila ang magsasabi ng storya sa inyo. And ngayon, we're very excited to see the teams competing for the total prize pool of 400,000 USD. Napakalaki ng prize pool on the line here. Pero syempre, that's for both Dota 2 and PUBG. Makikita naman natin dito, yun nga, for PUBG, the placement for number 1, the prize is gonna be 75,000 USD. For the second placement, it's 30K USD. And for the third rank, it's gonna be 15K. So, Dad Femina, napakalaki ng prize pool natin. What do you expect from all of the teams now? Do you think talagang magiging very competitive ang bakbakan today?
Abay, dapat maging all-out ang mga teams natin ngayon. Lalo na at we're dealing with the best of the best dito sa Asia Pacific ngayon, di ba? Just a couple of regions coming together just to prove na sila yung magiging best dito sa APAC region natin. At sa napakalaking prize pool na to, nako, ang dami kong pwedeng ideas na pwedeng i-spend tong 240,000 pesos na pwedeng i-split between all 3 winners across the board. But what matters talaga is you get the top 1 para man lang ma-prove sa lahat sa APAC region na ikaw yung top at yung best of the best dito sa ating dalawang esports titles.
Syempre, today's schedule is gonna be something else, di ba? Since 3 days ang ating buong Predator League, for today, we will be having a total of 5 matches for PUBG. So makikita naman natin dito, side by side, simultaneous ang ating broadcast. Sa left side would be your Dota 2. We will have our opening act for both of these titles. Pero on the right side, dito dapat ang focus natin kasi after that station break, we will be having the opening act because this is all live in Japan. And then we will get into the action for match number 1 starting at around 3 or 2 p.m. Syempre, we just have to watch out for all of these matches. And yun nga because it is gonna be a big prize pool, the rank for number 1 is gonna be the aim for each and every match. How about you, Sneaky Frog? What are your expectations? Syempre, ang laki. Dami nating opening act. And then now we get to the big challenges towards the afternoon.
I think ina-expect ko galing dito sa opening act, of course, na magkakaroon tayo ng isang napakagandang performance galing sa ating mga talents that are about to perform dun nga sa ating opening act. And of course, our expectations para dito sa ating PUBG match. I would expect na napakataas ng level ng PUBG na makikita natin dito kasi hindi lang, of course, our favorites, Archangel Predator ang makikita natin, kundi isang katutak na teams na galing dito sa APAC side. And of course, we are gonna see some Korean teams that are gonna play, you would say, some optimal PUBG na makikita natin dito. We are gonna see one end of the spectrum galing dito sa Archangel na sobrang aggressive na naghahanap palagi ng fights. And meanwhile, dito naman sa kabila, makikita natin the cool, calm, collected, slow play ng mga ibang Asian teams natin dito.
Yun nga so for the whole year, we've had a lot of qualifiers. Of course, syempre na-miss natin yung Predator League because after 2 years, syempre nagkaroon lang ng break because of the pandemic, but now we are back. And for this year's qualifiers, ang dami nating ang countries. So you mentioned this, Sneaky Frog. We have 3 from Japan, 2 from Korea, 2 from Vietnam, 2 from Malaysia, and as well as Thailand. But we have at least a mix of 1 per country. Dito sa Indonesia, we have Hong Kong, Taiwan, and India. And of course, syempre, last but not the least, save the best for last, it's gonna be our homeland Philippine team, which is Archangel Predator. And I think this is a team that we've always been watching, right, all throughout their whole tournament journey. And these 4 teams, diba? Siguro let's take a look at their performance in the past because in the last Predator League APAC 2020 or 2021, they only finished 6th. Now, do you think they are prepped for a comeback? What do you think, Dad Femina?
Well, syempre, feeling ko naman kasi ngayon, they're bringing with experience. They're one of the older teams dito sa ating tournament ngayon, Donut. Kaya, kung totoosin, they all already spent like the better half of the year also gaining more experience, gaining more of that competitiveness sa iba pang mga tournaments natin. At ngayon, dito nila ilalabas ang lahat. I-apply nila lahat ng natutunan nila sa better half of the year natin ngayon. And it's the best way to do it with the biggest prize pool that we've seen from for APAC Predator League. For Archangel Predator, they are the only Filipino team dito na pwede nating sabihin na among other regions, they don't have the best of expectations against Archangel Predator, but that's also one way to surprise them when they don't really expect them, diba?
Oo, lalo na last year. I think all throughout their whole journey, di ba, their participation in all of these tournaments last year, ang dami nilang nauwi dito sa Pilipinas. Pero because of 2022, right, ang dami ng teams na pumasok ngayon, different types of playstyles. Ngayon yung chance nila ipakita na we can actually bring home the bacon back here to the Philippines. And I think kanina sinabi mo nga, Sneaky Frog, offline we were talking about the certain team members, right? Given their performance, what are you gonna be expecting from the likes of Mad Dog and our newer member, right, that we have never seen before? Ano kaya tingin mo magiging performance nila dito? Kasi nga ibang teams ang makikita nila dito sa Battlegrounds.
That is true, no? I mean, I wouldn't say they're too new dito sa ating scene, considering itong si Mad Dog, Anan, and si Evil Patrick have been playing for a while, of course, sa sister team dito ng Archangel on Angel Alliance. And actually, I remember this one time na nag-show up talaga yung Angel Alliance dito sa ating tournament. I think they actually outplaced their big brother team nga na itong Archangel Predator natin, and they did really a stellar job with the experience that they have. And I think itong si Mad Dog, Nan, and si Evil Patrick can really offer some very, very aggressive PUBG that might catch some teams off guard. And of course, pagsama mo pa yung veteran presence dito ni CJ18 who's been with the team since 2019, we're gonna have some really good games possibly for them. So hopefully, makikita natin galing dito sa Archangel Predator, they can serve as a surprise for some of the teams na maglalaro dito ngayon.
Syempre, Pinoy copium tayo dito. The placement for the top spot is something that they aim for so that they will accumulate a lot of points, diba? And a lot of chicken dinners, diba? The most chicken will actually get the points plus the kills. And I think that we've seen that from Archangel Predator from before. They have won a lot of these top ranks dahil nga sa sila yung most team kills. But I actually look forward to see that here dahil nga ang daming mga countries na kalaban and a lot of teams to actually watch out for. The things that I've noted at least from the Predator League journey of all of these teams, right? At least may isa tayong representative that comes out on top for each of the region. We have at least Enter Force for Japan, which is a mix of both Japanese and Korean players. And I am actually looking at Damwon Gaming as well dahil nga sila yung mga really hungry for that win because Predator League only comes in once in a blue moon basically. Every year siya ginaganap and this is their chance to shine. What are your thoughts on at least the playstyles of both Japan and Korea, and how do you think that will be at par versus AAP?
Sa tingin ko talaga, I've been looking at the two teams basically, and saktong-sakto Japanese at saka Korean team sila, Damwon and V3 Fox. It's been a theme sa iba't ibang mga ka-region nila na mahilig sila mag-play around the early fights din. Not as much hot drops compared to like yung any region, yung EMEA din kung saan mas gusto na lang i-prioritize yung mga early fights natin bago pa man lang sila makakuha ng early loot, diba? Pero for V3 Fox at saka for teams like Damwon Gaming, the rest of the team from Korea as well, always prioritizing getting those early loots lang muna, get a better position within the circle, mas lalo na para dito kay Damwon Gaming. Always looking to take every opportunity sa pagkuha ng mas magandang posisyon at yung pag-gatekeep nila sa iba pang mga players. It's important to note that sometimes if you don't give them that opportunity para makakuha ng better position, then that matters so much, especially when the circle actually becomes more compressed. For teams who like to play on those high ground positions, yung V3 Fox, kaya din nilang i-fast push to. Kaya nilang i-choke out yung space na pwede nilang ikunin bago pa nila makuha yung mas komportable na high ground position na yun. So in these more likelihood positions, I feel like Japan and Korea, napakalakas ng position nila sa ating tournament ngayon and are looking to be one hell of a demon pagdating dito sa ating finals, Mare.
I love that you mentioned yung mga positioning nila, di ba? When it comes to the high ground, sometimes, yes, it gives you a lot of that advantage. But, yun nga, syempre, you're not able to loot the ones that you are, you've already finished or you've already killed. Pero ngayon, ikaw, Sneaky Frog, when it comes to these detrimental positions, which teams do you think have that type of advantage nga na parang pwede tayo magkaroon ng mga early knockdowns even at the first 5 minutes of the game?
Yeah, I think it is gonna be I'm gonna mention two particular teams. Of course, we have to mention Damwon again, and I think mangyayari na early fights dito is gonna be between them and Enter Force 36. Kasi pansin ko nung nagsa-study kami ni Chris about yung dalawang PUBG teams na to, napansin ko, they both love Georgia Pole. So, ibig sabihin yan, there is gonna be possibly a war in Georgia Pole na mangyayari dito just for control. And alam naman natin yung Damwon, hindi sila takot para kumuha ng control para sa kanilang position. And I mean, that's basically free points if makuha nila itong Enter Force. So really doesn't like to go for those early fights. No? Gusto nilang, okay, loot safe tayo, then we go into the circle first. But knowing Damwon, they will literally run you out of the blue zone para lang makakuha sila ng kills dito. So I would say in terms of the early fights, you're gonna have to look at Georgia Pole a lot. And I think it is actually gonna be more than 3 teams. No, I think there is gonna be possibly a team dropping around the Georgia Pole side as well. Let me just make sure that this one's the right one. I think it is not V3 Fox. I think it is might be the Vietnamese team actually. If they do not go for their default Zaverny drop instead, they might have to go for Georgia Pole. Pero we'll just have to wait and see. It really all depends on the circle, of course.
Definitely. I think we've mentioned a couple of teams already. Teams to beat, basically. Siyempre, wala man tayo bias dito kasi Philippine coverage to. Pero we're just really pointing out the ones that we would want to really see, di ba? Yung mga things na, yung mga nuances dito sa mapa, we all mentioned yung mga early fights, right? But what I noticed also would be the flashy plays that a Thailand team actually gives. It's actually attack all around. And what I've noticed pagdating sa mga plays nila is they're really not afraid to take those fights. I would want to take note of Eske Lucia. Basically, talaga siyang emotional player siya whenever he sees an opponent. Grabe yung pag-push niya in yung pag-call niya with the teammates. And I feel like that type of emotion within the game, diba? If hindi mo makokontrol yun, medyo nakakatakot siya, especially against the team of Damon Gaming or even the discipline that Archangel Predator actually gives out. So actually, we're very excited to see all of these matches. Pero syempre, mamaya pang hapon yan. Nagpahapyaw lang kami sa inyo. Nagpatis lang kami sa inyo ng mga pwedeng mangyari because we still have a lot of games. The Dota 2 stream will be showing a little bit after the opening, and then we will now proceed with the PUBG Predator League 2022 matches. So again, 5 matches ang makikita natin for today, and we're gonna be your casters. I'm gonna be your host, and your casters will be Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. Pero bago kami magpunta ng break, we would like to thank our official sponsors for making Predator League 2022 happen. It's gonna be Predator Gaming. Thank you so much to Intel and Planet 9. Don't go away because more esports action will follow right after this break.
Ever since the shield's construction, the Aegis Guard swore oaths to defend the shielded cities, the last bastions. Jakarta, Bangkok, Manila. But where will the next challenge lead? Tokyo. Here, victory must be earned. Struggle, loss, defeat. But they can be overcome. What is the source? Is it fear? Rage? Or yourself? To know your enemy is to know yourself. Look within. Conquer the demon. Release it and strive forward. Join us. Your conquest awaits.
The concept of this year's event is Unite as One. Predators from top 30 professional teams across Asia Pacific region gather here. Who will stand on top as the ultimate Predator?
Our special guests are here. Let's welcome President Mr. Andrew Ho and General Manager Mr. Bob Sen on stage. They brought the shield to Japan.
The battle of the world's top teams is about to begin.
We're in a good spot right now. I guess we have practiced enough. And right now we are just trying to clear our head to be prepared for the matches tomorrow.
But of course, we'll be going into every game with confidence and just try to play our best.
Of course, we are ready to play against all the other teams in the tournament. I am defending champion, so yes, I must win.
Always rise, TNC!
It's going very good, great. I play a lot of pubs, I enjoy my life, and here I am. We're very confident that we're gonna enjoy the tournament, and if this makes us champions, then we'll see.
Team SMG, go! Nice!
We prepare a lot and we are ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, we are ready and we will try our best to win.
GG, Chubby Boys!
Our team got coach, so we are very good now. Yes.
Well, I think we're going into this very confidently. I think we've prepared a lot for this tournament, and knowing them, they've spent a lot of time together, so we're gonna use that to our advantage.
Let's go!
We feel quite prepared. We've been practicing for a couple of weeks now, and we've played with each other before. We'll try our best shot. I know there's a lot of strong teams out there that will be pretty challenging to defeat, but yeah, we'll try our best.
Ikuzo, Bruins and Goons!
We're lovely, we're okay. Doing all right. We want to be realistic, but I think right now, we just want to play our best. We want to do good.
Let's go, RR!
Yes, we are in good condition as a team. We are not sure about that. We will do our best.
Well, we're more than ready. Like, thanks for the ramen. Ramen and what's that? Ramen and udon made us confident.
Grind Sky, healing galing.
Very ready. I think anime power. I think so, yeah, we can. Definitely try our best.
Let's go!
We are ready to compete this tournament and we are well prepared. We have prepared this match since last month. We screen with a lot of strong team, and also to practice match we have prepared with some good team. Yeah, we can most of the team that we always come screen with them and practicing with them. We believe if we do the best, we can win the tournament.
Let's go!
My team ability now is good. At the first, we came by one, not from the team, but our chemistry is kind of good. Our gameplay also, I think, is fine with the patch right now, the meta right now. We scrim against the others, and there's a win, there's a lose, but I think we improve a lot, so I think we are good. Macam Semeru,
I think our condition right now, we're still not sure because we haven't scrimmed a lot. So maybe we'll see later whether our scrim results will be good. But I think coming here, we're pretty confident because our recent tournaments have, I think, good results. I don't expect that much, but I know we can win if we are on our best condition. Like if everyone is like doing their best. Atin ang panalo.
Extra shot!
The condition of the team is all of us are very confident, and we're expecting to be. We're very confident in the tournament right now, and we're expecting to be top placers in the tournament. Yeah, absolutely. With our last run in our last tournament, we were very confident, and in this tournament, we're very confident as well. It's like we maintained the balance in it. So, yeah.
Ha! Hot dog!
goals, definitely we have to be in the top 3. In fact, we have to win it. That is our primary goal. And in terms of motivation, like because we have won in our country and we are carrying that legacy right here, and we have to just make sure that because we are representing our country here, we just have to make sure that back all of them, all of the teams and all of our fans who are waiting there, they should be proud of us in the last, and that is our main goal for now.
男気とあとフィジカルの強さですかね。僕たちそこしかないんで、それでなんとかできればなって思ってます。
絡んできたチームは全部倒すぐらいの感じで、せっかく日本で開催している大会なんで、1位取って終わりたいなと思ってます。
We get a good teamwork, good communication, and we know this tournament too many pro teams, but we're not scared and we will fight.
We excited for this tournament, and we proud because we representing from Malaysia.
I think my team have a teamwork and a strong fight. Yep.
저희 팀이 항상 이제 한국에서만 대회를 했었는데 이렇게 국제 대회에 나온 게 처음입니다. 일본에 와서 이렇게 경기를 한다는 것 자체가 너무나 기쁘고, 하지만 항상 목표는 우승을 목표로 하고 있기 때문에 이번 대회에서 우승을 목표로 열심히 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
Our strength would be the chemistry, the way we've been together for a couple of years, and we've been playing with each other and winning some tournaments. So we want to win this whole tournament since we represent Archangel and Predator, and also the Philippines. We all want to win.
Yeah, so our team's strong point is that we are all mechanically talented and our communication is very good, so yeah, that's our strong point. And we'll do our best to claim the top 1 of this tournament, so we'll really appreciate it if you could cheer for us. Thank you.
Đến với giải đấu lần này, điểm mạnh của đội em sẽ là không có điểm yếu. Tại giải đấu này, bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt thứ hạng cao nhất.
We will do my best. Thailand number 1.
อยากจะได้แชมป์กับประเทศไทยครับ ก็อยากจะได้ประสบการณ์กลับไปแล้วที่สำคัญคืออยากจะได้แชมป์กลับไปด้วยครับ
저희 담원기아의 강점은 지금 출전한 팀들보다 훨씬 강한 교전력과 똑똑한 머리를 가지고 있다고 생각합니다.
일단은 목표는 확실히 오랜만에 해외에 나와가지고 대회하는 거기 때문에 1등 하는 게 목표입니다. 그리고 1등 하도록 열심히 하는 건 이제 각오입니다.
Our team strength is friendship and teammateship, sometimes lover.
We can handle a circle and our moving is very quick.
Our motivation because Indonesia they pick player from by coach. Our motivation because Indonesia people supporting us, and our goal be number 1 and take the prize pool.
I think our strength in our team is our rotation, and we would like to always get high ground and try to get more information about the map, and we will understand the map and we will go very early for our benefit, and that's it. Our goal in this competition is top 8 and at least better, and the most important thing is we will have fun during the tournament. That's it.
We think our team is strong of our personal skills or abilities, and we can fight everyone and win it to every fight. We have confidence to be a number 1 and champion in this competition. Thank you.
So we can play smart and have very good communications. So that's our strong point. So I think we can win this competition. So we will do our best.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform. where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th Gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th Gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASTA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Ang Tom Rylane. Ayun kasi yung another way to go for lahi, di ba? Contest na lang nila mismo yung magiging lane nung Lina. Ayan, mukhang lalabanan nga nila. And guys, kagaya na na-mention ng ating panel, etong si Mizu or si Merkel, before pa siya mag-transition as an offlaner, talagang carry na.
Oo, carry talaga
siya.
yan. Carry talaga yan si Mizu, si Miracle. Tsaka one of his notable heroes, yung Naga Siren, guys, tsaka Morph. Yung Naga talaga niyan, talagang kinatatakutan yung Naga. Kaya sila ba yung nagban ng Naga? O yung TNC?
TNC.
TNC yung nagban ng Naga.
Tinanggal nila Naga Siren pati Queen of Pain sa first phase.
Diba?
So mid na Drow Ranger, medyo surprising.
Iniwas lang yata nila.
Oo, possible nga na iniwas nga lang nila. And kung ito naman yung lane niya versus the Pangolier, well, Pango naman, merong kill potential pa rin sa una. Kailangan na lang mag-ingat. Pero positioning-wise, hindi naman masyadong problema si Drow Ranger.
Tsaka range din naman siya against okay nga lang yung Pango, lalo na, di ba? Yung first kill niyan is shield crush lang talaga kukunin niyan. Or depende. Situational.
Grabe, pinakita agad yung hook.
Grabe nga yun. Ano to? Nag-sidekick siya? Oo nga, naka-sidekick nga si Bok dito.
Sobrang bihira natin makita. Diba?
First kill na naglalagay ng skill point ka sa sidekick.
Ng sidekick. Diba madalas nating nakikita kung agad ng either rebound or dispose. Diba? Depende kung magtitake sila ng kill. So, kung ganun yung nilagay niya, possible na gusto niya lang i-sustain yung kanyang lane. Kaso, not sure if that's a good decision. versus sa Pudge na anytime pwede kang i-hook.
Totoo. Parang kanina, sample nga agad.
Ano?
Nagpatikim lang agad eh. Pero gusto ko rin na actually itong clockwork na pick kasi it works well against sa Earthshaker. Isa sa mga good counters din sa hero ng Earthshaker yan kasi annoying nga yung battery assault. Kung makags ka battery assault, wala nang gagawin yung ES. Talagang stop dance ka, hindi mo makukommit o makakas yung spell ng Fissure kasi napapahinto ka kasi may mini-stun yun.
Pero, Calbs, si Lina, ito yung mga pinakagustong matchup. Yung meron siyang katapat na 2 melee heroes.
Syempre.
Katapat mo, Night Stalker plus the Earthshaker. And parehas, after the Fissure, diba, wala na namang masyadong mapaprovide sa una itong Earthshaker. Mas nakikita natin yung kalakasan ng Earthshaker once na makuha niya na yung
dagger.
shard. Pati yung dagger, of course. Pero with the shard kasi, na nakikita natin na mas inuuna ngayon, yung additional na hold kasi for his team.
Control din kasi siya eh.
Ang ganda ng pagkakakuha nila dun sa Courier na X-Preda.
Nakuha pa nga yung
yung mask.
Yung mask nga. So anyway, again, Lina again with the advantage on this lane. Pero si Bok, okay lang, chill lang dito sa lane. Kaso first blood makukuha ni Insidious C. And first blood pari sa team ng Lahi rin. Well played, nicely done. 1-0 kagad tayo dito sa ating game number 1. Ulitin ko lang po sa inyo guys, this is our first match. Lahat ng matches today, best of 1 lang.
Parehas lang malambot tong hero na to. Kaso mukhang nakalimot si Carlo, ha? Na mas malambot ka kaysa sa CM.
Pag nahuli ka nga na hook frostbite ka lang, tapos lapitan ka, irarat ka lang nung Pudge. Parang alam mo na may kalalagyan ka eh. So nakita natin yung damage. Pero ito pa naman si Krish on his Pango against dito kay Mizu. Well, in terms of CS, mas maganda yung CS niya. In terms of network pala yan. Medyo even lang sila halos. Pero yung Lina masaya. Si Asta masaya dito sa sa matchup. Dalawang na-mention ni Rain kanina. 2 melee yan.
2 melee heroes, nakatapat ng Lina, may taga-zone out pa na clockwork, diba? Isang battery assault na you have the cogs, pwede ka talagang magpahirap dyan. And hindi mo yung positioning dito ni Mavis or ni CML, diba? Lagi siya nakaangat.
Wala, hindi ka talaga makaka-CS, hindi ka makakalapit sa creep wave. Kasi gagawin lang ng clock, pag umangat ka, angatan ka rin. Then tamang battery assault lang yan. Ayan, di ba? Hindi naman takot tong si itong clockwork dito ni Mavis, gawa na tank type hero, medyo tanky rin in a way. And I think naubos niya na nga yung sustainable.
Battery assault,
ganyan nga, paulit-ulit. Pero bottom lane, na-slow down dito yung Crystal Maiden. Pero nandiyan naman, the hook will connect as well. And si Bok nanganganib dito sa kanyang lane. Rat tuloy-tuloy lang. Na-dispose for the slow, not enough. And they will take out Marcy on this lane. Kaya ba? Kaya, kaso patay din siya. Well, may trade pero still favorable for the side of Lahi yung nangyari doon sa bottom lane trade.
2 kills yung nakuha nila doon, diba? And ang nakakuha pa, Pudge. And
Flesh
doon sa taas naman, diba, napatay nila yung Earthshaker dahil nga doon sa battery assault plus nakags. Pero 2 support yun kapalit ng offlaner plus sa support.
Tsaka factor doon guys yung kills na nakuha ng Pudge kasi mag-a-add yan sa flesh ship niya later on. And that will make yung Pudge a lot of tanky na mahirap to deal with. Parang islabi mo lang siya sa mga teamfights later on eh. Lalo na pag nakuha niya yung mga core items niya like Ghost Shroud. Hindi ko alam kung yun ba yung itemize dito. Yung Aghanim Scepter. Parang tingin ko medyo OP in a way yung Pudge sa patch ngayon. Lalo na kung maaga siya mag-online, makuha niya lahat ng mga core items niya. Ang hirap patay niya, sobrang tanky. Tapos nag-heal din at the same time. May dismember heal din yan eh. So parang you have to ignore that hero in a way na hindi dapat. Kasi maski ignore mo siya, you will make a lot of damage. Magiging annoying siya sa team fight. Kasi nga, nandiyan pa rin yung rat available.
So, mobility
ang
sagot. Kailangan talaga meron kang kung hindi man items, yung mismo hero, diba? Meron talagang yung mga pinik naman nila na heroes, kahit paano may kaunti namang mobility. Yung spell lang talaga. Nakakinuha rin kasi ni Boke, hindi siya masyadong makapang-box out agad ng level 1 dahil nga kumuha siya ng early sidekick eh. So,
pang-sustain kasi yung sidekick eh.
Sustain agad yung kinuha niya doon sa lane. Pero meron lang tayong kaunting pause.
Yeah, pero siguro I think may konting problem lang sa sa TeamSpeak or sa Discord nila. Hindi ko alam kung anong gamit nila doon sa Japan. Again guys, ito nangyayari to live sa Japan. Sa Tokyo actually. Hindi ko lang alam kung anong arena o venue yung pinaglalaro nila, but live to guys sa Japan. So baka meron tayong kababayan dyan syempre meron yan.
Oo, sure
meron yan for sure meron yan na pwede kayo pumunta, manood. Hindi ko nga lang alam kung may bayad, pero knowing Predator League, normally libre yan, guys.
Oo, kagaya nung last time nga natin na finals
Oo.
dun sa
Philippine
MOA.
finals,
Oo,
oo.
diba? So, for TNC nga lang dito, okay naman yung naging lane ng Pangolier. And better na siya actually dun sa Draw Ranger. Given the levels na meron kasi yung Pango, mas mabilis ka talaga makakapag-clear ng wave kesa dun sa Draw Ranger na kailangan mo muna ng 2 rate ban, diba? Kailangan mo talaga yung damage from the hero. Kailangan mo muna yung level 6 para magtuloy-tuloy talaga yung or better or mas madali ka literal na makapag-farm. And yung Lina, medyo napabayaan dito. Pero kagaya na na-mention mo, hindi kasi ganun ka-okay na yung Pudge, okay na yung farm niya, okay pa yung kills na nakukuha niya.
Totoo. Then, again, it will make harder for the side of TNC to deal with the Pudge kung maaga siya mag-snowball o maaga siya mag-online dito sa ating game. And, basta, kung kayo naglalaro ng pubs, ako nakita ko gaano ka-annoying yung hero na yan sa mga pub matches. Sobrang annoying, guys. Ang hirap niyang ignore, ang hirap din na siya yung unang targetin. Kasi nga, ano yan sobrang kunat. Tapos nag-heal din yan, nagla-lifesteal. Pero ito na nga, we're back into the game. Medyo may konting boss na tayo, 3 to almost 5 minutes dito sa ating best of 1 series. Pero Carlo making some movement dito sa map. Pero I think hindi niya pwedeng pabayaan to. Another hook will connect. Nandiyan yung dispose but still being slowed. Good thing may rebound na siya. Pero may frostbite. Sumuko pero hook will miss. Tama ba? Hindi ko alam kung nag-hook siya or ano. Pero dapat cooldown. Hindi. Mali ako. Cooldown pa rin niya. Kakagamit niya ng hook.
Feeling ko yung yung sa skin niya.
Yeah. Akala ko talaga nag-hook. Pero na-realize ko, level 2 no, hindi naman ganun kababa yung cooldown.
Magkaiba kasi yung decision nila doon, di ba? Gusto pang lumaban ng Crystal Maiden. Pero yung Pudge, ayoko na. Balik na lang ako dito sa pagpa-farm kasi nga, medyo lalayo. Tapos hindi rin naman nila agad masisecure yung kill. Plus, hindi kasi nila kita kung nasaan yung hoodwink.
Nakita yata nung Pudge kasi may ward sila doon sa jungle. Kaya bumaba na lang yung Pudge kanina. Pero either way, walang nangyaring kills. Nagkagamit na lang ng konting skills doon, maliit na skirmish, but still 3-2 pa rin ang ating score. 6 minutes, best of 1. Ito na, nighttime, first nighttime. Tingnan natin kung magka-result ba ito ng mga magagandang rotation.
Kita siya, sinusundan lang siya dito ng CML. Mukhang kailangan niya na ata bumalik.
And alam din kasi ni CML, maski sabihin natin level 4 dito yung
yung timing pa rin kasi talaga.
Oo. Hindi naman siya kagad mapapatay kasi wala namang burst potential talaga yung Tumama na naman ba yung hook nito? Ayun na nga. Tumama na yung hook pero hindi na ipipilit dito. Pero wala pa tong mintis hook
Wala pa.
Hindi pa nagmimintis yung hook dito nung Pudge. Pero hirap dito sa lane si Bok. At yun na nga yung bushwhack tumama. But magandang dispose. Kaso na-bite. Nilaban rin. And good rebound. Eto na yung pango ni Krish.
Yun yung first miss.
And Krish will take out yung Pudge. Actually, si Bok pa nga yung nakakuha. At ahati silang 3.
Top lane?
Yun lang, may top lane pa nga. Yung
Ganda
Fisher,
naman ng
ganda ng Fisher. Ang gandang Fisher. Kung di tumama yung Fisher, mahabol sana nila yun. Tandaan nyo guys, yung Lina, may Fiery Soul. O Fairy Soul, whatever you call that. May movement buff and attack buff. Pero yun nga, medyo out of position dito. Si Mizu on mid lane. Pero walang mangyayari. May gush naman siya. So, to pull out para masilence dito yung Pango. And
pero finally, di ba? Na-punish na nila yung Pudge and first time nga nag-miss yung kanyang hook doon pa sa akin na kailangan niya ng kill. Kumbaga, return kill na lang sana yung inaasahan niya doon with a good rotation coming from the mid laner. And yung kill na nakuha doon ng mid laner ng TNC, hindi naman kinailangan gumamit ng Rolling Thunder. So, with the kill nga, nakabalik agad doon sa mid lane. So, pwede pa sila lumaban. Pero ngayon, dahil nga naglagay ka ng Draw Ranger sa mid lane, Draw naman, once na makuha niya na yung level 6, mas gusto niyang hero na yan, nagpa-farm na lang sa jungle So, bigay na lang muna siya ng lane sa Earthshaker. Buti na lang, mababa pa yung level ni Mavis dito. Kundi mukhang mapapatay nila yung Night Stalker. Pero mabilis naman ang movement speed niyan dahil nighttime pa rin.
Wala na nga, pero ang gandang dispose na naman sa bottom lane. Pudge mag-isa. Oh, the swashbuckle. Connect a few hits. Walang gagawin si Insidious. Rolling Thunder, patay. Binigay na lang kagad dito kay Bok. And they can still go. Kasi nga lang tower aggro nandyan, pero wala. They will still probably get this kill dito sa bottom lane. Naghihintay ng tamang one and swashbuckle will finish off yung Crystal Maiden dito sa bottom lane ni Insidious.
Good 2 kills coming out from TNC. Kakabuhay lang nung Pudge, binigyan na naman nila. Dahil nga hindi naman siya gumamit ng Rolling Thunder. Nandito na yung TP reaction from Mizu. Pero kaya ba to? Mukhang wala pang
medyo scary yung pag-TP niya doon, knowing na maraming heroes dito sa bottom lane for the side of TNC.
Gusto nila lumaban, kaso hindi pa kakayanin ng Pudge. Tsaka naka-face boots pa lang to. Medyo na-delay yung kanyang items dahil nakakuha man siya ng 2 kills. Namatay rin naman siya ng 2 beses.
Bawi lang.
Kinailangan niya mag-face boots muna. So, yung kanyang Vanguard and yung kanyang Aghanim Scepter medyo tatagal.
Yun pa naman yung kailangan niya rito actually sa game na to. Knowing physical damage yung Lina, yung Marcy, ganun din. Even the Pango. Well, may somewhat na, na magic spells or magical burst coming from TNC din. Kasi Lina, Laguna, Light Strike Array, Dragon Slave. Pero importante pa rin syempre yung kasi pang niya rin yun, pang sustain niya rin yung sa lane. Na hanggat walang Aghanim, parang hindi pa rin kompleto yung Pudge. Maski sabihin natin na meron siyang yung Vanguard nga for sustain din.
Grabe yung ward dun sa cliff, heavily contested. Kanina pa nagde-ward yung dalawang support dun, yung Crystal Maiden and yung Hoodwink. And eto, Earthshaker, nandito siya sa mid lane. Yes, nakukuha niya yung levels, pero wala ngang makuha na kills sa ngayon yung lahi dahil magkakahiwalay sila dito.
Mid lane, ginauna naman Rolling Thunder lang.
Before niya ma-fissure.
There you go. Hindi ka naman manghinahin na gumamit ng Rolling Thunder. CM nadamay pa. Ang ganda ng gulong dito ni Chris. Wash battle connect as well. Kaso merong acorn shot. May acorn shot nga lang na punish dito yung isa pang support from the side of TNC. Na dismember pa si Carlo. Ay, Night Stalker dyan. And that will favor Lahi Rain.
Napakagandang save from the Pudge. And yung mismong movement na ginawa ng Crystal Maiden para maiwasan niya yung kill na yun. Talagang gumilig siya, nakapag-frostbite pa siya, and hindi pa nga nakuha yung kill sa kanya. Gandang rotation on coming from Lahi na survive nila yung teamfight na yun.
Sakto, may pigpole pa nakuha rito si Asta. Pero syempre, Maelstrom, tamang Falcon Blade. Falcon Blade talaga, magandang item yan. Lalo na kung alam mo yung lamang ka sa lane, afford mo yan. Or even yung dito, kaso ito na naman, tumama dito yung dispose, and it will go for the Pudge. At ginamit na rin yung Unleash, and that will finish off yung tanky Pudge again sa bottom lane. And I think this is going to be a tower.
Kayang-kaya nila mag-take ng objective. Nandyan na rin naman yung Siege Creep, plus
nag-fortify na rin sila kaagad.
Nag-40 pa nga sila.
Sayang kasing siege creep kaya kailangan protektahan. And there you go, tower down. Medyo delay lang ng almost 1 minute, but still, an objective is an objective. And that will be favoring TNC again. 5-7 7-5, 11 minutes. Best of 1 lang to guys, ulitin ko, best of 1.
Pero yan talaga kagandahan rin ng clockwork na pick, diba? Kung gusto mo mag-reward, hindi ganun kahirap. Mag-place ka lang doon sa baba. Yung Rocket Flare kasi, mag-serve as your pang-site na. Well, since you see, ayan, naghahanap pa siya ng wards dito na pinlay siguro ng TNC. Pero wala nang malapit sa kanya.
Nakakatakot dito yung pag nagpakita ka sa lane as drown, tapos wala ka pang items, wala kang positioning item. Ang kalaban mo, Pango, pag nag-commit ng Rolling Thunder, ito na naman tayo. Ito na yung sinasabi ko pag nagpakita ka sa lane.
Ang save nila, dalawa lang. Fissure lang at saka hook.
Kaso spotted sila. May idea sila rito. And the hook shot will miss. Walang tinamaan. There goes the bite. Uy, pero yung bushwhack tumama doon sa Pudge. Pero
magulo yung teamfight nila.
Magulo na nga, hindi that. Eto na. Sarap si Swash Battle pa patagal. Grabe to mag-hook tong Pudge nila, Parang ilang minutes pala yung nakikita natin dito sa game na to. Pero another flesh heap will be added on the Pudge. 5 flesh heap na yan. Yung Balanar. Nakita rin sa top. Unleash, pinakawala ni Bok and the dispose. At nagpakawala ng ult. Pero Laguna Blade. Gandang rotate coming from Asta din. Making sure na makukuha nila yung kill doon sa Night Stalker.
1-for-1 exchange. Ito naman yung kagandahan rin talaga.
The hook again! That's the Fisher, dismember. Alam mo na, ilista mo na another flesh ship added on the Pudge.
Siya mag-hook. Sasabihin ko pa lang, ito yung kagandahan ng mga teams na wala tayong masyadong idea. Hindi natin alam kung ano yung mga best hero.
Exactly.
Lalo na sa best of 1 series, kayang-kaya talagang mambigla.
Hindi yung disadvantage talaga I mean, siguro, in a way, parang ang daling gumamit ng mga packet stars dito pa. Tapos knowing na
best of 1
tapos hindi pa magkakilala yung team. Again, stuck tong etong Lahi.
Fissure?
Yung ganda no, Fisher, but walang follow. Hook shot, tumama kami from Mavis. Swash bakil lang dyan. Earthshaker. Yung rebound, ang ganda ng rebound dito ni Bok. May target sila, second target done. Freezing field, ginamit na lang. Dinispose lang si Insidious C. And there you go, that's a dead Crystal Maiden. 2 heroes dead, 2 supports out.
Nag-Rolling Thunder. Nag-Rolling Thunder yung Pango, inahabol yung babae.
Pero think.
Ayun, oh.
Eto pa, yung draw, ang gandang rebound again from Bok. At eto pa, dispose na naman.
Kahit mag-pick pole ka.
Eto nga, may ano rin.
Sharpshooter.
Tinaman. And alam mo na, 4 heroes dead on 1 team fight rin. Baka kayo walay pa yun. Hindi pa yung sa isang spot. Hinahanap pa nila yung patch. Gusto pa actually gumawa dito ng Pango, but wala. Reset na tayo, guys. We might go for something here. Kung mag-farm lang ba tayo, mag-go pa tayo objective. Pero after ng team fight na yun, wala naman talagang open na pwedeng mag-push sila ng tower.
And yung TNC mismo, alam nila yung kalakasan ng draft nila. Kaya nag-iwahiwalay sila ng mga kills na kukuhanin nila, di ba? Iba yun nandun sa Crystal Maiden, iba yung pumapatay dun sa other heroes. And yung pang-zone out na ginawa ng Pangolier, kaya nahanap ko siya. Nakita ko siya nag-Rolling Thunder, hindi niya pala iniwanan yung Draw Ranger dahil alam niya, without the Draw Ranger, walang physical damage yung lahi. Paano yung lalaban?
Totoo nga, sa draw lang actually manggagaling mostly yung physical damage, yung right clicks ka mo. Yung ano naman kasi Night Stalker, kita natin offlane yan. Hindi ko lang alam kung anong item build niya, pero hindi naman talaga siya yung main source of right click damage. Talagang sa draw lang lahat.
Kailangan niya bigay blink dagger. Kung wala siya nung dalawang items na yun, hindi naman siya makapag-provide ng sobra doon sa team niya. Bushwhack, sidekick,
tumama, unleash din, sharpshooter para sure rain.
Hindi talaga mabubuhay. Napakalakas ng timing ngayon ng TNC. Yung kinakailangan nila, yung kanilang levels. Diba? Once na makuha na nila yung mga designated na levels nila, kaya talaga nila lumaban.
Ang gandang bushwhack na naman.
Nakapag-bushback. Kahit alay na siya, okay na.
Okay na.
Buhay naman yung kanyang Pangolier. And 3-man na na information. Nakita niya kung nasaan yung draw, yung Earthshaker, pati yung Crystal Maiden. And hindi napapansin yung Lina. Kanina pa yan free farm.
Hindi nga sumasama. Well, nag-TP siya sa top kanina. Yun lang yung nakita natin. But meron siyang 2 kills dito and 1 dead.
Kita siya, na-rocket flare.
Meron to hook shot po. Nakakasabi ko lang, tumama. LSA, right clicks is there. That's a dead Draw Ranger sa eksena na yon. And si Krish, ito pa, Rolling Thunder, pinakawalan. Nagulungan dito yung kanilang Earthshaker. Hook, piniposition. Pero wala rin eh. Wala na. Hindi na umabot. Lumaban, rebound.
Madalamay pa ata siya.
Hindi ba tumama yung rebound? Si Asta tuloy lang, pero he was able to get the tower aggro. I think reset na to for the side of TNC.
Courier na lang yung kapalit. Napatayan sila ng Courier. Pero yung Draw Ranger rin naman kasi, Calbs, diba, na rocket flare na siya, nagstay pa siya dun sa position, and kita niya kung nasaan yung Lina eh.
Parang late yata nag-sync in sa teka lang, na rocket flare ako, ba't pa ako nandito? Tapos bigla siyang bumaba.
Diba?
Tapos wala na, na-timingan ni Mavison ng CML yung yung hook shot niya dun, sa pool.
Kailangan nilang lumaban.
Ito na nga.
Kailangan nilang mag-force ng fights dahil non-stop na yung mga nakukuha sa kanilang kills ng TNC. Kompleto rin naman yung kanilang spells. Hindi nga lang nila kasama yung draw. Busy mag-farm dun sa baba.
Yun nga lang eh. Hindi to yung mga gaya ng heroes na pwedeng may global presence. Pero ito maganda to kung sakasakali. Asta nakita. Fisher tumaplas the hook. Dismember din. And he's all alone. Wala na siyang magagawa. And big kill para sa side ng Lahi Rain. Kailangan nila yun.
Gold. And yun nga, kinakailangan nila tong kill na to. Any kill na pwede nilang makuha para lang ma-delay itong pressure na pinapakita sa kanila ng TNC. Kaso babalik lang tayo ulit dun sa sinabi natin kanina eh. Yung Lina, hindi naman yung sumasama sa mga team fights. Okay na napatay mo siya just to get the kill dun sa Lina. Nandun yung gold, diba? Yan yung carry dun sa kabila. Madelay mo na konti yung farm. Pero yung pressure na pwedeng ibigay sa'yo ng TNC, hindi siya magsastop dahil napatay mo lang yung Lina.
Totoo. Kasi after getting that kill sa Lina, wala naman din kayong objective mo kuha. Kumbaga parang na-delay nyo lang yung Lina na makakuha ng core items or to delay her farm. Pero, I mean, yeah, okay
good
na rin.
Good
kill siya in a way. But parang hindi siya ganung kalaking objective.
4-4-man rotation. Kumbaga, mas expect natin kung makakuha sila ng at least 2 kills, diba? Better. Pero with that kill naman, ang kinagandahan, yung patch mo, dahil nga nagkaroon ng konting delay, medyo nag-stop yung aggression ng TNC, nakapagpaaganim siya. Nandyan na rin yung Blink Dagger from the Night Stalker, pero wala pa rin idea yung Lahi na meron ng Blink Dagger yung Pango.
Tingnan natin. Rolling Thunder, nag-blink si Krish. Kaso may Fisher Rain.
Pumukshot na
patay. Kagad dito yung Clockwork Rebound. Lumaban nga. Decimated kagad dito yung... Oh no! Kala ko dito Dragon's Blade will connect. And 2 heroes are dead. 2 heroes are dead dito sa team fight rin. 10-70. Pero smoke lalaban pa rin sila rito.
2-4-1 exchange. Lalaban sila dahil alam nila na nawawala yung heroes ang TNC. Possible yan na nagro-rush na. Nakakuha pa ng double damage rune. Etong Lina, I think this is not the best fight na kailangan nila kuhanin.
Nag-blink dito
Wala
yung
naman
Balanar.
BKB yan eh.
Kaso ang ganda ng Fisher, aftershock, punit! Eto, habulin pa nila. Ang gandang Gash na pigilan yung pag-hammer, may rebound. Bitin pa rin. Rocket Flare will also miss. Hindi tinamaan, buhay pa rin dito guys yung Balanar. Nice Stalker! Hindi tinamaan na naman ng Dragon Slave. But si Bo, wala na nakapag-blink out na. And Mizu will survive. Another 3-man Fisher. Aftershock. And CQC wants to go. Pero yun na naman yung split shot. And Asta. Ang ganda ng Fisher.
Yung mga Fissure na kinakailangan nila, nakapatay sila ng isang hero, di nga lang nila nakuha yung Aegis, nakuha pa rin ng Lina. But still, hindi ganun ka-costly yung nangyari para sa kanila dahil dun sa mga magandang Fissure na binibigay ng kanilang Earthshaker. Dalawang beses.
Ang ganda nga. Sayang, wala nga lang follow-up, pero naligtas nila din yung Night Stalker na nagkaroon ng time para makapag-blink out into safety position.
Okay na para sa kanila. Kumbaga, may nakuha silang kill. Hindi nga lang yun yung gusto mo talaga mangyari. Mas gusto mo sana mas notch yung Aegis, di ba? Pero okay pa rin.
Yeah, the Philosopher's Stone. Nakakuha rito si Krish on his Pango. Kanino kaya bibigay yun? Tingnan natin mamaya kung kanino makupunta mo lang. Malamang siguro kay Carlo. Ganun. Sa Pango ni sa Hoodwink ni Carlo. Para makapag-ads, maganda rin mo yung ads dito sa game na to para sa boomerang.
Sa pangalan
Oh no! Dalawang heroes dito. I mean, make it 3 heroes. Hindi ko alam kung ilalaban ba na nakapag-dagger out. Another good Fisher aftershock.
Ayaw nila.
Ayaw nila.
Aegis advantage nila. Aegis advantage. Hindi rin, meron pa silang vision.
Oh, pero si Chris siya may pinatay. Nakuha niya rito si Insidiously on the Crystal Maiden.
Time na rin talaga na ganun mangyayari sa Crystal Maiden di ba?
Wala na.
May Blink Dagger, may DPU na yung Pangolier. Makita ka talaga nun. Sure farm ka. Kahit hindi ka siya gumamit man lang ng Rolling Thunder para panood.
Lapitan ka lang talaga. DPU, Shield Crush, konting right click, swash. Alam mo na, sad as a Crystal Maiden support. Naranasan ko yun a couple of nights kasi alam mo naman, tamang spam tayo ng Persona.
Mahirap dito. Kalbs, yung kinakailangan na item nila, puro BKB. And hindi enough yung farm na meron sa mapa.
Ang ganda nung kill!
Well played.
Yung punch na naman rin, pero yung bushwhack. At may sharpshooter. Decimated dito yung Night Stalker. Eh, naghahabol pa. Ang gandang force stop. Kaso hindi nga tumama. Or na-shoot niya sa cogs. Pero dyan naman si Tropa.
Fisher na naman.
Pero bushwhack na naman. At yun, yung hook si Asta. Pero may Aegis yan. At ginawa nila, nilaban na Unleash, pinakawalan ni Bok. And right
Frita, si Miracle.
Ang ganda nung multi-shot. It's time to disengage. Tama na. 3 heroes actually nakuha doon ng lahi. Plus Aegis kaya 3 kills. So hindi na nila ipipilit. Reset lang ang TNC rito after that team fight. Kailangan ng kailangan ng lahi. Ang daming kailangan ng lahi dito, guys.
Dami nilang kinakailangan. Kailangan nila ng oras, kailangan nila ng kaunting map control, mabigyan lang nila ng farm kahit papano yung kanilang mga cores dahil nga kailangan talaga nila yung BKB. Pero yung fight kasi na nilaban nila, another good hook na naman, 'di ba, from the Pudge, yung positioning pa mismo ng Drow Ranger and again, Fissures or yung
on point.
'Di ba? Yung Fissure na naman galing dun sa Earthshaker and yung mismong Fisher niya kasi, na-follow-upan niya pa nung kanyang second skill. Kaya nakapagbigay sila ng extra hold.
Ayan, kakalma nga yung side dito ng TNC. Tamang control lang na outpost dito yung lahi. Dahil kailangan din naman kasi nawawalan sila ng map control unti. Pero nalaban na naman sila dito, Rain. Nalaban na hookshot ginamit and Pudge makikita. Mahuli. Pero dyan si Bok, sidekick, dispose. And couple of right clicks, pero 1-for-1 but big trade pa rin. I mean, favorable para sa side ng TNC. Pinrosbite niya na lang dito si Bok.
Kala ko nga mabubuhay pa siya. Nakapag-sidekick pa kasi si Bok, diba? Kumbaga nakapag-sustain pa na. Kunti yung clockwork dun.
Nakabigay nga ng konting sustain. Pero masakit pa rin kasi nandun yung CM. Nag-Crystal Nova na rin siya dun. So, sayang. Pero again, favoring TNC pa rin yung nangyari na yun. And nanonood next item ng Pango. Okay, maglaloto sa orb.
Diba? For the silence, for the dispel na kinakailangan ng kanyang team.
Tapos may force stop or may si Asta yata malapit na yung pike. Kanina nakita ko, kakabili niya lang ng force staff.
Positioning item.
Maganda yan kasi pag nag-blink sa'yo yung Night Stalker, di ba? May crippling fear, force staff out ka lang. So para mawala.
Bukod dun sa cast range. Saka para hindi ka na problema ng clockwork. Dahil sa nakita ko, parang clock pa lang ata sa kanila yung merong force staff.
Oo, clock pa lang actually. Pero another 3-man smoke coming from the side of TNC. Pero wala sila makikita.
May tao dyan. Earthshaker nandun, no?
Malayo pa, makakatob ba to? At nag-TP. Okay, alam mo na. At ayun na nga yung bushwhack. Boomerang sharpshooter, patay. Patay kay
Nabasag
Carlo.
niya yung tower, which is good. Sa ngayon kasi, yan na yung mga kinakailangan mo talaga na play from the support.
Yeah, exactly.
Kailangan talaga nila makapag-force ng reaction.
Tingnan mo rin.
Grabe yung range yun.
Tingnan mo. Ano yan? Cardel ka ba? Ikaw na ba ano?
Pangatlo siya di ba?
Ah.
Pangatlo sa pinaka-matitaas na range.
Parang si Cardel pero tignan natin dito.
Ayan na yung pike kabo na.
Kakabuhay na yung pike bo na. Dineliver so mas lalo bang lalayo yung range nung right clicks dito nung Lina.
Next item going for the Silver Edge. Gandang item para sa heroes ng lahi.
Lalo sa Pudge Raid. Tanggal yung tanggal kagad yung power nung niyang flesh heat. Yung kasi yung third skill niya. It makes him tankier. Mas durable sa o meron siyang magic resistance din. Pero tingnan mo si Asta, tingnan mo yung right clicks kung gaano kalayo. Basher na rin si Bok.
Ganun kaganda yung wave clear na meron yung lahi. Paano sila makakapag-defend sa ganyan?
Ang high ground lang nila, Fissure, tsaka Nova. That's it.
Haharangan.
Haharangan na lang. Yung Night Stalker naman dito, wala pang Ags. So, hindi siya parang AOE na first kill, di ba?
Hindi sila masyadong makalabas sa mapa. Para makalabas sila sa mapa, kinakailangan nila na mag-alay ng support.
Yes. Wala, kalma lang yung TNC. Hintayin na siguro nila yung next rush. Then after next rush, tayo nila mag-high ground.
Gano'ng katagal ba? 1 and 20.
Medyo
Pero
matagal
hindi pa sure kung fast respawn ba yan or medyo late respawn.
Tsaka protected naman dito yung Night Stalker. Speaking of protected, wala nagamit yung LSA.
Mukhang nag-LSA siya ng una. Kaya nakapag-TP yan.
Ang gandang recognition din coming from the Pudge. LSA. Yeah, yung TP out. Hindi naman ako kaya right-clicking.
Meron din kasi silang vision doon. Kaya alam niya na walang kasama.
Yeah. Pero yun nga, hindi naman din kaya sa ngayon nung Lina na right-clicking lang dito yung Pudge. Marami siyang kailangan din. Siguro,
gumulong
Rolling Thunder, they'll fight this one off. Nag-BOT na rin dito kagad si Asta. Kasi yung Pudge, focus out, patay yung Pudge. Nagpak ng BKB dito yung Mercy ni Bok. But another good kill para side ng TNC Rain.
Naka-aganim shard na rin pala to si Mavis. Kayang-kaya niya talaga takasan.
Diba? Tama na lang.
Tapos may 4 staff pa siya. Jetpack lang.
Tamang lipad lang, palayo.
Mag-aganim scepter pa tong pang.
Yaman ni Asta. Hindi kasi na-contest yung farm nito. Free farm
Wala namang kalaro yan. Kalaro niyan, Crips dun sa taas.
Kalaro niya sarili niya. Halika. Pero kanina bibigay yan. Okay. Tama, bote lang. Binigay lang ni Chris yung bote.
Siya lang din yung kalahati lang yung mana Wala namang ibang makikinabang
And
after niyang aganim shard, kukuha pa siya ng Go Scepter. So wala siyang problema na mag-in and out sa team fight.
Totoo.
Hindi siya agad mapaburst.
Kaso yun nga lang, malas ang TNC rin. Long respawn. 2 minutes and 20 seconds yung nangyari.
2 and 40.
And then nabawasan na Nabawasan na 220 siya kanina.
Hindi, ito 220 pa rin.
Okay.
Kaya malapit
my bad. Oh, Insidious, what are you doing, sir? Ni Laguna Blade Punit.
Finding ways to farm. Walang other
term dun hook shot! Tumama pa from Mavis. Yan si ML.
Papo-force ata BKB niya.
Ayun na nga, kakasabi mo lang ni Reyna. Force na nga yung BKB.
Nilaban.
Pero parang tagedli. Ayun na nga, nabash Rolling Thunder ginamit ni Kagad. And Big Paul is not going to help him survive that fight. In 2 good kills.
Na-force na BKB mo, namatay ka pa rin. And sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam or hindi masyadong updated sa patch, napakatagal ng cooldown ng BKB.
Sobra. Parang iba nga ayaw na mag-BKB. Pero essential pa rin yung BKB, guys.
Sobrang essential pa rin yan.
Kaya ginagawa ng ibang rito, nagre-refresher na lang. Kasi let's say kung 6 seconds, kasi 6 seconds na yung yung parang lowest na time or duration ng BKB. So pag nag-refresher ka, 12 seconds pa rin yun. Kasi dalawang beses. Kaso mahal nga lang guys yung mga items na kailangan mo.
Tsaka not for every hero yung refresher, diba? Lalo na kung sabihin natin, diba, Mars, kung wala kang other ways para mapataas yung mana pool mo, ang baba ng mana pool ni Mars.
Hindi ka talaga makapag-pop ng refresher.
Parang nasa pinaka-late game na makikita mo mag-refresh si Mars for that double arena of blood.
Situational in a way. But still, may laban na naman.
Kita na
Dito yung
naman
TNC,
siya.
Spotted na naman.
Pero naka-hook
May
sila.
hook shot nga lang dito,
Dito
mama.
mama.
Yung hook ang tumama from the Pudge. Oh, nakapagod na force staff. Nakalaya
Wow.
rito yung kanilang clockwork. Nabuhay pa nga.
Yung
Eto,
bash.
walang BKB to rin. Kakasagang pag-cooldown pa lang. And
Bushwhack.
bushwhack. Hindi tumama.
Nakapag-BKB.
Nakapag-BKB actually. And ito na si Bok.
Wala na BKB mo.
Eto na, yung Fisher
Uy!
nga lang!
No,
Yung
wala kang
Fisher
maghanap!
na yung draw! Naipit at patay yung dalawang core. Only the Earthshaker will survive on this one. And tamang, so, eto na yung Creepoy para. Walang buyback tong apat rin.
6 versus 5.
Ang sama nung Fisher. That was,
Uwi ka na? Ayaw ko eh. Hindi ka pinauwi. Buhay sana siya doon. Nakapag-BKB na siya, di ba? Medyo matagal pa rin yung duration ng BKB. Kayang-kaya niya pa makaalis. Kaso walang madaanan. Pauwi, 3 heroes down para sa lahi.
Naharangan siya rito. And Roshan lang rin. Tamang rush lang. Sakto pa. Pagkapasok ng pit, insta
Ang bilis niyan mag-rush. May sidekick ka. Si Asta, napakadaming item. Meron ka pang Pangolier. Sulit na sulit, di ba? And yung basher nga pala ni Bok, Kalbsa, kanina pa napaka-ganda ng pagkakagamit. Kumbaga, lagi nagbabash. Maliban
Ano eh?
yung pagkasabi.
But yung ating hindi ganyan eh. Maski ilang palo mo, wala eh. Pero sa mga pro player, ganyan. Lalo na sa mga known...
Depende sa item. Kapag mahal yung item, auto-bash.
Pero pag mga mumurahin, alam mo na yun. Pero boomerang, sharpshooter, halos mamatay na kagad dito yung CM. Pero
Habulin ni Chris yan.
Tamang swashback, shield crush. Lista mo na para kay Chris 8-2-11 yung Pangolier. I'm sorry. Tama yung Pango. 5-7-5 itong Pudge. And hook. Ay, tumama ba yung hook? I think tumama yung hook.
Meron.
And mali yung 4-staff.
Tanggal
Tapak yung
Aegis.
Aegis. Eto na ang second life doon.
May BKB yan ha.
At nag-BKB nga siya. Kaso, kaya ba?
Wala siyang fight.
Ang ganda nung rebound.
Laban na lang.
Sidekick, right clicks, lahat na. Sinuntok.
Walang pumapalo.
Kaso, yun nga lang. Maiipit din si Bok and Bok will go down.
Sinave niya eh. Niligtas niya yung Nina niya eh.
Ako na lang. Parang ganun.
Pero sobrang scary nun for the Lina, di ba? Wala kang pike, kakagamit mo lang. Yung BKB mo, nandun ka man, hindi ka basta makakalis. So, kinailangan talaga nila yung Marcy for that save. And makakatakas naman yung Lina for the cost nga ng buhay netong Marcy ni Bok. Magsusmoke dito yung lahi.
Ito, kailangan nila i-fight. Alam nila walang BKB yung Lina eh. Down yung BKB ng Lina, it's time to fight. And they will smoke up as a 5. Kaso, eto, mukhang magkakakitaan sila dito sa Riverside. At Pudge nangunguna. No, walang vision dito yung side ng lahi. Medyo tentative sila. Ang hirap kasi guys eh. Sobrang hirap. Ang hirap sumagal. Lalo na kung behind kayo dito sa game.
Wala kang vision.
Yun, yung number 1 walang
Wala
vision.
kang vision, wala kang map control.
Totoo. Kaya ayaw na. Parang it's not a good idea to cross. Kasi wala rin sila nakikitang player dito ng TNC.
Kung i-compare mo sa kabila, na meron kang rocket flare, hindi mo kailangan lumakay.
Yun.
Kaya yan, another
Spotted.
rocket flare.
At
Kita na
nananakbo
naman
na
yung
kagad
CM.
dito. Hookshot na naman ni CML. Tumama. Ayan pa yung Cogs. So may 4-stop. Nag-4-stop din kagad dito sa
Kahit
Mavis.
ma-4-stop ka.
And Mavis will still chase out.
Rocket
And yung
flare.
Pango, alam mo na. Boomerang. Bitin pa. Rebound will finish off the Crystal Maiden.
Muntik na. Buhay sana. Kaso, bitin eh.
Bitin na bitin.
Napaka-cry baby.
Natipan pa nga ni Mizo yung Pudge. Kasi alam mo yung that save na yun eh.
Save talaga siya dapat din. Wala nang spell nun yung clockwork. Nagamit niya na lahat. Wala na siyang hookshot. Nakapag-cogs na rin siya. Nakapag-4-staff na rin. Pero good kill coming from TNC. So 22 minutes, 15:30 yung ating score. Napakataas na gold advantage at 23k.
Wala lang kasi. Kanina nag-try sila mag-siege high ground. Na-hook nga lang. Ang galing kasi mag-hook nitong Pudge. Actually, sobrang solid mag-hook ng Pudge dito sa buong game na to. Lahat ng hooks niya, lahat.
Kailangan mo iba dyan sa lahat. Hindi mo matadap. Hindi ka
Oops!
na ganyang hero.
Oops.
Boomerang. Tinalon.
Ang ganda nung talon. Yung Pudge naman, ang first naman mag-BKB. Hook will connect. Yung sa clockwork nga lang, Rolling Thunder is not effective. Gawa nung nakapag-BKB. patay yung Pudge. Ganun lang. Nakipag-right-clickan dito yung Night Stalker but hindi niya kaya makipagsapaan sa apat. 1-4-2. 1-4-2.
Maganda sana yung idea ng Night Stalker, diba? Gumamit siya ng BKB, nag-crippling fear, nilapitan niya yung heroes ng TNC, pero enough pa rin kasi yung damage dun sa Pudge.
Oh, and look at the Night Stalker positioning
Walang
himself.
BKB yan, ha? Blink Dagger lang meron yan.
Alam niya rin kasi na nighttime vision in favor sa kanya.
Gumamit siya ng ulti.
Walang reset lang yung dalawang teams. Kaya nila mag-respawn yung Pudge. Same goes for TNC. Wait lang sa clockwork. And Asta again, being the rich man, sa ating game. Diba? Wala, ang contested form. Kita nyo naman yung yung disparity.
Ganda nga rin mismo ng neutral item niya. Kasi dun sa itemization niya, hindi naman siya kumuha ng sustain eh.
Talagang damage.
Damage kinuha niya, tapos nakakuha siya ng paladin.
Tapos tamang lang, gawa lang ng Hurricane Pike for positioning or, better na rin sa sa
positioning, tapos dagdag ka pa ng rage sa kanya mismo.
And hook shot again, tumama sa Night Stalker, walang BKB to rain. Nilundag yung Crystal Maiden.
Thunder, hindi
Easy
mabubuhay
display.
ito.
Roll up lang, 2 kills pa dito sa side ng TNC.
Kitang-kita sa camera. Merong vision doon yung TNC. Napakagandang ward.
Yun naman yung hook ng
Muntik
Pudge.
na naman na merong mahuli itong ating Pudge. Pero 2 kills, pwedeng mag-high ground ngayon. Yung TNC.
Annoying. Fisher, Aftershock. Parang ang hirap umakyat. Maski sabihin natin na 5v3 And hook! Misses. Medyo nakakita ni Mavis yung nakapag-react siya ng maaga. So ayun na naman yung Fisher. May Aftershock na kasama. And kailangan
nila mag 2 lanes.
Hindi pwede lahat. Nandiyan sila sa isang lane.
Eto, pinush out na ng Pango. Pinush out ng Pango dun sa taas. Pero hindi muna nila pipilitin na lumaban. Pabuhay na rin naman kasi yung Night Stalker. Tamang deward na lang ng vision. Etong si Carlo. Yaman din ni Carlo.
Nasa kanya, hindi ko alam kung sino gumamit ng Philosopher's Stone kanina.
Ang alam ko, nasa kanya kanina. Tapos ngayon, pinaltan niya ng headband.
So nasa clock na yan ba?
Baka nasa clock na.
Or wala na rin, binitawan. Kasi kinuha lang yata ng clock yung shard para sa jetpack niya.
Tsaka aga niya rin kasi nakapag 4 staff.
Yun
diba?
din,
After ng 4 staff, kumuha siya ng shard. Tapos hindi ko matandaan kung nag-go scepter siya after nun.
Ito naman si Krish on his Pango. Grabe AC o assault crush na nga din si Asta. Ang ganda pa nung rocket flare. Kaso mukhang may even by first stop. Good thing na first stop out. Kundi alam mo
Scary,
na, palapit na rito yung Pudge. Kinasa na rin yung aftershock eh. Alam mo na kung ano mangyayari kung walang first stop na naganap. Relax lang.
Halberd. Okay din yung Halberd for the side ng Lahi, lalo na versus Danina.
Pero paano makakalawin, di ba? Paano makakalawin? Right-clicking nga, di ba, ng Lina? Pero
kaya nga siya nasa Night Stalker para maabot
siya
nila.
talon
Walang ibang abot. Lumapit ka, papatayin ang daming ways para mag-counter-initiate itong TNC. May Bushwhack, may Rolling Thunder, tamaan ka ng LSA, may hookshot pa, di ba, nandyan pa yung rebound plus the dispose. Kaya siya lang talaga yung may afford na gumawa nun. Pero given the team fights na kanina pa nilang nilalaban, yung duration ng BKB nung Night Stalker, mababa na. And saka nakalinken pa pala itong Marcy. So,
kasi siya yung lumulundag eh. Kung mag-dismember siya, alam mo na. Or even yung Frostbite, parang ang hirap. Pero nag-hesitate pa rin yung TNC. Parang hirap sila mag-high ground. Even though.
Napakalaki ng lamang nila. And ito yung isa sa mga naging problems ng TNC, di ba? With their past na tournaments. Hirap talaga sila ng pag-close out ng game.
Which is, the big thing talaga, especially sa
hindi lang
competitive.
TNC, gusto kong
lahat,
tutusin.
Marami. spotted ng rocket flare. Kailangan gumalaw rito ni Mizu.
Nituran.
So ayan na, parating na
may
Lina.
kasalubong.
Oh no, LSA will connect and yung rolling thunder pa.
Grabe yung patience.
Nagkahiyaan pa.
Grabe yung patience din doon ni Asta, di ba? Talagang inisip niya na makakatakas pa. Pinaisip niya doon sa draw.
Naku po, Crystal Maiden na naman.
Dito mamahok niya.
Buti na lang na 4-stop na naman siya. And Crystal Maiden will survive this one.
Kaso patay pa rin yung draw ranger mo. Pwede sila mag-try na mag-high ground.
Hindi ko lang sure kung ipipilit ba nila to.
Force lang ng buyback.
Pwede, may buyback naman yung draw.
Gano'ng matagal ba ages? 1:30 pa eh.
1:30.
Tsaka naka-double damage pala to, oh.
Yeah, syempre. Todo right-click sa buildings to si Asta. Walang mana si Asta rin. Walang mana yung kanyang
Naprotektahan nila yung isang creep.
Oh, another frostbite. Fisher, aftershock. Nasa pero na si Krish. Tinundagan lang.
May Lotus
May Lotus
Orb.
Orb. Napakahusay. Ang gandang itemization. Ang gandang ginawa ng Bok doon. Tamang Lotus Orb lang.
Ano
And
yun,
there you
galing
go.
kay
Finally. Finally, first lane of Frox makukuha ng TNC in 38 minutes.
Sobrang unfortunate rin para dun sa Crystal Maiden na abot ng range ng Hina na naka-double damage. Sumakto pa yung crit. Nakapag-high ground sila sa makasakuha sila ng 2 racks plus eto na nga yung potential mo with the Roshan na magre-respawn in 40 seconds.
Tsaka ano rin pala to, no? Actually, pwede nilang kunin to later on kasi hindi naman makapag-aggressive dito yung or any aggressive movement para sa lahi. Since na they're behind, wala silang map control. Dito mapa, wala silang vision ring.
Wala. Pero talaga nalalaban lang nila dahil nga mas malakas or malakas naman kahit pa paano yung kanilang high ground ngayon. Tsaka, kaya lumalakas yung high ground nila dahil sobrang galing mag-hook ng patch eh.
Pero kung hindi ganyan yung patch guys, parang matapang tong ano eh, itong side ng TNC rin or any opposing team na nasa advantage. Lamang kayo ng 32,000, di ba?
Tsaka yung condition kasi na kailangan kita mo kung nasaan yung Draw Ranger. Baka kasi mamaya makapag-free hit yan. Nako.
Grabe yung ano, yung win probability guys dito sa game. 2% lang sa Lahi, 98% for TNC.
Prolonging the game for Lahi.
Pero maski ma-prolong nila to, parang hindi yata nila kaya ma-outscale yung course dito ng TNC or even the supports din eh.
Hindi nila kaya ma-outscale pero kaya nilang biglain.
Ayun nga lang kasi may echo slam sila eh. Isang magandang echo lang for setup. Yung draw free hit, alam mo na eh. Yung draw makakuha lang talaga ng ano, yung kanyang perfect na core item.
Magdadalawa silang halberd. Aegis, meron akong nakitang refre, binigay sa Marcy.
Keso, nakita ko rin. Nasa Marcy din.
Sa kanya na daw lahat.
Hello there, sir! Kaso hindi nga na tumama yung LSA, pero nandiyan si ano, nandiyan si Bok. Nandiyan naman si Bok.
Kahit di katamaan ng LSA, grabe na yung damage sa output ni Asta.
Right click lang, you know? Hindi mo na, parang, ano lang eh, parang starter lang. Pwede mong starter na ng Laguna Blade lang, right click na lang.
Lina pa naman, di rin matagal cooldown ng spells yan, no? Wave clear na lang talaga, Fissure.
Naka-Lotus Orb, siya lang talaga.
Multi-shot.
Siya na yung turret dito for TNC.
Albert finally for the Pudge. Hahabulin nila. Bumili ng item eh.
Hook shot. Eh na yung Cogs. Patulak pabalik. Bushwalk. Nandyan na rin. Plus na boomerang. Switch buckle. Lahat na. Lahat na binigay. Eto pa yung si Miso na bash ng Unleash. Coming from Bok. Kaso nakabigay-bi nga lang. Masakit
pati
side.
meron kasing Silver Edge yun. Kaya nakapag-disengage pa siya doon sa fight. Wala namang vision.
Pinap lang yung Lincolns.
Walang sentry.
Krish again. Rolling Thunder. Nagulungan, roll up, pabalik. Alam mo na, lista mo na. Let's go.
Best time to fight talaga to para sa kanila.
Walang Pudge.
Knowing yung Pudge, kung merong buyback yan, kanina pa yan nag-buyback.
Alam
diba?
nila.
Pagkamatay pa lang.
They want to secure na tong game na to guys. They want to go for Megas. Ayun nga si Asta.
Ito yung
hammering yung tier 3 tower sa top lane. Wala nang outer tower dito kanina pa, yung side ng Lahi. And couple of right clicks na lang, nag-fortify. E-blade o Ethereal Blade for Carlo on his woodwing.
One mistake yung nag-cost nung game, no?
Ganun lang.
Bumili lang ng item.
Pero kakasanuli maya-maya, sidekick. May ages pa yan, so no rush. No rush lang dito si Bok. Antabay lang sila dito sa backline. Kailangan nila yung turret nila, yung main turret nila. And yung hook, tumama, pero wala lang. Ayos lang guys. Ito lang si Bok, Unleash, Tabash, nag-BKB, nitag yung bash.
Aegis kasi kaya tapang eh.
Dinispose. Mizu. Alam mo na.
Walang dash.
Walang dash, walang detection. Ayun.
Na-silence. Na-hook sa loob.
Alam mo na, patay si Bok sa loob ng fountain. Dito ng... Ewan ko ba, sobrang mong hook nitong Pudge o mabagal lang talaga mag-react dito yung players ng TNC.
Hindi, magaling talaga siya mag-hook. Plus, ilang beses na sila lumalaban na wala silang detection. Kanina pa nakakatakas yung draw eh.
Pero anyway,
Mega clips pa rin naman. Plus, wala nang isang tier 4 tower.
Aroy ko! Tinamaan na naman dito. Laguna, kinumit. Pero patay Crystal Maid on the other hand. Tumalo na naman dito yung kanilang clock. May E-blade. Wala silang follow.
Walang buyback.
Walang buyback yung Pudge. Nag-buyback yung CM. Pero pinag-right click lang dito ni Asta. Ito na yung Rolling Thunder. Tumama ng isa. There goes the second one. Shield crash with the Aghanim Scepter. Pero anyways, anyhow. Ito na nga yung ating game. Malapit na yata matapos. Hihintay ko nilang tumawag ng kung mag-call. Yung E-blade ni Carlo! Kaso, Carlo still alive. And nag-buyback dito si Mizu, pero I don't think that's going to be enough para sa Laihi to defend. Oh, wow. Okay, he was able to take one. So si Krish lang, tuloy-tuloy sa pag-right click dito sa kanilang ano ba tawag dito? Pero yun na naman, lumundag, gusto nila i-defend, gusto pa nila i-prolokasyon na Abyssal. And yun
Night
yung
Aerial,
gandang
hindi niya ma-right click.
Hindi talaga ma-right click, and patay na Stalker. Eto na si Mizu
So,
na bash.
natapos.
And natapos ang boxing, and TNC will get that victory sa best of
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th Gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Tapos may +1 pa. So, tignan natin kung paano nga. Mukhang pinakamalapit ata dito yung Juggernaut. Not sure kung yun yung magiging ano. Pero yun nga, medyo not sure lang kung kaya ba nila mahuli to.
Then, nakaramdam dito. And nakapag-drop din kasi ng early words dito etong Grand Sky para alam nila safety lang muna etong Juggernaut. While top lane naman si secure dito ng Grand Sky yung dalawang bounty. Pero pwede na pa naman i-contest to ng Lilgan.
2 for 2 Tignan natin. Though, I think for now,
yes. Piniping dito ng Lilgan na meron din vision. So, pwede nila early the words dito. Etong, wards.
Yep. Tignan natin. Medyo nabigla din ako dito sa sa
5, no? Arc Warden, 5. So, pwede siya. Stocks lang din. Diba? Pero, kailangan din talaga mag-step up dito ni Tiny. Which is, naman. Ang mahirap, lang yan. Wala siyang follow-up lang. Diba?
Yeah,
kailangan niya muna mag-level 6 dito itong si Dawnbreaker.
Yep. Ano natin? Laning stage. Sabi dito ni Rain kanina, medyo fair lang, diba? Medyo same lang din. Not too big of an advantage ang meron yung isang team and whatnot. Pero, ewan ko, feeling ko kasi kanina, alam mo yun, syempre, akala nila Arc Warden yung
carry, no?
Or mid. O kaya yung mid. Kaya medyo nag-iba din tuloy. But it's going to ito na yung matchup natin. Pero namang dito or sakto lang?
Sanctity. Na-miss ko si Sanctity.
Oo nga.
Yan, ang pinaka-best player sa Lilgan. Talagang nandito pa rin siya, no? Pero ito, maganda siya kasi pwede siya agad makapag farm ng mabilis. Pero, bakbakan na agad sa may top lane, no?
So ano lang doon naman. O, tignan natin. Eto na, di ba yung Arc Warden na support. Dawnbreaker pa yung magiging kasama niya.
Yes. Tama ka na lang, right click lang sa'yo dito kasi layo ng range niya eh, no? Hindi makakapag-arrest din dito etong si Ace.
Yun din pa, no? Namutan ko nga lang yung change dito kay kay Arc Warden. Kahit, di ba dati kapag tumabi ka sa sa mga tumabi ka sa mga creeps or sa kakampi,
yes.
Diba?
Uy!
May slow tsaka may damage.
Lewis, nahihirapan siya dito sa may mid lane. Ubus na yung consumable niya. Pine-flame guard lang siya dito ni Sanctity kasi nga melee, kailangan niya pa lumapit. So, either pag nawala yung 3 grab niya, mahirapan siya na makapag-farm.
Wala kasing reliable way no? Itong si Lewis sa ngayon pa na magtanggal ng flame guard. So, mababa pa naman yung level pa rin nga. Avalanche si Baba to. Namang same lang din yung level nila dito. Wala pa namang lumalamang na sobra. Tignan natin baka may toss play. So for now, chill lang din.
Mamaya naman yan na magiging advantage dito ni Ember Spirit yung Mirana. 'Di ba? Na early na pwedeng gumank agad sa gitna, mag-secure ng mga runes kasi hindi naman basta-basta makakagank dito eh. Like Arc Warden, 'di ba? Ano yung kill potential nila ni Tiny? Hindi ganoon kalakas. Unlike kay Mirana, may stun, na sure stun, sure pana. And pwede naman nila maiwanan dito itong si Sun King.
But back to top lane. Medyo delikado ata ng si 4-2-3. Nahabol siya. First blood sa wakas. Joel pa nga makakuha. That's a good start para sa Dawnbreaker.
Yun na nga din eh. And at least diba yung harassment na binibigay dito ng Arc Warden yun, no? Kita mo pag nalalapitan yan dito ng isang ng Monkey King, diba? Kalahati agad buhay niya eh. So kailangan pa na i-tank ng isang Grimstroke yung spirit dito ng Arc Warden.
Tsaka, I mean, on paper, okay lang naman. Siguro yung Monkey King tsaka yung Grimstroke. Pero, sa katapat ba naman din kasi nila, medyo mahirap eh.
Sanctity, tamang flame guard lang siya dito. Alam niya kasi nahihirapan din lumapit dito si Lewis eh. Kasi nisecure niya agad creep wave
Although si Lewis, medyo delikado nga siya sa HP kanina. Pero makita natin pagdating sa last hits, medyo lumalamang ng onte. Pagdating si Danay, halos same lang sila eh. Hindi naman nagkakalayo. Halos pantay lang sa mid.
Magandang ginagawa ng Mirana dito. Si-secure niya yung bounty and then arrow agad, no? Kasi alam niya, mas stun lang, arrow, sobrang lamot dito ng silencer, kaya nila patayin.
Classic na combo, diba? Sa aking Mirana.
Na-miss ko yung combo na yan. Dati, first 2 picks agad yung dalawa na yan eh. Kasi sobrang lakas sa laning phase. Pero meron naman Juggernaut. So, pang-break siya ng combo, diba? Ikot lang. Then, back lang konti. And yung kill potential naman dito ng Juggernaut plus Silencer, di ganun kalakas.
More so medyo defensive ng konti. Farm lang.
Harassment lang, yan lang.
Yan.
Trade lang muna. Pero ang bilis din ng item ng Sun King dito. Meron siyang bracer. So, pwede na talaga siyang iwanan dyan. Lalo na rune, lalabas na.
Totoo. Yan pa naman yung mga oras na, usually mga 6 minutes, dyan na nagpupunta sa mid yung mga support. Bigla nagiging tri-lane versus tri-lane sa mid pag 6 minutes eh.
Ayun na nga din eh. And yung pressure din kasi na pwedeng mabigay. Sa gitna kasi yung middle lane tower din talaga eh. Once na talaga ma-pressure nila yan, yung core. Uy.
Si Apollo, not sure kung meron man silang kill potential. Though slow, ibabato kung ano mga ibabato para makapag-out. Medyo na slow nga din ng onti si 4-2-3, but I think eventually mahabol pa rin siya. Apollo.
One more. Uy, na-verify pa. Pero
kalayo dun ng attack range ng Monkey King, no? Pambihira yan.
Ayun nga din eh, no? Ang hirap niyan, hindi mo matatansya na kaya ka pa palang patayin niya. Pero okay lang, space naman para dito kay Dawnbreaker na makapag-farm and solo XP para makapag-level 6 siya.
Tsaka bawi lang. Ako yung pinatay kanina. Di ako na mababawi ngayon. Mid lane, avalanche toss. So, painful sa ngayon pa.
Ang dyan mamaya, mahirapan sila na hulihin dito. Ito si Ember Spirit. Wala silang auto shutdown bukod sa silencer eh, di ba? Tiny, Avatos. Pero yung damage nila, kailangan, yung pang-burst nila? Para mapatay nila agad dito itong si Ember Spirit.
Yun nga I think yung burst damage lang nila, kung di man sa Tiny, like you mentioned, sa Juggernaut sa Omni Slash.
Pero pwede nila kasing makapag-out yun eh. Remnant out lang pag ma-ultihan siya, di ba? Wala na.
Tama. Siguro baka Glype ni Airboy dito, ni Ares, no? Ni Apollo.
Kailangan yan.
Pwede. Kung di man Atos lang, sige, pwede na yung Atos, sabihin niya.
Kailangan talaga dito, hardcore itong si Tiny. Pero bottom lane mukhang nagkakaroon ng bakbakan.
Papaharas ata, but for now,
Kasi pwede na sila mag-spam yan eh. May arcane boots na dito itong si Sun King. At the same time, kailangan ng kailangan na mag-plant ulit ng wards dito itong si Silencer. Ay, sakit din nung third skill ni Sun King. Pumuputok-putok kay Juggernaut.
Actually, niya medyo na-buff eh, di ba? Kaya, sabi nga nila, nung umuso talaga yung rate pack, nung lumalakas din kasi yung Sun King nun, basura yung item na yung pipe eh. Yung pipe basura yun eh, kaya walang buo-buo. Biglang yun nga, pag ng rate pack, yun, medyo nayari nga lang. But eto na, 6 minutes, yung minamention natin na pwede magpunta sa mid lane. Sino nga ba swerte mo si Apollo? Pangagaw nga niya. So, hindi ka na makakuha ng Tiny Bat. For this Ember Spirit, meron ka namang Remnant, pwede ka namang umuwi. Pwede ka naman magpa-refill ng bote at tamang balik na.
Uy, ano to si Apollo? Naka siya
Sabi niya, ako na lang carry
Ako na lang carry. Hindi, baka pag kasi, may backup sila, di ba? May another carry pa. Or baka mag-Midas lang yan, hindi na pa-item lang. Pero kasi,
masyadong greedy, tingin mo?
Mahirap kasi, di ba? Kailangan nila din ng space para kay Juggernaut na makapag-farm.
Ito, mag-right click din pa, magda-desolator pa yung
Dawnbreaker. Oo nga, halos lahat sila right clicker dito.
Medyo greedy, greedy.
So, sulit na sulit dito pag mga Ghost Hunter, di ba? Puro right clicker lang eh. Tiny, combo, okay lang. Batos. At kasi, wala na. Juggernaut, right click, di ba? Silencer. BKB nga lang kailangan ng dito sa mga supports. Go Scepter lang.
Medyo tahimik lang. Sa ngayon, wala talaga
silang farming lang talaga yan. Ops.
Dahil nga lang mga king, tatry na lang i-go. Tama ka na naman yung stun.
Di papalag.
7 of damage. Not sure kung meron man. 4-2-3, nagtatry siya mag-out. Mukhang kulang na ata sila sa damage. Output. And makakatulong pa kayo MK. And he's safe. Okay na okay pa naman siya.
Wala pa yan. Pero bottom lane, ayun na nga. Hindi na-survive nung heal dito ni Juggernaut, pero Tiny.
Makakapunish din naman ata sila. And there we go. 11.
Ayun nga.
Nakamatay sa baba. So Lewis, at least hindi naman tapon yung TP niya. But 1 for 1 trade, lamang na lamang pa rin. Kasi syempre carry for off.
Ayun na nga din eh. Tsaka yung pressure na nabibigay, parang sulit yun para sa Lilgad. Kasi napipressure nila yung bottom lane. At the same time, napipree-farm si Sanctity. Malapit nang mabasag yung tower. And ang ganda ng advanced vision. Pero Apollo, kahit na pa pumalag. Wala, level 4.
Position 4 versus mid lane. Not sure kung gusto mo talagang gawin yan. But for now, back off top lane. Ito na mapatay ito. Mount King plus. Team stroke, makapag-out pa, boundless strike, hindi pa umabot sa kabila. Makakatalon ba si 4-2-3, the damage output, hindi pa na siya makakatalon. And basic na basic pa kay Joel.
Kunat-kunat Joel. Makunat-kunat pa dito itong si Dawnbreaker eh. And eto na nga mid lane, speaking of, patay. Hindi niya kaya eh, hindi niya kayang i-dep yan eh. Plus ang ganda ng vision, kita mo yung vision doon sa may tower. Alam dito ni Sanctity na kung sino man bumakap, and wala pang mana si Lewis eh. Diba galing siya sa may bottom lane, kung makikita niya mag-transition sa mid lane, spotted pa rin. Kasi may vision na naman sila. Parang ang ganda ng pag-placement ng wards dito ng Lilgad. Kontrolado nila yung mid plus yung bottom lane.
For now though, lamang na 1k, hindi naman ganun kalaki. 2 and 3 yung ating scoreline. Ito na yung TP. Magpaparefill lang ng bote. Bottom lane ako ni Sash Gramit.
Hindi enough.
Hindi enough, Takashi.
Parang ano yun eh. Hindi enough ang, hindi enough. Hindi sapat ang enough. Yun, grabe
naman. Hindi sapat ang enough?
Yes, sir. And wala na naman dito. Uy, Dawnbreaker namatay sa taas. Yun lang.
Naiiwan-iwan din kasi mag-isa, no?
Oo.
Si Apollo kasi roaming Arc Warden to eh. Kakaiba yung playstyle,
isipin mo, hindi ganun kalakas yung kill potential niya. Pupunta siya sa mid lane and iiwan niya yung Dawnbreaker. Pwede rin kasi para makapagka-level 6 na etong si Dawnbreaker kasi kita mo wala pa siyang ultimate available.
Okay, well.
Adopt Midas, Monkey kasi alam niya na medyo lamang sila. Kailangan pa natin na hindi pa makakalaban dito. Etong Grand Sky, kasi isipin mo, pwede namang gumank din si Sun King and Mirana. Kaya nila pumatay and makakapag-pre-farm dito ito si Monkey King, di ba?
Monkey, grabe naman yung space na pwede na magawa sa Monkey King.
Baba ng level ng Silencer. Kailangan niya makapagpa-level.
Isang baro strike lang, wala na. May kasunod na marami yan. Medyo mahirap.
Ito.
Partida pa yan, hindi pa natin nakikita masyado itong si Ember na umaalis sa lane. More on sa
diba? Mid lane lang siya, pero top lane mukhang magbakbakan.
TPs to coming. Ay, napaganahalan ng live doon. Pero napakadami ba naman ng TP and Grind Sky with 4 heroes. Natipan pa nga si 4-2-3.
Ayun na nga din. Pero yung depensa na binigay dito, masyado na daw greedy. Etong si Monkey King at buti. Save by the bell, by TP na naman sa gitna kasi alam nila na mababasag na ni Ember Spirit yung mid lane. Napaforce ng rotation dito itong carry. So pre-lane na naman. So parang napaforce lagi dito itong Grand Sky na mag-react sa every time na team fight or pag-greedy ng Lilgad. Pag chill lang sila sa lane, yung Lilgad. Merong top lane, merong hinahantay lang nila talaga na sige, TP kayo. Then pressure namin isang lanes.
Which is parang baliktad kasi grinds
Oo.
kayo medyo greedy ng onte. Sila yung mas gusto medyo mag-chill, hindi yung puro reaction. But yeah, with the fast-paced action na ginagawa ng grinds kay, pero tingnan natin kung gagana nga yung garon.
Tingin ko, konti na lang para sa Blink Dagger dito ni Lewis eh. Taste lang muna
yun
para...
ang hinintay, no?
Yes. Tsaka ulti ni Dawnbreaker. Kaya nila makapatay. Same time. And kailangan makapagpa-level 16 si Silencer.
Okay, susulitin talaga na ito hanggat wala pang pantanggal na global silence si Sanctity. Baka pwedeng ito yung ibulin nila eh.
Oo, yun nga din. Pero sobrang tagal kasi din ang kulo. Uy! On the bottom lane bang namatay?
Tatlo yung hero.
Yes, ayun na nga. Plus, ang maganda dyan, makukuha pa yung bottom lane tower at masasakop nila yung jungle ng Juggernaut. Saan na makakapag-farm yung jungle dito, di ba? Either sa triangle camp or dun sa may campsite ng Lilgan. Pero wala pa silang vision, hindi sila maka-advance kasi hindi pa nila nababasag yung first tower.
Exactly. Tulad sinabi ni Calbs kanina, di ba? Kung medyo mula yung control nyo sa laning stage, sa mga towers, mas may maghanap.
Yung transition ng Lilgan, pagkabasag sa baba, rekta sa gitna. Kasi level 6 na dito itong si Grimstroke. Meron na ring ulti available itong si Sun King. Ready to teamfight na sila. While itong Grand Sky, ano pa yung kaya nilang iba to?
Naku po, eto na. Blink Dagger up with the Sand King. Napaka-basic. Pero ito na yung ultimate coming up from Dawnbreaker. Medyo nasusustain ng konti. Kasi yun ang halang ultimate coming out from the Grimstroke. Mapapatayin nila. Tumama pa kayo araw. Di pa sila tapos. Backline nga lang din. Baka mamamatay atang iti yung Sand King. Pero napapahabol na Sanctity. Napakasarap. Double kill para kay Kishka. Meron pa bang pwede mamatay na iba? Hindi nga lang naging enough yung damage. Omnislash ginamit. Masyado natin malalim to. Kapag-out na nga yung Ember Spirit. Pero Apollo, the position 4, the roaming position 4, hindi nga na makapag-TP out yung Sanctity. Nadamay pa yung courier niya. Mukhang tapos na kaya yata doon yung team fight. And equal trade nga ba?
I think so kasi wala na kasi mababato dito etong si wala na mababato sa Ember Spirit at the same time na ang layo na ng mga kasama niya eh. Nag-rotate na rin dito itong si Juggernaut. Wala na silang enough damage na bigay na dito ng Lilgan yung kanilang epicenter, 'di ba? Soulbind. So kailangan na talaga nila mag-out doon.
Medyo na-bait ata siya ng Silencer.
Lang sila doon, napag-greedy lang sila. Wala pa nga ulti Silencer doon eh, di ba?
Well, at least nakapag-farm naman yung Monkey King nyo. Yun na may isa sa okay. But
yes, space. And ano yan eh? Nag-ano ba siya? Nagtuloy siya ng Hand of Midas.
Feeling ko.
Diba? Wala pa yung Monkey King doon pero Sod, ito na dahil may Blink Dagger available yung Tiny, Silencer. Top lane ang gusto nilang puntiryahin, gusto na nila bumasag ng first tower.
Siguro smoke gank na sa tier 1 tower. Kumbaga freebie na kung may mahanap silang iba. Pero seems like Lilgan, sabi na nila, sige tayo nga din, try natin mag-smoke.
Pero ito, Sun King and si Grimstroke, need talaga yung puntirya nila. Pero nakakaramdam itong grinds kaya kailangan nila depensahan. TP TP sa gitna, may mamamatay.
May nahanapin, Dawnbreaker pa nga.
Soulbind.
Mapag-burst down natin naman nila dito yung Sand King. Sand King will go down. Soulbind nakakonect pa rin naman yung dalawa.
Alam mo, nagugustuhan ka dito kay Akashi. Napakalupit na ng pangalan niya. Plus, TP siya ng TP sa gitna, no? Hindi, parang, okay lang, hindi ko kailangan mag-farm. Kailangan lang namin. Oo, active carry. Di ba, usually mga carry na yan, magpa-farm sa jungle, magpa-farm ng lanes. Pero siya, every time na may team fight, magti-TP siya. Di ba? And yung pressure na binibigay niya sa may tower, kahit wala siyang ultimate available, palag-palag yun.
Yung masakit nga lang. Mabuti na lang dito mababa din yung araw.
Buti na lang, may level 2 siya dito na heal.
Pero sa bagay importante dito for Grind Sky, na naprotektahan naman na tier 1 tower mid. So at least yung space naman nila sa mapa, medyo meron pa.
Tsaka na-delay nila yung pag-push. Pero mid lane dito, patay si Sanctity dahil sa Blink Dagger. Sulat siya doon,
Partida, hindi rin ginamit yung global.
Yes, isang combo lang siya talaga ng Tiny pa dito. Pero nagiging active na dito itong si Lewis. Simula nakuha niya yung timing ng Blink Dagger niya. Going for Echo Saber.
Okay.
Para wala talagang galawan.
Just standard din. I think nung PI medyo muso yung Agrim Scepter. No? Pero medyo nagbabalik na ulit yung Echo Saber.
Echo Saber, no? Mid lane. Umikot lang sila. Umikot lang kasi nakuha naman na nila yung tower sa mid top lane and Dawnbreaker available na yung ulti niya. So pwede silang mag-commit sa mid lane.
Eto na. Mabubuhin na rin naman na ulit si Sanctity. Smoke up actually gagawin nila. Pero may mahanap
piniping nila. May vision dito itong Grand Sky.
Hindi na mag-iingatan. Eto na nga, mahanap si Akashi. May spin nga lang pa rin naman. So safe na safe.
Tiny sa
may backline nga lang. Napakaganda na. Magpasok ni Lewis. Pero may mamamatay nga ba? Mukhang kulang pagdating sa damage. Nakapag-out pa nga yung Mirana and Sand King. Nakakite na rin yung Dawnbreaker. Meanwhile sa likod, nahanap na rin na si Sanctity. Wala pa rin pantanggal ng silence. Seems like he will be fine. Tama rin not out. Kaso nakabangan nga lang ni Lewis. Natamaan din ng Avalanche. Into totos. Into everything na pwede maibato. And sa dami nangyari, isa nga lang yung namatay.
Oo, pero worth it pa rin yun. Yung timing dito ng Tiny na hinihintay niya na mag-remnant out itong Ember Spirit, sakong-sako eh. Plus, hiwalay-hiwalay kasi itong Lilgan. Kita mo, nagbato ng Soulbind, walang follow-up. Diba? Na-force yung dalawang support na mag-back kasi kalahati na yung buhay nila eh. Ang ganda ng talo ng Tiny sa may backline, isang Avalanche toss, combo, patay na, nabosit na sila. Uy, yun lang.
Si Joel.
Oo, si Joel talaga na sa may top lane eh. Wala nang kasama dun eh. And yung vision na binigay ng Lilgan dun, talagang papatayin siya eh. Nakita na nag-out na yung kampi niya, pero kailangan na neto mag-out ng Sun King.
Tatlo ba naman yung ward na meron yung Grind Sky?
Lewis! Pumipitas-pitas lang. Wala
Yung laki
na.
ng yung laki ng tulong talaga ng Big Dagger for this Tiny.
Oh,
Kung
yes.
makita natin, well, medyo pang long game sana yung datingan ng draft dito ng Grind Sky, pero active. Napakabilis.
Oh, nabibigyan naman ng space dito itong si Juggernaut. Well, alam nila kasi na hindi pa sumasama yung Monkey King, parang hindi ko pa nakikita sa teamfight eh, pero
naman,
Abatos.
kanina pang nakahanap. This time around, silence active pa rin naman. And yung damage.
Sakit!
Hindi nagkukulang.
Nararamdaman ko si Apollo dun ah. Ang sakit nung ano niya, nung skill niya, pero ito Monkey King makakaramdam na ba? Hindi, kailangan niya muna makabuo kahit BKB. 'Di ba? Wala pa siya sa teamfight dito while tuloy-tuloy yung Grand Sky kasi wala namang iniintay na big ultimates yung Tiny eh. Regen lang, plus control niya yung mga runes. Lagi pa, kanina ko pa nakikita yung ano niya, yung Arcane Rune. Every time mayroon siyang Arcane Rune dito.
Nakakaswerte no?
Oo.
Sa Lilgan yun nga, sabi mo rin kasi nakakaramdam nga ba ang Monkey King still 4v5 naging situation natin.
Yes. Naiipit ngayon yung ano Lilgan kung saan sila magpa-farm kasi hindi sila makapunta sa may top lane.
Oo nga.
Plus yung mid lane, bantay sarado din. Kita mo, ready. Alam dito ng Grand Sky na magpupush at ipuforce. Pero Avalanche toss.
Nga ba? Ayun. Pero Yules nga lang nagamit din sa Sand King. Meanwhile, dito sa may backline, Soulbind nagamit, stun out. Pero it seems like babayin na lang muna siguro si Sand King. -1. Paano sila tapos?
Yes.
Kishka, alam na lang may tumatamay dito na Mirana.
Sa laban ba, Monkey King?
4-2-3, into the boundless strike. Basic na basic siguro mga kapatay nga ba? Grims, there we go.
TP out.
1. Makakansin nga ba?
Lewis!
Hindi. Nahanap pa rin si Kishka.
Yes.
Kaso, sana Monkey King na lang no?
Oo, pero at least diba napatay pa rin dito etong si Mirana plus si Sun King. Hindi din kasi ready na lumaban dito itong Lilgan eh. Ang hirap eh dahil Monkey King mag-ulti siya, out na, 'di ba? So nahihirapan sila sa Tiny dito. Nako-combo sila, either siguro kailangan ng mga support dito ng Ion Dis, 'di ba? Para hindi sila ganoon kabilis na mapatay. Hindi ko pa din nakikita yung combo ng Soulbind. Wala mag-Soulbind lang para ma-push away dito itong Grand Sky. Parang defensive Soulbind na yung binibigay. Pero magkakaroon na naman ng teamfight kasi Lewis, galit na galit.
It seems like trade-off will be Akashi. Okay na rin na yun for Lilgan so far. Pero BKB nagamit nga na dito ni Joel. Naharot ata yung dalawa. Grind Sky.
Tingin ko i-contest pa rin to ng Grand Sky kasi nakita nila maraming stocks sa Ancients.
Oo, kanina inaagaw ng konti pero ito na the Inkswell into the blink forward.
Kaya ba napatay? Avalanche toss!
Boom! Siya pa yung namatay! 11 mamamatay.
Kaya pa napatay, wala mana.
Kung makapag-out pa rin na naman Sanctity.
Worth it ba yun? Diba? Parang kapalit ng off-laner dun sa may support. And mahihirapan sila ngayon dyan kasi kailangan nila mag-regen muna. Hintayin yung Sun King, yun ang pang-disable nila, diba? While top lane, pwede nila makuha yung jungle dito. And nahihirapan na lumaban dito itong Lilgan ngayon. Kasi Echo Saber going for BKB na rin dito itong si Lewis.
Yung mga kanina, parang nakita ko 2-1-4 or something. 7-1-5.
Bilis siya makahabol, no? Tsaka nakakabigla din kasi na parang nabibait lang sila lagi ng ng Grand Sky. Tapos biglang tatalon na lang dito itong si Tiny bigla eh.
Walang tapon talaga sa pagpasok nyo sa backline. Eto na, naghahanap na naman silang pwede mabiktima.
Alam dito ni Grims kung sino yung sasamahan niya. Okay dito kay Tiny para hindi ako madaling patay. 'Di ba? Tamang silence lang siya doon lang siya baka pero top lane masyado malalim yun.
Sasama din, cooldown pa yung BKB for 6 seconds. Mana na, Yules nga na nagamit. Meron pa ba silang panghabol? Joel, wala din nata pang out nito eh.
BKB!
Kaso yun na naman si Lewis! Ayun na nga! Mahanap sa si Ace, pero Ace Naiibi nga lang din sa wakas nakapagpato na rin silang ng dust, but seems like habol nga ba? Lewis, Arrow. Meron ba silang damage? Ang tanong, ayan na nga lang si 423. Andito na rin yung Ember.
Siya ang kapalit ni Dawnbreaker. Parang na-force din kasi na pumunta na lang dito itong si Tiny para backupan kasi may BKB nga pero walang mana itong si Dawnbreaker plus wala rin siyang ultimate available na ano sila, nahirapan sila kasi nag-Moonlight Shadow itong si Mirana. So kailangan pa lumapit ng Silencer para makapag-dust lang.
Medyo nadali nga lang. Pero 6 kill streak nakuha.
Fiddler!
Para tapos Sanctity. Nakalan din mana pero meron na naman siyang damage output. Hahabulin siya. Like, once again, makapag-out na naman. And ito yung sinasabi mo rin kanina na kasi pang lockdown masyado Kung di na burst down, medyo doon na nagtatapos. Kasi magkukuldown ulit yung Avalanche tsaka Toss
Yes. Ayun na nga din Monkey King nga, speaking of Monkey King, pala meron na siyang Desolator.
So medyo nagpa-pay off na.
Fresh na fresh. Ano yan, at least meron silang damage din pag basag ng tower, di ba? Kasi wala silang sino yung right clicker din lang nakukuha ng objectives.
Sabagay, yun din pa. So for Grind Sky nga lang din naman. Well, ito nga lang yung mahirap, no? Kapag medyo mabilis ka talaga maglaro, kanina ka pang sama-sama gaming, di kayo nakapag-farm na maayos. Kapag magkaroon ka mistake, grabe yung punish. So ito na, mag-group up na ulit sila.
Yes, kasi available na dito itong Global Silence and konti na lang para sa ultimate ni Dawnbreaker. Mambibigla na naman yata sila dito. Pero napiping, pwedeng lumaban yung Lilgan dito sa may Vision Gaming nila pero kailangan nila mag-ingat kasi yung Monkey King magpo-flow sa may bottom lane. Yung ginagawa ng Monkey King, farm lang
Talagang maganda yun.
Kita niyo yung BKB niya pwedeng buuin dito ng mga support ng Grand Sky 4-stop.
Pang-kite, no?
Pang-kite lang, pang-kite. Kasi kung mag-Wukong's Command, 4-stop lang. Kung ma-silence, 4-stop lang. Yung mga kampi mo, wala pa ako nakikita magandang combo ng Solvine.
Ayun din pa, diba? Usually nakikita natin siguro baka yung Sand King, mga tipong gano'n. So far,
para kasi hiwalay sila lagi yung Sand King tatalong bigla. Tapos yung lang sila, yung etong Solvine binibigay lang, diba? Defensive, pero napiping nila itong Monkey King.
Yung Monkey King yan, tumama na rin na yung scan, but looks like makakalayo na rin naman.
Objective gaming
Tier 1 tower na nakukunin muna ng Grind Sky. Meanwhile, for Lilgan, si 11, magta-try siya muna mag-farm sa top lane. And malapit na rin tayo. Actually, madang ganto oras, yun yung nakakuha na yung Roshan
Oo, Roshan. Kailangan ready na rin dito itong BKB ng Monkey King bago sila siguro mag-rush din. Pwede mag-sod. Yan na nga.
Smoke up. Nice call.
Tuloy-tuloy sila, Tuloy-tuloy sila, walang pahinga, walang farm yung Juggernaut dito. Hindi, sasama ako, mas kailangan ng extra damage dito ng team. And Dawnbreaker, maglilibot-libot lang muna sila dito. Nakapag-drop naman ng magandang vision itong Lilgan.
Medyo maganda rin naman yung direction kung saan sila papuntaan.
Hindi, magkakasalisi sila. Salisi Gaming, mawawala na yung duration ng SOD And then wala din nagpapakita sa mid and sa bottom. So alam dito ng Lilgan na possible nakasod din talaga.
Yun din pa. But nicely done. Medyo nakasalisi din naman. Sinabi mo. Pero Roshan kung may mahuli kasi talaga papasok sa Roshan. Pero both these teams, alam nila na kailangan nila maglaro sa area na to. Yun nga na yung vision Makita natin yung vision ng Grind Sky. Grabe.
Grabe na.
Yung ward dun sa may bandang
Yes. Lagi ganyan. Lagi yung nila yan. Composition. And pwede kasi nilang, eto na. Meron muna. Sod muna pala.
And Moonlight Shadow. Mukhang di yata sila mahuli dun ng Observer Ward
Kita ba? Hindi, possible. Alam din dito ng yan Grand Sky.
May chance. Pero ito na nga, the blink forward. Sino ba yung nahuli?
Solvine. Saan ang combo?
Sa wakas nga ba? Saan yung combo? Wala. Defensive nga lang na-use na gamit na ng Sand King. Mukhang mayayari itong si Ace 12 into the backline. We go. For Sanctity. BKB gagamitin. Nakahabulin yung backline. Ito siguro yung trip niyan. Silencer finally mamamatay. Buyback action na nagamit na ng Grimstroke. Pangalawang support mukhang mayayari. And napaka-stylish nga lang naman. Coming out from Sanctity. Pero hindi pa rin sila tapos. May Omnislash. Actually, nagamit na pala yung Omnislash. And Nakashi, playing a bit aggressive. Nakalan sila ng lockdown, pero the bait pala ang ginagawa niya din ng Kishka. Will go down.
Na-force din kasi ng buyback dito itong si Grimstroke kahit wala na siyang ibibigay, di ba? Sana din na lang din siya nag-buyback dito. And ang ganda din kasi nung backline ng Grand Sky, which is itong si Dawnbreaker, di ba? Pinapatay niya agad yung mga support and maka-BKB siya, wala silang pamigil. Wala silang pang-out, lalo na yung damage din dito ng Dawnbreaker and up. Ang ginagawa din ni Lewis, Abatos out. Then, yung timing niya, iniintay niya lang. Hinahayaan niya lang yung Juggernaut na mag-frontline dito and yung, etong si Silencer, di ba? Silence lang. Wala na, baka muna. Ganun lang parang timing lang talaga. Timing na binibigay ng Grand Sky dito. And then, ang bilis lang, Avatos ulit, patay ulit. Diba? Ang lalambot.
Ang ganda na pagka-reset parate,
Ion Dis
no? In and out.
reset. Ion Dis ang pwedeng ibigay.
Okay.
Ay, eto na BKB finally.
Sa
Ito
wakas
yung
pa
hinihintay, kanina pa eh.
Kaso
Ay,
nga
naku
lang,
po,
dieback
po.
ata to for the Grimstroke.
Bawal
And
ka lumabas.
pwede mag-Roshan yung Grind Sky kung gusto na lang kunin.
Kaya. Tingin ko, kaya nila na mag-Roshan dito dahil may damage dealer naman sila. Itong si Akashi.
May healing
Kasi
word
ito
pa.
si
Diba?
Lewis, alam nila na walang buyback available and hindi makakapag-contest kasi walang Wukong's command.
Walang tamaan nga na ng araw yung silencer. Pero wala
Spotted
na namang
lang.
follow-up. Alam din naman siguro ng Lilgan na nangyari tong Roshan, but powerless para makagawa ng anything para mapigilan. Doon malapit yung mga iba. Medyo napapatagal din kasi ng pag-take ng Grind Sky.
Pero di nila
Makatempt
contest,
sila.
mahirap. Alam nila na wala pa silang soul bind na pang defensive.
Saka wala din silang vision.
Wala silang vision.
The first Roshan of the game.
Yes,
medyo
sir.
matagal ng onte, 26 minutes, pero makakuha nga lang na Grind Sky. So big thing para sa kanila. Lalating kasi mabilis din maglaro. Bago sila na mag-try mag-control
Yun
lalo
naman
ng
yung
mapa.
item ni Juggernaut. Epicenter bibigay.
Lane
Timing ba?
Epicenter, nakuha nga ba? Arrow to
Arrow?
follow up. Mukhang mawawala ka agad yung Aegis. Pero yung sustain,
Grabe
coming
yun!
up with the Dawnbreaker. Mabubuhay pa kasi Akashi. Mag-ahabol pa siguro sila. Ayun na kasi Apollo, Joel as well. Meron pa bang iba? Wala na atang backup. Pero
Wala
yung...
na, makakapatay pa yata sila.
Oy, nakasal pa
Avatos!
nga. Yung Avalanche ni Lewis finding 11 dito sa may backline.
Grabe naman yung reaction ng Dawnbreaker. Napakabilis. Alam niya na kailangan, parang tumawag lang ng daan dito itong si ding, ang bato. Tumalo na aga dito itong si Dawnbreaker. And yung sustain, wala pang agonims yun Diba? Hindi nila ganun kabilis na mapatay. And ngayon, may yari sila. Wala silang Sun King, walang Epicenter, makakapag-take ng tower, may Aegis pa sila available, going for Skadi. Etong si Akashi.
Tsaka yung awit pa doon, yung courier ng Sun King, yung BKB niya namatay.
Yes, yun lang. Delay pa siya.
Delay pa nga din lalo. But
Naka-deso ba to?
Si Dawnbreaker naka-deso.
Oo, no? Exo damage, no? Puro right clicker. Parang kung kapusin man sila, mayroon pa silang
may backup
May backup. Sino mo yung ginagawa ni Apollo? Naglalagay lang siya ng mga spirit doon para
vision,
vision, gaming lang, no? Worth it yun. Kasi ito yung pinaka-importante natin sa game, yung vision talaga. Oy, bottom lane.
Mahanap nga lang siguro.
Okay lang, position 5. Tapos, wala pala.
So, smoke up.
Kita nila yung position.
Fortification gamit nga lang naman para ma-delay.
Abol?
Oras sa to, yun na nga, abol. Wala nga lang lockdowns. Mapapaback. Kaso, again, na-defend pa rin nila yung objective. So, tier 2 tower hindi mawawala.
Yes, nag-aabang lang dito no? Nag-aabang lang itong Grand Sky. Pero maganda yung position ng Dawnbreaker plus Tiny. Once na may magpakita dyan, isang Avatos lang, ang lambot ng mga support And kailangan nila masulit yung Aegis.
Ayun na naman, yung tatlong
Halos lahat naka-blink dagger sa Grand Sky, no? Talagang gusto nilang patayin na agad yung backline kasi alam nila na sobrang lambot di ba? Grimstroke and Mirana, isang combo lang, patay.
Lalambot nga doon ako dito kay Sun King pag nahuhuli pa.
Lambot, no?
Pagka-landing pagkatapos ng use. Although bottom lane, Akasha nagamit niya na yung niya. Nagamit niya na yung kanyang spin. Seems like cut lang na naman ng wave. Doon lang interesado yung Lilgan for now. And Akashi, napakatapang. Mag-isa lang siya dito
Yes, pwede siya mag-connect sa mid lane. Basagan nila yung second tower. Kailangan nila makakuha ng objective. Masulit nila yung Aegis.
Kung alam lang siguro ng Lilgan to, baka tinaray na ng matanggal ulit ang Aegis.
Ang ginagawa na ng Lilgan, dinedelay nila para mag-force ng TP sa taas para hindi makakapag-push. Pero, namatay! Etong si Sun King.
Well, mid lane. Alam tuloy na meron
Inikot-ikot lang.
sa ibang lane And eto na, Akashi.
Wala siyang detection.
Omni Slash kung sakasakali. Yun nga lang din, like you mentioned, wala siyang detection. Nagamit na rin sa wakas yung dash. Pero into the backline. Omni Slash, nawala nga lang din. And mabubuhay pa rin sa Ace 12. Mukhang mapapunish. Itong si Juggernaut. Aegis will pop. Kaso, pagka-landing niya, may nakasalubong na Wukong's command. And eto na nga, spin will be used once again. So medyo mabilis nga lang naman yung lakad niya palabas. Should be fine. Pero ayan na naman si Lewis. Medyo napaaga nga lang ata yung talon pero na-toss back pa rin. And there we go. Big kill dun sa Monkey King na carry. Hindi pa rin sa tapos. Bigla pa namang sumabog itong si Ace 12. Meron pa ba silang pwede mahuli? Sanctity nag-try mag-out. Pero BKB gamit nga na naman. And papasok na siya. Arrow tumama nga na naman sa Tiny. And there we go. Sanctity trying his best. Kaso kulang na naman yung damage. Kishka, well, tamang lipat na lang na naman. Grind Sky.
Oo, tuloy-tuloy talaga talaga kasi alam nila na wala nang ibibigay dito itong Lilgan ng skill and enough yung right click damage nila. Wala naman silang ibabato eh, di ba? Tamang hampas-hampas lang yung gagawin dito ng Grand Sky.
Daming
Plus,
mga skill, oh.
kita mo naman, oh, yung vision talaga ni Apollo yung nakakabosit eh. Di ba? And yung dalawang support, ang hirap eh. Hindi ka makakalabas agad ng mapa. Kasi alam mo, anytime, may tatalon sa'yo. Lahat may blink dagger. Juggernaut, Dawnbreaker, kasi ito si Tiny. Ano pa laban mo doon? Wala kang, kailangan lang nila ng Glimmer or yung iniintay lang nila ng Moonlight Shadow. Yun lang yung mga pantakas nila dito.
Nadali pa nga yung Lilgan.
Pero Silencer, alam ko may gem na eh.
Okay.
Diba? Alam ko may gem na siya, kaso hindi nga lang siya makapag-front. So, tingin ko, kailangan nga ibigay dito kay Dawnbreaker yun or kay Tiny.
Pwede.
Diba? Para hindi na ma-micro. Napapatagal kasi minsan yung pagpatay dito ni Tiny. Pero, eto na yata, lalaban ba? Alam nilang walang Aegis available o mabibigla. Enough ba yung Epicenter and Pana? Parang hindi eh. Dahil hindi pa ganun kalakas yung damage din dito ng isang Ember Spirit para makapatay pero pinipig.
Biglang liko, nakita nga lang din Apollo. Eto na siguro. Mamatay. Nadamay pa yung Tempest Double. So plus 240 gold. Ay, Kishka ata yun.
Kailangan muna nila mag-out dito. Reset muna dahil walang ultimate yung Juggernaut. Pero eto si Dawnbreaker. Basher available na. Ang maganda kay Dawnbreaker, ang siya, pwede siyang mag-clear ng waves, then out. Hindi siya ganun kabilis papatay, no? Lalo na,
may nahanap nga lang
nga
isa pa.
Sumama pa sa hukay si Silencer.
Mga nahanap dito mga medyo easy na pick off.
Yes. Ayun. Pero kailangan mag-ingat ang Juggernaut sa mid top lane kasi meron din silang vision, yung Tinker Ward sa tinatawag. And pwede naman siyang mag-ikot lang, then TP out, pero gina-jungle na dito ng Lilgan naman yung farm site nila. Bottom lane ready to fight ba?
Pwede, nakakaramdam sila na baka yun ang
Dawnbreaker, pumasok!
Ace 12, napakasakit ng damage. Diyan ang din naman si Lewis, pero may Wukong's Command na nilapag. Sino nga ba magiging target? Medyo nasayang nga lang ata yung mga ibang BKB dito Nakakit nga lang naman ng Ote, pero yun na naman yung Invis. Hindi nga lang matutuloy yung Omni Slash, pero yung Big Fish naman yung nahuli na 4-2-3 once again being caught out in a bad position. So, meron pa bang makita sa TP out? Mukhang safe out kaso dalawang target.
Tatlo kasi yung tatlo yung right click damage dito, no? Tumatalon sa gitna. Ito ay tumatalon sa backline dito. Ito si Dawnbreaker, yung buhay ng
Grimstroke
kalahati agad tapos nag-crit pa. Then kita mo umiikot lang. Kung mahuli man nila, umiikot lang dito yung Dawnbreaker naman. Doon sa Wukong's Command, wala na siyang pakialam. Nilalakaran niya na lang kasi ganun na siya kunat. Uy! Solo kill. Nako po. Dahil yung sabi natin ang hirap din kasi talaga palagan, lalo na may shard na. Etong si Lewis, every time na iikot siya, meron siyang spell immunity. Di siya basta-basta na mapapatay. Bukod sa BKB niya, plus meron pa siyang shard. Ano pa yung pangpatay sa kanya dito?
So nag-dive na ata sila tier 4 towers.
Patay na naman.
Patay na naman, kahalos kakabuhay lang.
Uy, nag-bash!
Napagod na naman. Tumama dito sa dalawa, pero tamang back. Double play discipline. Discipline lang din muna, pero naka-double damage pa nga. Itong si Akashi, tamang palo sa tier 3 tower. Objective discipline. Sabi nga dito, pero papasok na naman. Anong discipline? Soulbind gagamitin, pero another defensive Soulbind na binato. Galing na dito kay Ace 12. Dieback nga ba to? Buhay nga ba naman din? Pero tutuloy pa rin.
Tatlo yung tumatalon, hindi mo alam Kung ako support dito sa Lilgan, matatakot talaga akong magpakita-kita Para yung buntot ni Mirana talagang titiklop Ang hirap kasi naka-double damage, sulit na sulit, 11k yung kalamangan dito ng Grand Sky. And ang ganda to dahil may Skadi available na rin yung Juggernaut. Ang hirap labanan yan. Pwede siyang pumalag na kay Monkey King, diba? Hindi siya ganun kabilis na mag-lifesteal kahit na mag-pop na yung Jingju.
Kumbaga, yung pinaka-problema nga dito ng Grand Sky, hindi yung mga hero sa kabila, yung Invi lang.
Parang
doon pa sila nalilimit di ba? Pag tumatalon.
Glimmer lang. Ayun, first stop talaga, kailangan yan. Kasi para kung sakali, makapagligtas sila.
Well, Lilgan, may idea naman sila na malapit na mag-up yung Roshan. Yun nga lang din pa, still on cooldown. About 1 minute bago lumabas. Server ward, tamang control na sa area. 1 racks down na yung Lilgan dito guys, but Grand Sky, 12k ahead. Kumbaga, nasa kanila yung bole.
Nakikita nila, piniping nila dito itong Grimstroke, lalo na may haze available, itong Tiny.
Backline may nakita na nga ata, and sasabog kagad na naman si Ace 12. Wukong's Command na to, pero kaya nga ba nila mapatay yung mga Mukhang sila pa kaya tayo medyo delikado dito. Pero
Bash.
for now, the backline, medyo napapa-out nga lang na naman. 11 sa wakas mamamatay. Omnistash, kinain na mag-isa. Monkey King does go down. 4-2-3, hindi na nabubuhay sa mga team fight. Hindi pa sila tapos. Tamang out na nga lang naman coming out from the Ember Spirit or out or in. Saan nga ba talaga? Mukhang mamatay nga lang naman siya.
Para
Ay,
kulang
ay,
na lang
ay.
itawag eh.
Wala nang namatay oh.
Yes, ang nangyari kasi inaabangan ng Lil Gun dito yung Roshan. Pero hindi nila
GG.
expected. GG na agad itinawag. Wala na daw intro. Maganda kasi yung vision dito ng Grand Sky. Plus nakakuha pa ng haste yung Tiny. Makita mo sobrang bilis niya. Dire-diretso kaya niya agad na mapatay eh.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. whereas Mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
Welcome back to Predator League 2022, and this time we're going to be seeing PUBG Battlegrounds here in the finals in the last 3 days of Predator League in APAC. All throughout the year, ang daming nangyaring mga events when it comes to the qualifiers. So now, ngayon magbabakbaka na ang teams from each of the regions of APAC. Ang dami nating teams from foreign lands, Korea, Japan, Thailand, and Vietnam. They all have multiple teams to represent their region, pero at least for Indonesia, Philippines, Taiwan, India, konti lang yung representative natin. Pero sino nga ba talaga ang magwawagi? Yan ang question natin for the next 3 days. My name is Donut, and with me are your casters, Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog, and we're very excited to see our very first map here para makita naman natin the first round, kung sino ba ang nasa pinakataas ng rankings. Of course, syempre, top 8 teams lang ang magkakaroon ng points. Syempre, if you finish 9 to 16th, hindi ka na magkakaroon ng points. So, better luck next time for round number 2. Dad Femina, kanina nag-uusap tayo on the teams that we would like to see Archangel Predator beat. There are some that we've mentioned na kanina, like Damon Gaming and as well as Enter Force 36. Pero who is gonna be your bet at least, or a team that you would like to really see fight it out in the first round?
Alam mo, sa totoo lang talaga, Donut, yung para sa akin sa APAC, other than Archangel Predator, kasi let's be real, Filipino number 1 sa ating esport natin ngayon, ang mga top teams or mga top regions pagdating sa PUBG esports for APAC specifically will be Korea and Japan in my eyes. Specifically since they alam nila kung kailan magiging aggressive, kaya may mga chances na hindi mo sila makikita na lumaban agad pagdating doon sa pag-drop pa lang nila. And teams like Rascal Jester, sila yung isa sa mga nagde-demonstrate ito, having a passive approach pagdating doon sa may first 2 circles natin, and once they get into the groove of things, saka pa lang sila makakapaglaban once they get into the latter circles. Diba? Pinag-uusapan pa nga namin ni Sticky Frog now, what is something that most of these regions can compare against China and Korea, right? Sa early game, yung ibang mga regions comparing to Korea and China, mahilig sila makipaglaban. Ito namang Rascal Jester, they're both a mix of Japanese and Korean representatives. They don't really like to have that over-aggression pagdating doon sa may early game. And parang ito yung nagiging key para sa kanila eh. They still have those numbers para makapag-contend pagdating doon sa may later stages of the game. And specifically itong Rascal Jester, how they performed all throughout yung dati pa nilang qualifiers para makarating dito sa point na to, it really gave them an edge into where we are ngayon, where they're shaping up to be one of the more stronger teams in terms of having that calculated aggression.
Definitely. I mean, all of the Japanese teams, the reason why they're here now is because they went through all of that Japanese qualifier. But at least for Damon Gaming and as well as GNL Esports, no, dun sila naglaban-laban. Kung sino man yung winner for that specific tournament, they have an easy ticket in. But for the rest, diba, they had to claw their way out to be part of Predator League APAC 2022. So now, among those teams, Sneaky Frog, yung mga nanggaling ng qualifiers or at least nag-go through ng series of tournaments para makarating dito, sino yung minamatahan mo, Sneaky Frog, para at least for round number 1 to take their own stage?
I think we can stay on the topic, no, dito sa may Korea and Japan side. I really want to see how the plan para dito sa GNL Esports actually works out, since they're gonna be one of the few teams that prioritizes school as a drop. Of course, one of the more aggressive drops, no? Usually, dito pagdating sa mga normal game natin ng PUBG, school is gonna be one of the most highly contested places in the Erangel map itself. But when it comes to competitive, wala masyado nagdo-drop actually dito sa my school side natin. So I think GNL are gonna be very well equipped pagdating sa mga late game or later phases ng ating game. And of course, it's smack dab in the middle. So gitnang-gitna talaga, kahit anong circle, it's gonna be pretty good para dito sa GNL, at unless it really pulls really north para sa kanila and they really have to go for a big run in towards the north side. Pero siguro yung isa pang magiging interesting na team para sa akin, let's run it back dito kay Enter Force 36, no? Kasi napaka-different talaga ng paglaro nila between Erangel and ang Miramar. Pagdating sa Erangel, yeah, they're gonna play really passive kahit i-contest nila yung Georgia Pool dito up against dito sa Damwon Gaming. Pero pagdating dito sa Miramar, parang may switch sa utak nilang biglang na-flip eh. Tapos biglang nagiging sobrang aggressive nila. They suddenly turn into a team that actually rotates early dito sa ating circle. So it's really gonna be interesting to see that switch of style pagdating sa mga Miramar maps natin. Especially it is still on towards the 4 and 5. But those are the two teams that I am actually looking out for.
Actually, the two teams that have been at the top of their game when it came to the whole Predator League qualifier would be from Vietnam, Genius Esports and Magic Esport, basically. And I see some similarities with how they play, right? So basically, when it comes to Thailand and how they play, medyo impatient sila. And for them, timing is everything. If they don't pounce now, they might lose the chance to do so. So, ang nangyayari is, whenever they would find that time to gank and pounce, ang nangyayari is they all go together and ensure that the loot is something that they would take advantage of. And I'm very excited to see. Yung nga naman, syempre Pinoy Pride is also seen there with the casters who represent them now in Predator League 2022. One of our own, of course, Asurai and Black and Blue to cast there sa Japan. And ngayon, we can go back to Pinoy Pride kasi I think Archangel Predator, they have a lot at stake here to get the number 1 rank. It has to be very consistent. And pagdating naman dito, I think ang barrier nila before they get there would be Genius Esport and Magic Esport. If they manage to take them down, siguro the ones that we've mentioned before, like Rascal Jester, Damon Gaming, and even yung nga, the on the rise teams here coming from Malaysia and Taiwan, then we can be able to see Archangel Predator rise once again. I think nakakatakot lang kasi talaga dito si Genius Esport because they've beat, or at least they've managed to get a higher ranking against Cerberus Esports na alam naman nating very very well performing dito sa APAC region, and they're actually one of the teams din that are representing in the global championship.
Very well put nga naman dun eh. Para sa akin, no, though, yung isa sa mga pinakamalaki dapat i-consider din ng Archangel Predator is how they're doing din pag pasok natin dito sa ating first day pa lang eh, no? Kasi we have all 3 days para malaman natin kung paano magwawagi ang ating mga regions natin dito. And since yung nag-iisang Pinoy na team dito is Archangel Predator, then malaki yung pressure sa kanila. Pero since expectations nga naman, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, are not as high as all the other regions, specifically since marami din silang ibang mga pwedeng pambato. Sige, kahit matali yung ibang mga Japanese orgs, nandun pa rin naman yung mga ibang Japanese, vice versa sa ibang mga teams din, right? No? So, for Archangel Predator, I will be expecting to see a few more to come out of these out of these teams talaga. Pero para sa kanila, no, napakalaking hurdle nga naman na sinabi mo, at pero hindi pa rin mawala ang ating Pinoy Pride, di ba?
Definitely. I mean, during the last major tournament that Archangel Predator participated in, they've got, sorry, that was Predator League 2020. 60 yung ranking nila. Not really bad in terms of the run, right? So we want them to at least inch closer to that chicken dinner, that multiple wins, right? And I think the most successful tournament run that we've seen from them would be the PUBG Challenger Rumble. Basically, they're the team with the most kills. We want to see them in that form. And I think out of all of us here, Sneaky Frog has been the one talaga looking out for these OGs, diba sila Mad Dog. But what type of difference in playstyle now should AAP apply here in the first map para at least makuha nila yung 10 points and the most kills para sila agad yung nasa taas ng standings, Sneaky Frog?
I think they should really keep yung kanilang style as of the moment kasi doon naman talaga silang komportable dito. Alam mo naman, the kill heavy style. I think yung magiging pinakamalaking problema dito ng Archangel is how are they gonna get cut off sa rotation. Kasi napapansin ko dito sa mga replays na pinapanood namin ni Chris is the most likely na mamamatay yung Archangel between the phases of 2 and 4 habang nagro-rotate pa sila papasok ng ating white circle. Of course, some of the teams are gonna try to challenge them outside of the zone, and pag nahanap na nga yung Archangel doon, even if they win the fight, wala silang position dito sa loob ng ating circle, and you are gonna see mga teams kagaya nga ng Damon Gaming dito, they really love to gatekeep yung mga outside teams natin and they can get taken out super early. Pero good news para dito sa Archangel, most of these teams, they really like to play it passive. Some of them like to play that backfill style. And itong Archangel, they can maybe find some fights outside of the zone as well. Alam mo naman yung Archangel, kahit nasa labas na, kahit nababawasan na ang kanilang HP dito sa blue zone, they are gonna still try to get these kills. But I think maybe we're gonna see more of a disciplined Archangel this time kasi there's so much at stake dito sa Japan.
Definitely, and napakalaki ng prize pool. If they get the first prize, they get 75,000 USD on the line. And syempre, the prize pool is only applicable for the first, second, and third. It's not gonna be the points, of course, syempre, from rank 4 until 16. Pero yung points, hindi mo yan maka-cash out, basically. Hindi mo yan masasabi sa Predator, ay, pwede po bang pa-convert to USD? Hindi talaga.
Ay, ay.
Yung first, second, and third lang yung pwedeng parang ma-convert talaga for Predator. And yun yung aim nila dito. They have a lot on the line. 75K, 35, and then 25K. So, of course, as mentioned nga kanina, di ba, when we opened in the morning, in 2021, that was the best run of their tournament career, at least for Archangel Predator. But in 2022, they haven't really found the highlight yet for this year, and this might be their chance to bring home that bacon for yun nga, for Pinoy pride, for all of us here. And basically, diba, we also have eyes on other teams, right? That have clawed all throughout the qualifiers, and I think kanina when we showed the feed from Japan, right, the clean feed, we saw attack all around. I think another kill heavy team would be similar to Archangel Predator, would be attack all around, wherein they really prioritize these positions and how they would really be on the map, very strategic, right? They have their high ground plus low ground, and then ang ginagawa nila is overwhelm nila all of these skills. And the ones naman who come out on top for AAA would be the likes of Eskeluzia, and then as well as for Genius naman, would be Simon T and Glory. So these are the players talaga na nakakatakot when it comes to this map of Erangel. So yun yung siguro one of the things that we could expect to see in the first round. But of course, syempre, the first round isn't just, it's defining. Yung first round mo defines all throughout the pace of the games. Pero you still have the rest of the 3-day tournament here for PUBG Predator League. But Dad Femina, any thoughts ba then on the other team members? On the other teams apart from the ones that we've shared already, or ano yung mga expectations pa ba dito for round number 1? Do you think sobrang patient play ba nila, or early ang mga bakbakan natin?
I mean, we already talked about like yung mga notable names, yung mga favorites, kumbaga, yung mga alam na natin yung playstyle. Pero paano naman yung mga iba na nakapag-compete din sa international events din? Tapos ngayon nandito na nagkakaroon ng appearance din dito sa ating APAC Predator League Japan Finals, yung SGD na meron ding international experience. Same, meron din sila comparable to Cerberus na nakapag-compete din on the earlier stages of this year for PUBG Esports. They definitely have really good lasting impression for me. Already stepping toe to toe against one of the better teams in the world ngayon. So I feel like people don't really put their expectations too high on them, pero I feel like they should put more lenses and more eyes on SGD as a whole, with how the Malaysian team can surprise yung ating mga powerhouses in Korea and Japan. No? Same goes to Makan Semeru, di ba? Sila medyo comparing to everybody else na may international experience, these are one of the more newer teams, we would say, from Indonesia. But same goes to show with everybody as a smaller region. I feel like sila yung may pinakamalaking room for surprise and improvement all throughout the tournament. As you mentioned, 3 days pa lang naman, and meaning nun, marami silang chance para ma-build up momentum nila. Either that or pambawi lang sa mga later or sa mga earlier games kung saan sila natalo, di ba?
Yeah, I mean, merong mga ibang types of strategies, right? Yeah, especially for a tournament such as this, they won't really go all out pagdating sa round number 1. They would want to see how each of the teams would play first, and then apply all of these learnings pagdating sa round 2 and the remaining matches for the day. And I think merong mga types of teams na gano'n na may element of surprise, na they're silent and deadly pagdating sa pagkuha ng points, and pagdating na lang ng end of day rankings mo, uy, from top 10 naging top 6 na siya, and then all throughout nagiging consistent throughout the run of the whole tournament. So may mga ganong types of teams then that we should really be looking out for, and I think si Nikki Frog kanina, sinabi nga niya, 'di ba? For some of the weaknesses of Archangel Predator would be especially the rotations. Sabi nga naman natin, timing is everything here for PUBG, or even how you try and play the time all together with the teammates would be the most vital situation here. Ngayon, now in Predator League, we've seen the teams kanina as they were walking out the door. Everybody else is so excited pagdating doon. And we've managed to see a sneak peek of the setup here in Japan. So, after 2 years na nagpahinga ang Predator League, do you think people are so excited and simultaneous pa, hindi lang PUBG, we also have Dota 2. Do you think the people in Japan are having the warmest welcome here for our esports athletes?
Alam mo, nagsa-snowball na lahat eh. Lumalabas na yung LANs, lumalabas na din yung mga in-house events eh, no? Parang itong Predator League that we have ngayon all the way over to Japan, where we also give those opportunities to people flying over to one corner para makapaglaban to becoming the best dito sa APAC eh, no? Parang it's a cornerstone, a stepping stone para sa mga incoming events natin ngayon na masasabi natin na pang step up ng competition talaga once you head into like the later stages of the year after like 2022. We'll still see kung si Genius Esports pa rin ba yung magiging top for the region, si Archangel Predator ba, will they still be one of the more consistent teams ngayon as Pinoy Pride still lives on. A lot of different storylines pagdating dito sa ating APAC finals at mas marami pang madedevelop as the days go on talaga.
Yeah, I mean, no Predator League 2020 or 2021, there were only a couple of teams here. At least the team that represented these players. Some of the players also moved to other teams, no. And as I'm looking at it, parang there are only 3 teams from the rankings that are moving forward here in APAC 2022. It just goes to show a lot of changes that happened all throughout the 2 years of the pandemic, the shifts as well in terms of the games, right? But now we are back here again. We have newer contenders such as Damon Gaming, talagang investing resources here to ensure that they get the ranks in PUBG. But ngayon, now that we're talking about the rise of LAN again, do you think PUBG, kasi nakita natin yung setup, 'di ba? 64 players all in one. 64 yung PCs nila doon. And nagawa yun ng Predator. Any thoughts on it before we actually head on to the match?
Predator number 1.
Predator daw, baka naman kung 64 daw. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, it's here now. Round number 1 is going to be at your screen. So, Dad Femina and Sticky Frog, go ahead and we'll take you to the map of Arangel.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Donut. At eto nga, mga kaibigan, 16 teams papunta dito sa ating Erangel map. At kanina pa natin nag-uusapan yung mga different storylines, yung mga different expectations na pwede natin gawin. Ngayon, i-apply na natin yung expectations papunta dito sa reality, Sneaky Frog. Mukhang nandito na yung mga pag-drop ng ating mga teams. It's all the way over towards the south side. Ang plane na pwedeng makapag-drop dito sa ating teams. Ano ba yung pwede mong mailagay na landscape? At ito ba, nakapag-lay na ba sa expectations pa to?
I think pagdating nga dito sa mga drops natin, no, I think the biggest surprise is hindi nag-long drop dito yung Damwon for Georgia Pole. Instead, they actually just opted in for the north side of the map dito sa Severny, and dun na lang sila maglo-loot at that point. I think the most highly contested point actually in this one is Paul Naya. In this one, as you can see, there's already a person down. Nako po, si Dao Yanzong already down in this one, and his teammates parang kailangan na nga ng tulong dito. Naglalakad na si Crazy Bobby for his teammate for a backup. They both have SMGs, not the best range, no, para dito sa MCG to start things off. This is gonna be a tough one.
Napakahirap, lalo na yung isa sa kanila. Magiging damage na dito, lalo na. At kailangan nila yung numbers nila. Pero yung Makansemeru, nakahanap ng ibang mga people dito. Sa kabilang side ng Marco Gaming, naglalabas na ang kanilang shotguns. At yung pressure, it's on. Marco Gaming, all 3 players namatay na dahil sa control na nilalabas ng MCS. At yung tempo, yung talagang sa Battle Royale na hinaharap natin sa kanila, yung Marco, talagang lumabas ang pressure at hindi sila tuloy nakalabas ng buhay dito. 3 agad patay at yung Makan Semeru nakapag-set ng tempo early sa ating first round.
Makan Semeru do, grabe naman. Annihilated para, hindi lang eliminated pre. Annihilated itong Marco Gaming. Nako po, Makan Semeru. 4 kills na agad on the screen. MCG, Marco Gaming, our representatives from Hong Kong already out of the question dito sa ating game. 4 points collected already though. That's good news para sa kanila, no? They get to have the entire area of Polnaya on their own. Meaning, napakadaming loot na pwede nilang kunin dito sa ating mapa. And yun na nga guys, it's 1 kill for 1 point. And it's gonna be very interesting, no? How teams are gonna prioritize yung kills dito sa ating game, considering 1 point lang pala ang ating reward for these teams. So I think we're gonna see more teams prioritizing the placement siguro, no, over the kills as of the moment. Pero alam mo naman, pagdating dito ng AAP, pare, they're gonna go, okay, merong tao sa harap natin, let's just shoot.
I mean, para sa kanila, di ba? Hanap na lang ng laban, harap ng patay kung kailan na isolated sila, yun yung best time para makuha ng kahit sino, basta AAP. Number 1 para sa atin, pero so far, number 2 pa rin sila sa ating leaderboard. Ang ating MCS pa lang, yung nakakuha ng majority ng kills natin dahil sa hot drop na nilabas nila doon sa side na yun. At you can see teams dito sa at this timeline, no, just keeping that early lootage, as you said, mas priority dapat yung placement ng mga teams natin. So just taking this time para makapag-suit up for the later stages of this game. At yung aggressiveness, it can be rewarded, but it's not as much as before where you would just try to find a lot of picks, hot dropping left and right. Ito yung exciting na nakikita mo sa iba pang mga tournaments, no? Pero this time around, mas ipapriority na lang nila siguro yung brains bago yung brawn. Tapos yung brawn, ilalabas na lang nila yung suntukan paglabas din sa mga later circles natin dito. Yung iba't ibang pagsikot ng area dito. Importante para makuha mo yung best amount of loot mo para doon sa mga all-out fights na pwedeng mailabas katulad ng teams ng Genius Esports, no? Sila yung napakagaling mag front-to-back fighting. Mas lalo na't nasa kanila yung high ground kapag nandun yung opportunity, nandoon yung pagkuha ng control. Itong Rascal Jester, kanina din nating na bigyan ng lens na sila yung mga smarter teams, one of the more powerful teams heading into this final stage, no? But for the amount of time that they're also whittling it down here, they don't really need to rush. They just have to keep this bridge area as close as much para hindi maging may ayos yung pag-rotate nila sa kabilang side.
I think yung objective dito ng Rascal Jester siguro, no, is to try and secure yung bridge na to before makaikot yung mga ibang teams, especially with the cars that they have. Malay mo, gusto pa nilang harangan yung entire bridge para mag-gatekeep nila na maayos kung sino man ang dadaan dito. But the rotations are now gonna start para sa mga ibang teams sa pasok ng ating circle. You can see them zoom in with the foreign. And ayun na nga. I mean, not much action, no, other than yung early fights na nakita natin galing dito sa Marco Gaming, and the other teams are just focusing rather dito sa ating game. But SGD though, looking for the poke from that far away. Naka-SLR yung tropa natin na si KMF1. He has the double semi-automatic sniper, pare. He is here for that long-range poke talaga. He is gonna be such an annoying player to be up against, especially pag ganito kalayo yung mga fights para dito sa V3.
Alam mo yung kaibigan mo na photographer, tapos may DSLR siya sa kaliwa, tapos may DSLR pa siyang isa pa sa kanan, no? Ito yung merong SLR dito. Finding them na meron siya ng long-range fights. Pero eto, Rascal Jester, mukhang magpe-pay off na yung pag-hold nila dito sa bridge. Nakahanap nitong dalawang players na gumagamit ng cars. A lot of damage at foot. At half HP na yung mga players dito ng AAA dito. Escaluzia already finding the down towards Parman. Pero ang Rascal Jester lumalaban at nahanap din yung trade. Eventually, nahanap din yung pagkuha ng full death dito sa mga players ng AAA. And just like that, na-pay off na nga yung pag-hold nila dun sa bridge area.
Ako po, yung pa naman yung isa sa favorite dito ni Donut, si Escaluse is already down and out of the question. Pero yun na nga, Jaco 2 off with that sniper. Naka mini 14 yung tropa natin dito with the 8x equipped. Pero Rascal Jester, no, they do get one down. And That's already one player out para dito sa attack all around. I think naging successful yung kanilang gatekeeping dito sa bridge pero nakadaan kasi yung mga ibang players dito. So is it really successful kung nakadaan na sila? But speaking of AAP, nakuha na nga ang Enter Force 36 and I think Enter Force might be in a bit of trouble dito, Chris. And smokes are gonna be coming through and towards the beach side. Magic Esports with the far poke and grabe naman, fights all over the place. Wala, di pa natatapos yung phase 1 pare and there's already so many players down. One for E36 and one for PSTR.
I mean, this is just something na gusto mo talaga as an APAC competition. APAC just loves to fight every single time. And Pinoy Pride na naman dahil ang AAP nakahanap ulit ng isang pick papunta sa mga players dito. So you can tell it's well within our expectations that APAC as a region definitely one of the more stingy ones when it comes to fighting talaga itong Predator Shooterong now trying to find pick dito sa Magic Esports. We're now trying to poke them with the SKS. Not damage dealt and nahanap din niya ng down itong si Baugin, a second as well towards Crazy Easy. So you're not really the best of starts dito sa mga APAC regions dito, pero for Magic Esport for long-range gunfights, already putting the damage, putting a lot of numbers dito sa mga players. Pero Predator Shooterong at least fighting back again, finding the down papunta dito kay Earth Zapalui, but at least they got another pick off towards the other side. You can just tell that this beach area is just a lot of fighting all around ngayon, Sneaky.
Grabe naman si Bulang doon. Straight up beam. Nakita niya for 1 second dito sa may bato. And just like that, you can see his HP bar just go down to 1. And I think they're just gonna leave yung kanilang teammate dito. They're not even gonna try to challenge at this point. He's too far away. Sabi siguro na isang tropa natin dito, just leave me. Just play for placement. But I think MG is gonna try to reposition. But look at the finish galing dito kay Bulang. He's gonna run over and try to go for it. Pero may masasagasaan ba dito? That's gonna be 1 member down para dito sa MG. Pero low HP na dito si Bulang. He has to pop a medkit bago tumama dito yung zone. Pero phase 1 pa lang to. Mr. Chris, of course, hindi ganun kasakit. So we are gonna see some heavy fighting outside of the blue zone.
Siyempre, kitang-kita mo ba naman yung Magic Esport trying to steal a lot of damage dito kahit nasa loob sila ng circle, pero na-surprise itong si Bulang. Hindi na-expect nitong MG players. Nandun pa rin sila nag-hold dito. Unfortunately though, para kay Bulang, yung isa niya kasama, already down, already knocked out dito, pero konti na lang, mamamatay siya dito from the gas itself. So, itong Magic Esport, well and waiting na lang. One tap over towards one of the players of PSTR. Shoot along. Unfortunately, mawawala yung isang mga players nila. You can specifically see that everybody is just chilling papunta dun sa may circle habang yung laban nawala na para sa Predator Shooterong ngayon. Mga kaibigan, ang Magic Esport nakakuha na naman ng isang pick dito. Pero, syempre nasa loob pa rin silang ng blue zone. They need to back off papunta doon sa may circle. But job well done.
Di mo talaga mabiblame si Bulang doon, no? Kasi gusto niya talagang kunin yung last kill na yun para kahit ma-eliminate sila doon sa situation, meron man lang silang points. Kasi ang ganda na sana ng situation para dito kay Bulang kung nahanap niya yung last member dito ng MG. I mean, the one that was pushing, napapatay sana sa kanya dito out in the open. Parang yung situation na call an ambulance but not for me. Tapos yung pala yung isang player pala yung mahuhulog dito despite him out in the open. That's crazy.
Paano patatagalugin nun?
Tawagin mo ang ambulansya pero hindi para sa akin. Wait, that sounds really badass sa pag-Tagalog actually. Pero yun ang amin, SGD, Mr. Flank. I know a guy named Flank. He's pretty good at FPS games as well. Pero we're talking about Mr. Flank here. The Mr. Flank trying to poke with the Mini 14. Pero tamang rotate lang, man. I mean, di siya makakatama dito. Oh! KMF hitting itong si Yuno but I think panlasa lang siguro galing dito sa SGD pare of what's to come dito sa ating game. But as we do see dun sa circle, no, it is pushing towards the south side of Sosnovka. So the priority here is the west bridge and the east bridge. Kung sino man ang makaka-gatekeep, that is actually highly contested. Yung Dam 1, actually, they want control of the bridge, pero meron na kasing tao doon from that prior fights. And some of these teams are gonna have a hard time trying to rotate in. So either lalangoy ka dito, which is a very risky strat, or meron kayong barko, or you go through the bridge and just ram a car through everyone dito. So, it's gonna be an interesting thing no, kung paano magro-rotate yung mga ibang teams natin.
So either navigate sa open area kung saan kitang-kita ka na kahit anong sniper, kahit anong weapon ng mga naka-hold doon sa may river area no? Or just try to fight through papunta doon sa may bridge. Pero oy, Hades, one tap to the head naman dito para kay Wesker at ayun, hindi si Hades yung nakakuha. It's actually XK who actually finds the frag papunta dito sa mga players. So, yung mga nag-hold doon sa kabilang side, yung Rascal Jester, they can still pick him up para ma-exact ng revenge para sa mga Fallen Brothers dito, no? Pero, as we look at the other side of things talaga, Marcus Gaming, nandito pa rin yung Makan Semeru that is holding down house, just trying to hold their way through habang nandito pa rin yung circle, pero not as much damage na may expect mo since we're still in the earlier stages of this game. But something that really stands out to me is how much they're willing to fight here even though sobrang open nila dito at hindi tuloy nila na-expect si Raze raising hell papunta dito kay 28 today. And Makan Semeru, man, you just never expect these things from them. But for Trike, at least, he finds the one player nasa open area. He has nowhere else to go. At yung Makan Semeru, falling down dito kay How How to try to exact revenge para sa mga Fallen Brothers nila dito. Nade, perfectly placed pa dito. Konti na lang, 1 HP para kay KSMZ. At one more to go at yun na nga yung nangyari. Sumabog ang chance nitong si KMZ. Wala na tuloy yung chance nila dito. Only finding a lot of damage here.
An insane early game para dito sa Makan Semeru, Dad. Kita mo naman, 7 kills na sila dito and that nade hit so hard, naging kahon na nga ang kalaban dito. Pero makikita natin ang ating West Bridge is about to get pushed in. Pero naandito ang GNL. Are they gonna gatekeep successfully or are they gonna let New Generation Esports past dito lang sa bridge natin? Are they gonna prioritize their lives? And I think that is the plan, my friend. Let them through. Sige, GNL playing for placements, playing to sneak into the white circle instead of fighting itong New Generation Esports. They can really pack a punch pag nakahanap sila ng isang player dito. And speaking of isang player, the attack all-around player, mag-isa dito sa labas. Pero Kilo 1 namatay na nga dito. Rascal Jester starting to act up from their building kasi medyo stuck sila kanina in a very bad situation. Pero si Kim Goni getting the 2 downs and that's 2 points going in towards the way of Rascal Jester. Nakaka-collect na rin ng points ang mga tropa natin dito. Smoke is gonna go down para makollect nila ang loot from the Havoc squad that was gonna challenge them dun sa kanilang spot, but it seems like they weren't successful, Chris. And nakikita natin ang ating scoreboard. You can see so many swaps in this one. Fourth ang AAP as of the moment, rather number 4 on the board with 1 kill. But what's most interesting to go back to the point is MCS has already 7 kills, but they're gonna be a bit late pagdating sa pag-rotate ng circle.
Masyado. Pero itong SGD, lumalabas na naman yung kung gaano nila kinokontrol yung angulo na yan. Dalawa at yung isa na kontrolado na itong si NLT. And ito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo SGD, one of the teams that can surprise you talaga Meron din silang international experience. Nakalapaglaban din sila sa mga World Championships dito, Sneaky. So, and just that aggression itself in the long-range gunfights, just something that they are also very known for here. New Generation Esports though, in a bit of a pinch, already using yung cars nila para magkaroon sila ng konting cover against one of these players na nasa kabilang side just trying to go for loot ngayon. These long-range gunfights, man, it's just enough to not only deal damage pero condition them na baka hindi maganda yung pag-push nila doon sa may side ng mapa na yun. So maybe they could rotate and maybe they could reposition themselves somewhere safer. But hold on, VR Universal for Rivals, they already found a pick here. Nahanap nila yung isa mga players ng Makan Semeru. They have to reposition themselves now para magkaroon ng chance of gumamit ng first aid kit. Pero dalawa lumabas doon sa may bridge. Hanap yung one tap doon kay Trike. Nako, sobrang pinch top yung isa mga players dito. And how he has to have enough time pero wala na tuloy yung oras para sa kanya. Yung 4 Rivals, nahanap yung majority ng picks dito kay Makan Semeru, na kay Teddy at saka kay RDK na lang para sa kanila sa bridge.
Baba agad ng smoke dito para kay 28 Teddy kasi mahirap to para sa Makan Semeru at the moment. Madami nga kayong kills pero nag-gatekeep kayo ng isang team dito sa may bridge side. I think this has to be the clutch or at least clutch up para makadaan lang sila dito sa may bridge side natin. Pot shots and it's gonna work. Oh my god, these players are so good. With the semi-auto sniper rifles, pare, they all got melted. But speaking of melted, mukhang yung MCS na biktima na nga ng ating blue zone. But 28 Teddy, at least he collects one more para sa kanyang team. So many kills going in their way and mukhang Rascal Jester may nakita silang naglalangoy dito sa may dagat natin and it is like shooting fish in a barrel. Ano ba Tagalog yun? Isda sa...
Hindi ko makuha pero...
Oh!
What? Oy, sumasayaw lang sa loob ng sa loob ng beach ngayon no? Hindi dumadaan yung mga bullets sa kanya. Pero he's still in a very precarious situation for Damwon. I don't think they can try to wait for him na lang, especially since the Blue Zone is coming in very quickly. Around the other side of things, ang B3 Fox nakahanap din ng patay dito sa GNL. Si Yuno nakakuha ng isa. Si Roy at least tries to trade it one for one. They all got the knockdowns pero dalawa pa rin buhay para sa B3 Fox that can try to fight back with GNL. Nalabas! Namatay dahil doon sa utility nilabas. The molly as well as the nade, enough na enough, pero si down under, papunta sa may C. Yung SDV at least picks up one of the frags dito kay V3 Fox, all left up to one of these players ngayon from Vietnam, man. Oh dear, oh dear.
Man, big finishes galing dito sa GNL, arriving late to the fight but still they are getting these accessory kills and I think may gusto mag third party dito and that's gonna be Rascal Jester. V3 Fox has to be careful. Si Goni na lang natitira para sa kanilang team but he's gonna get pushed in by two members. Big tag on towards him. 22 HP na lang siya dito but they're having a hard time getting him down and finally he does go. V3 Fox are out of the question and GNL go all the way up to second place. And ako po, mukhang attack all around wanting to come with them. Pero AAP starting to chip away on some of the teams as well. Nako po, E36, they are just destroying itong attack all around pala, relentless attack all around, just trying to rotate papasok dito sa ating zone but they are getting gate kept. Actually it's the opposite, attack all around has position pero wala silang numbers. E36 knows this so ipapush na lang yata dito nila si Jayers para makuha nila yung points. Jayers has to play this 1v2 insanely well pero low-key nakuha na nga si Nan. That's one down para dito sa AAP and they have to get him up really quickly para dito sa next zone natin. But I think that's gonna be the player scouting ahead para sa kanyang team. So medyo dangerous yata ang ating play para dito sa AAP. And Damwon, nako po, isa na lang natitira para sa kanila. Just like AAA, si Jayers na lang nasa likod ng kotse na to. Pero Genius looking for that kill, man.
Yun na lang yung nag-iisa niyang cover At pwede din sa sandwich ng dalawa to. Pero buti na lang at hindi yun yung naging focus ng E36. They're just still trying to wait it out, still buy some time and loot doon sa mga houses on the edge of the circle then. So Jayers can chill for now as GE have called off yung pag-search sa kanya. Pero I really do hope that Jayers can buy some time here talaga since everybody died on him. So it's a solo push, a solo run for him ngayon. Not at all three members of All Around Esports dead ngayon. So in terms of the leaderboard, para sa akin, ang pinaka-stable force for me is Rascal Jester. You've seen how aggressive they can be and how they can respond to a lot of these long-range gunfights, especially nung tinatry nilang i-hold yung bridge area at saka yung trees whenever they could try to get those opening picks right. But for AAP, yung Pinoy Pride, man, all the way over to top 5, kayang-kaya nilang i-push to, man.
Definitely, posible nga ang AAP makapasok dito sa ating last circle. One of the three teams na meron pang 4 na miyembro dito. But speaking of fights, we are gonna see itong Rascal Jester trying to jostle for control dito sa GNL. Hammer with a big beam dito kay Vuelo. Maghahanap pa siya ng isa. That's the double for the man himself. And tinapos na nga ang Rascal Jester dito sa ating situation. Hammer, grabe naman yun. Destroying the two members, trying to enter his house. No trespassing allowed para dito kay Hammer, pare. Kanyang bahay talaga yan. And AAP still trying to jostle for position papasok dito sa ating zone. Pero tignan mo, yung mga ibang squads dito, pare, they're starting to lose their members bit by bit. GNL with 2, VR with 1, E36 dalawa na lang, attack all around isa, Havoc with 2, and NGE with 3. Numbers are gonna be very important pagdating dito sa phase 5, 6, and 7, Chris. And nako po, pag napawasan pa yung ibang players dito, maybe the teams with the 3 squads making worth it ang kanilang pag-antay dito and not having those fights, especially itong maybe NGE, no? Kasi diba kanina makita natin dun sa Westbridge, hindi sila nag-opt-in dito sa ating fight dito sa GNL, and I think it's kind of paying off mo. Malay mo kung makakuha sila ng third-party pokes from a very far away and makakuha sila ng points dito with the kills.
Well, a lot of the ice, no, nakikita natin sa E36 at saka dito kay Hawk na kanina pa nag-hold out doon sa mga pushes na pwede gawin ng E36, but for Archangel Predator, man, the action just not stop. But as we are starting to realize ngayon that AAP could have a chance, GE just knocked them out dito. All three players, at least one knockdown, one more para ma-finalize yung pag-knockout dito sa AAP dito sa match na ito, ladies and gentlemen. Mad knockdown for the count at si Nan na lang yung natitira, one of the older players dito sa Archangel Predator. Kailangan niyang clutch lahat ng ito para man lang magkaroon ng Pinoy pride pa rin sa ating match na ito. Pero for everybody else, ever so deadly, no? GE choking them out doon sa may 3 area. Just a lot of nades pushing them towards the spawns here. But for Starlord, finding Hawk, Hades down.
Big nade.
At for everybody else, big nade, no? Napakalaking damage at si Oro mukhang pinched up na, lalo na sobrang down na yung mga players dito. And perfectly placed kay Hades at saka kay Oro. E36 already finalizing everything dito sa GNL tsaka sa Hawk. Already getting so many of the frags ngayon, ladies and gentlemen. And as everything stands, man, the action, it just does not stop here.
Para naman sa AAP, pare. We were praising them for preserving their lives dito sa ating game, pero hindi nila in-expect na merong early rotation papunta nga sa kanilang spot dito sa may south side ng ating circle, galing dito sa may Genius, and Genius is definitely the right thing to describe them. And yun nga, Nan is gonna get poked, big nade, but not gonna hit at all dito sa NGE. Tamang patapon lang, tamang pasabog lang galing dito kay Boss Nan. Meron pa siya isa dito. Gusto niyong lumabas dito sa open. Walang matatamaan, of course. Nan, meron siyang mini 14, so he's gonna have to play this one very, very carefully. Pero yun na nga, the car crashing into another one and magkakaroon tayo ng 1v1 situation tayo dito, Chris. VR Universal 4 rivals, pare. Zos Vatek versus itong si Jampit. Si Jampit medyo malayo sa kanyang team, ha?
Si Brad Pitt, nako, he's pinched up dito sa bahay at mukhang pumasok na lang dito, pero hindi si IM Pete yung nakapatay sa kanya. Ito talaga yung long range tap nito kay KMF, yung tatapos sa buhay ng mga players. Nagpo-push dito, so IM Pete talagang nilabas yung Guardian Angel, no? Praying to the gods na hindi siya ma-overwhelmed na yung sa mga pag-push dito. Pero SDV2 making work. Nahanap niya yung sa mga players ng NGE. So New Generation Esports so struggling with one more pick to go ngayon. Pero Van holding his own. AAP are now out of this match. Top 4 na lang dito. 4 ang alive para sa ating one of the later circles, mga kaibigan. And konti na lang. We'll be heading into phase 7 at ang dami na lang chances para makuha ng SDV2 considering na ang dami na lang picks dito. Pero same could be said para sa Genius Esports na already leading the leaderboard. 6 kills but 11 points in total.
Pero naandito pa si XK, the only single member, the only rat, as we do say dito sa mga BR. Pero dalawa na lang ang teams na makikita natin dito para nakuha ng chicken dinner. SDV2 at Genius Esports. Let's see what they can do, pare. And Genius Esports, no, with the late rotation from the outside of the zone, nakuha nila ang AAP, instantly wiping 3, and si Nan na lang natira. So many points gained from that late rotation. Medyo worth it yung paghang nila outside dito sa ating blue zone. But is it gonna be worth it? Kasi wala silang position dito sa loob ng white circle. And I think, knowing itong si KMF, no, si KMF, kanina pa siya with that semi-auto sniper rifle helping his teammate, cover lang talaga the entire time. And he has the SLR as well as itong si IM Pete. So range is gonna be no problem para dito sa Genius Esports. Pero yung pinakamalaking problema dito, or rather, pinakamalaking problema dito is gonna be GE trying to rotate in, and ito pala yung SGD or STV. They kind of have two names on the board, man. They, you know, logo and the name is kind of running different. STV or SGD? Make up your mind.
Parang SGD, may konting transition, kumbaga. Pero at least ito, E36 madaling ma-identify. Pero ma-identify pa natin yung kanyang comeback kasi napakalaki ng kanyang hurdle na kailangang i-conquer. No? One person na lang para sa E36 laban sa dalawa na full squad. Man, Genius Esports at saka Yung SGD V2, man.
Oh, the drop is there,
Nahihirapan
man.
tayo kung mape-predict ito. Pero baka i-rely na lang sa third party para dito kay XK1 for waiting na makintay yung big fight na mangyayari dito kay Genius Esports tsaka dito kay SGD V2. Man, hinintay na lang yung pag-drop dito for one of the bigger loots ngayon, one of the bigger loot boxes, while also trying to contend against the high ground of Genius Esports. I feel like they have a really good spot here, but they're gonna try to rush them on in. Kita mo, nakalabas na yung kanyang yung card dito para kay Aoki, and maybe they could rush them down while the lone man on E36, he could take advantage of this and maybe surprise these players as the surprise fifth man for either one of these teams.
But I think yung objective dito ng SGD or STV or whatever you wanna call them is to just try and see if they can get this roof position para mag-gatekeep talaga nila ang GE. Kasi GE yung delegado dito, but it seems like it's another call an ambulance but not for me situation. Si KMF pa lang nahulog, Mini 14 to the dome. Pero IM Pete is gonna try to poke as well. Pero GE, napaka-healthy pa nila dito if they start to push forward habang isa pang down para dito sa SGD. Maybe they can take advantage but that's gonna be an easy res. Tamang pop lang ng medkit dito, and meanwhile the entire time pare si XK saving Private XK pare, just crawling dito sa may damo natin, trying to blend in with the grass para hindi siya makita ng dalawang teams. And naku po, if itong SDV if they can go down, that's gonna possibly give itong E36 second place. That's gonna be the rat play going in towards his way. Or if he's feeling really frisky, pare, maybe he can go for the third party and finish everyone off. But that's gonna take a very tremendous, heroic effort from the man. And yun na nga, tumitingin na sila sa damo, pare. They're looking for XK. Nasa na bang isang member dito?
On the off chance na bigla siya mag-pop, baka mahanap na itong Genius Esports. Very likely na makita to kapag bigla siyang nag-crouch from him being on the prone position ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero nag-wind down na yung 8th phase para sa atin. And mukhang the lone member of E36, he has to move forward kasi kung hindi siya magiging careful, mahanap siya bigla at yun, nahanap si Private XK1. Kunti na lang at baka ma-out position sa dito sa labas ng tree ngayon, mga kaibigan. Sobrang low na on HP, hinahabol na din ng blue zone. Kaya yung smokes na lang yung magko-cover sa kanya habang yung tree, maybe to block up bullets ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero we have to go back to what they are trying to focus. It's either trying to fight the pick over to E36 or they refocus all of their positions papunta doon sa GE, pero wala na. Nawala na yung odd one out. It's a 4 versus 4. One team versus one team. Genius Esports versus SDV P2. And it's only a matter of time before makapaglabas dito sa smokes ang mga kaibigan nating Genius Esports, pero they're also biding their time. The smokes out dito sa kabilang side. Pero ang SDV V2 already trying to look for a pick dito sa mga players ng Genius Esports. They're not backing for now. They just want to fight. They have a lot of cover, kaya mahirap para ma-pick off. The nades are out. And IM Pete, he needs Esports to use the first aid kit ngayon, Siki.
Oo nga, nandito si Pete, nasa labas, nasa gitna. Very bad position but very good position at the same time. Kaso naspata na nga siya dito. Flashes, nades, everything palipod papunta sa kanya. Pero Aoki nakuha na si Simon T. Pero papasok na nga yung blue zone natin dito. But phase 9 is about to start in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Napakadami pang oras! Zest! Naku po, nasabugan pa nga siya dito. And he does get finished down. 1 for 1. Pero Genius, makukuha pa nila yung res dito. Pop the medkit as fast as possible. Si Yuta pa nga yung stuck dito. Oh! Grabe naman yung Simi na yun. Pare, naiwasan niya lahat ng bullets dito. But Simon T is gonna go down. And Yuta from the side as well. Big nade na naman! Grabe talaga yung mga grenades dito. Doing so much damage. All of them so accurate. May isa pa nga. It is a smoke grenade this time para makarangan naman ang roof side natin dito. Para wala man lang LOS ang mga players dito ng SGD. Big beam is about to come in. Mr. Flank, makakuha ka ba ng isa dito? M416 is gonna be so easy, especially with all those attachments, Chris. And KMF, kanina pa siya with that semi-auto sniper rifle. Pero papasok na dito si Simon T. Simon T so aggressive. And the angle, ginamit niya ang kotse para makakuha dito ng window. And Simon T pushing in as well. Nakakuha na ng dalawa. Ito na ba ang manok para sa Genius? And there it is. Genius Esports with that late rotation, pare. Grabe naman yun. The Vietnamese team not disappointing. Kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan kung gaano kagaling ang Genius Esports dito, and they do not disappoint.
Man, just the perfect use talaga ng paggamit ng nades. Sobrang pinch top kasi USGD, talagang sobrang pinch top sila sa loob ng bahay. Kaya nandun yung cover, pero wala sa kanila yung high ground. It's just off yung iniintay na lang nila yung final circle na makapagbigay sila ng chance para yung Genius Esports na lang yung lalapit, pero down was still running down. Si Simon T, siya yung nag-surprise. Nasa kanya yung power para ma-end this all together. Habang yung mga long-range angles na set up ng Genius Esports, lumalapit ang assassin na si Simon T. At nina-knockdown niya yung door para matalo yung SGD. Nakuha nila yung top spot dito sa ating first match. At mukhang masarap ang magiging lunch nila dahil chicken dinner para sa squad na to.
Yun nga, napakaganda and very risk clenching basically yung nangyari dun sa last few moments of that game. Even if SDG had the better positions because they had cover, right? Pero Genius Esports, sabi na, they had no other choice and to leave it up to Simon T to push forward. And I love the positions of SDG during that time kasi Aoki was just looking at the back, ensuring that nobody is gonna be there for the flank. Once they have confirmed though that GE was there hiding in those trees, wala nang naging action from GE. They were just waiting for the push. And yun nga yung nangyari. Genius Esport did push forward. And that's the reason why in each and every game, Simon T is a player to watch out for because of his skill count. And I think na, yun nga, kung meron mang bayani for that match is gonna be definitely Simon T. He cleaned up shop. Basically, sabi nila, kumatok lang sa bahay, hindi nga dumaan ng pintuan eh. Akit bahay yun nangyari dun. Ginamit yung vehicle, umangat ng roof, and sinabi niya, okay, hold up to. Wala na kayong magagawa. And it was an easy cleanup for Genius Esport. Kasi yun nga eh, I love the patience play from Genius Esport from the very beginning pa lang. They were slow and steady. Kumbaga, parang galawang ahas eh. Their positions were not known to the rest. And then when it came down to closing in that gap, doon na lang sila nag-show up. And eventually nga din, the score racks up for them. But I do have to give props to SDG as well. Kasi in terms of all of these fights, in terms of all of these duels, they did so well in terms of defending. Yun lang talaga, hindi nila in-expect doon yung Genius Esports. It's funny. Kasi nga yung mga teams na lahat na tinry nating i-build up all throughout the analysis, eventually they did exit agad, diba? They were annihilated agad in this round, and I would want to at least say, diba, attack all around their positions, it wasn't too great. Rascal, Jester, they had great kills from the very beginning, but they weren't able to maintain those positions. They weren't able to def it that well. And then now, when it came down to the middle, to the middle area, now you ask yourself this question: are the kills gained by MCS and MG early on, were they worth it? Kasi early on na parang the curse of the first kill nakita natin dito sa first round. Hindi porket ikaw yung una, may 4 points ka na, ikaw na yung mananalo. You can easily be ganked by the other teams. Ikaw, Dad Feminine, apart from the last few minutes of that game, right, what were your other highlights? What were the fights that you want to see again for the next round?
Oh man, I mean, syempre, since yun yung pinakaunang point na biniring up ko kanina, hindi wag natin kalimutan yung Archangel Predator. Actually edging it out like pretty well, no? For the better half of the whole match one, parang I definitely never expected them to last this long. That and getting a few of those kills out of that as well. Syempre, it still matters na tumagal sila sa laban na ito, pero they're showing up in a pretty good way. I'd say a good start for the Filipino team ngayon, lalo na't nilalagay nila lahat ng trust nila sa mga older players natin dito, for Mad Dog at saka si Nano, na kumukuha din ng mga aggressive picks for this team. Pero we'll have to wait and see if they can try to build themselves up sa susunod nating match. Pero I'm really excited kung may progress silang dadating dito.
Yeah, they weren't all together during that time, right? They were trying to figure out pa kung ano yung mga positions ng opponents nila. Just little did they know. They were able to get kills, at least about 3 or 4 during that time. Pero hiwa-hiwalay kasi sila. They weren't all together during that time. And siguro, yun nga, the surprise attacks from their opponents just really were a disadvantage to them. Mad Dog parang na-take down siya early, yun na agad eh. And Nano is just the sole rep for AAP during that time. And what can you do? And that even happened for Enter Force 36 na nag-iisa na lang saving private XK pagdating dun. Pero hindi lang din siya nangyari. I mean, maganda sana kung makakuha siya ng magandang position, pero he was also out in the open together with Genius Esports. So, yun talaga yung napaka-important dito. But ikaw, Sneaky Frog, any other highlights apart from, of course, the chicken dinner that was done by Genius Esport?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna highlight Genius Esport as well. I think yung expectation dito ng AAP was they were safe kasi yung kanilang likod sobrang lapit nga dito sa ating blue zone. So they were like, okay, hindi na natin kailangan tumingin sa ating likod. Boom! Out of nowhere, Genius Esports just popped out. Taps gets 3 instantly. Nagulat dito yung AAP sa backfield dito ng Genius Esports. Grabe talaga. So well played from the Viet team. And Genius Esports, they work very, very quick. You can see yung kill feed. Instantly 3 down para dito sa AAP. They had a really good position dito sa ating zone sana, no? I mean, they would have had yung spot dito ng SGD if ma-fight pa nga nila yung SGD dito sa may mga puno natin dito. But unfortunately, Genius Esports was right then and there. And dahil nga doon, napatay nila yung Archangel. I think tendency ng Archangel is to also stack nades. Kita mo naman kung napakadaming nades sa kamay ni Nan kanina. Pinapasabog na nga yung isang team dito sa may 2-floor building natin dito. Pero yun nga, Genius Esports collecting all the nades as well. Instead, sila na yung gumamit doon sa late fight and it seems like it was worth it para sa kanila dito. So, AAP, low-key contributing dito sa panalo ng Genius kasi, sila yung nag-ipon ng nades para sa kanila dito. But at the same time, number 6 is not too bad of a start, no, para sa kanila. Especially considering Erangel is gonna be the first map dito sa ating 5 maps that we're gonna have today.
Yeah, looking at the top teams though, from 1 to 6, let's consider that ranking basically all throughout the whole round, diba? We're seeing top 1 to 6 as teams na nag-try na mag-survive all throughout, except for Makan Semeru. All of their kills that they were able to rack up during the mid-round, it's taken into consideration as part of their placement. So they were able to finish 4th. That's a good way to go about it in terms of thinking, diba? It's not just about the survival of the fittest, but it's also about these gatekeeping scenarios wherein sila na nga yung nag-gatekeep, sila na may toll gate, pero sila pa rin yung naka-pass through basically for MCS during the time. But I think there are a lot of other considerations. AAP finishing strong at 6th, but ang laki ng score differential versus Genius Esport and SDG. That just goes to show it's not just about of course the chicken dinner, but it's also about the kills that you're able to get. So yun, I'm actually looking forward to round number 2 in the same map. However, because how we're gonna be proceeding with this is first 3 maps will be Arangel, and then the 4th and the 5th one would be Miramar. So it's gonna be the same map all throughout until the first 3 rounds. So probably they have to learn from their mistakes. If some of them they prioritize the early kills, probably it would be good to wait a while ng konti naman din, and then maybe do a slither type of play such as Genius Esport did. That's why they got the first placement in this round 1. Yun, other expectations, final words before we head into a break of that Femina for what we just witnessed.
Man, I mean, nakita natin yung leaderboard. Not only are Genius Esports at the top of their kill feed, as well as their placement then already giving themselves a really huge lead. And the fact that they already got 21, tapos yung susunod nila, 10 points pa lang, it already gives them that huge comfortability. So a lot of teams have to step up. Especially yung second na kalaban nila, which is SGD. They already had that chance para throw down yung mga players ng Genius Esports. Everybody has a chance, but the biggest one that has to call it has to be SGD. So, yung comeback ba nila mangyayari? Baka mangyayari sa second half natin.
Definitely. I mean, Ziggy Frog, do you think there would be some improvements on the other teams? Makan, Semeru, ang ganda ng mga team fights nila. They win it almost every time except for that surprise attack from behind. So, do you think they'll be able to come back stronger for round number 2?
Oh, definitely. Syempre, I think it is gonna be a better game para sa mga teams natin dito since the circle dito sa Sosnovska is out of the way and knowing yung mga pro teams natin dito sa PUBG, they hate it when they hate yung Sosnovka circle natin pag di sila naka-rotate na maaga dito. Pero may kita natin probably a different circle unless we do go, Sosnovka twice. Pero yun nga, medyo RNG. Dasal-dasal na lang siguro para sa mga ibang teams dito that it is gonna be an east to west plane instead of the north to south. And sana makita naman tayo ng teams, more spread out. I just want to see fights as well dito sa Georgia Paul. Kasi medyo na-ignore yung Georgia Paul kanina eh. Kanina ko pa pinag-uusapan yung area na yun tapos wala nangyari pala doon. It was actually a banger in severity pala yung nangyayari dito between yung mga teams natin. But I think, hopefully, without the bridges this time, without the gatekeeps na nakikita natin dito, we're gonna see more of a fair fight all around.
Definitely, and we're looking forward to round number 2, right? Probably a different scenario, different team to rise up from the ranks. But before we get into a short break and proceed with match number 2, we'd like to thank our sponsors for making PUBG Predator League very much possible. Thank you so much to Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. So don't go away, magbabalik kami dito sa PL 2022. Kami ang yung nagdadala ng your host, Donut, and with us would be casters Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. Huwag kayong aalis, kami magbabalik.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASDA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
Kami nagbabalik dito sa Predator League 2022 Round 1. Natapos na kanina and Genius Esport. Nakakuha sila ng 21 points na agad. Round number 1 pa lang tayo. Ganon kainit ang action dito sa PUBG Predator League. And kami nagpapasalamat sa aming mga sponsors. Thank you so much Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. Of course, kung saan dito ginaganap ang ating mga tournaments for the teams for Predator League. Kanina, di ba, ang dami nating mga thoughts on Angel kanina on how some of the teams were able to get these early kills pero they lost out on most of the defense pagdating sa mga positions nila. And I think that was just really the spot. Sabi nga naman ni Sneaky Frog, di ba, it was just a disadvantage for some of the team's positions and they had to really run out and to use all of these vehicles for the rotation. Pero ngayon, now that we are going into the same map and probably a different situation, magkakaroon na ng difference for the teams kung ano yung pwede nila ipakita sa atin ngayon. And sabi nga naman natin, di ba, for Team AAP Archangel Predator, they're finishing 6th. Because at least Nan survived for so long. Pero ang dami pa rin nating gustong makita from the likes of Mad Dog, right? Mga unexpected plays from them. Similar to how Simon T finished the game with a chicken dinner that they pushed out. Aggression is something that we want to see from them as well. That Femina ngayon, na nandito na tayo sa round number 2, will we expect the same from Genius Esport? Or ngayon na sila yung naka-chicken dinner, sila ngayon ang apple of the eye of most of the teams?
They have a huge target on their back. Lalo na sila yung pinakauna. Pero napakahirap na mahanap sila ngayon na siguro basta na ng mga teams yung kung paano laruin yung Genius Esports. Just drop off and try to play for picks na lang. Pagdating doon sa later stages ng ating circles, doon lumalabas yung aggression at doon na hindi nagmamatter yung mga set na plays na nilalabas sa mga parts ng mapa katulad ng bridge na nakita natin kanina, that and yung pag-cut off ng ibang mga players bago sila makapasok dito sa circle. So maybe Genius Esports could have the same tempo but maybe take a different playstyle or approach pagdating dito sa ating second map. Well, since Erangel pa rin naman to, maybe a bit of a refresher para sa kanila. Pero para sa teams like Archangel Predator who have definitely come close in terms of the kills, they did very strong in terms of like controlling kung ano man yung kailangan nilang i-control. They still kept their numbers pa rin, but maybe that's the downfall that they did. Maybe split up a few players maybe to gain some more ground. Yung high ground minsan hindi nila nakukuha. Yung kung pagkuha ng fights, doon sila nagiging malakas. Maybe go back to their usual route of going down on Gatka and try to play around the yes na yan panyana usual route kung doon nga babagsak yung circle nga naman, 'di ba? At the end of the day, Battle Royale can play around RNG. How you play around that RNG, that will definitely matter. And Genius Esports, that's one of the things that they have to consider if they want to keep their top spot.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, yun nga medyo unfortunate for the team of SDG. Ang ganda na ng position nila. It's just that they did not expect somebody to just peekaboo na lang sa harapan nila, which is gonna be Simon T. So, probably they have to keep the same patience play that they showed kanina, pero not be able to be faced by that specific that play, basically. And we want them to continue. They get the second placement, right, in terms of points. They have 11, I think, or 10 I think for round number 1, so they have more to show. Kasi pagdating nga din naman dito, when it comes to aim, long range, they always get the kills. And that's what I love about that team of SDG, na they're just standing their ground. Kumbaga para silang watchtower. But yun nga yung watchtower play nila was used against them kasi they did not see the rest na kumbaga yung line of sight nila is just gonna be 180. They did not consider the rest that is actually closer to them. So Sneaky Frog then, any teams na I think we were talking about Magic Esport kanina, maganda yung naging fights that we saw mid-round or early round. Pero what do you think pa can the teams actually go through so that they can actually take more points, especially for our Thailand qualifier winning team for Predator League?
Dasal kayo na hindi susnov ka na naman yung circle natin. Kagaya nga ng sinabi ko kanina, I think that really caught some teams off guard, no? Pag susnov ka kasi yung circle, magbe-benefit talaga yung mga teams na really go for those early rotations in. Nakita mo naman na napakadaming points para sa mga ibang teams natin that actually were gatekeeping yung ating bridge, even though it was kind of a spicy fight dito sa may East Bridge natin to try and get some more control dito sa ating game. But I think para dito sa ating Thai team, no, I think they should just go for the usual drops. Especially since wala na yata yung, hopefully wala na yung Sosnovka na circle para sa side nila. Now they can just go for their normal drops dito sa ating game and just play whatever they can or whatever normal play that they can. Kasi feeling ko back to comfortability na naman na makikita natin dito from our Thai teams, especially itong attack all around. Ang ganda na ng position. They actually had yung position right next to AAP and right next to Genius Esports. It's just that Genius Esports, they played the backfill play super well na hindi nila in-expect na meron palang mga galing dito sa may likod natin. So it is gonna be a very tough one to say the least. And I think ngayon, no, knowing itong Genius had this strategy in their hand, some teams are now gonna start to watch their backs.
Definitely a back that they have to stab basically dahil nga sila yung may 21 points at the moment, but the second round is gonna be up. Erangel, is it gonna be a different situation? Is it gonna be similar to kanina? Tignan natin ngayon because we are gonna get into the game. Casters, Dad Femina, and Sneaky Frog, take it away.
Ayan, mukhang as expected na nga Mr. Sneaky Frog. Sa ating second map, mukhang things will go back to normal at pumupunta na sa ating west side ang ating airplane kung saan nakikita mo na yung pag-drop ng isang mga teams. Mas expected na sa kung saan natin nakikita. Medyo nag-throw off nga naman sa ating first map yung kung saan sila nag-drop. But AAP now going for the drop papunta dun sa Gatka. It's kind of a sign na baka nandito na yung comfort zone na hinaharap nila from the first map pa lang.
Oh, pero tignan mo yung top right ng ating mapa, pare. Mukhang Damwon Gaming are gonna go for their usual drop, no? Yung south of Kameshki dito sa ating game. Pero nakikita mo, Chris, merong naka-contest dito and you can see VR Universal for Rivals. They want to deny Kameshki galing dito sa Damwon. Pero Damwon, pumasok na agad dito sa mga kotse natin and gusto agad mag-drive papunta dito sa priority. But I think they're gonna change direction actually. They're gonna go for Stalber instead. Medyo payat yung Stalber pagdating dito sa loot, but I think it's gonna be enough for DK to try and see if they can get some guns in their pockets. And the circle is gonna be hitting our west side and AAP right smack dab in the middle. Kailangan na lang nila maghanap ng mga baril dito. Of course, we do see on our screen, Genius Esports, 11 total kills dito sa ating last game. Plus nakakuha pa sila ng panalo. Calculate that, that's 21 points. So big lead para sa ating team. 10 points, actually 11 points pala yung nagsaseparate ng first place at second place natin dito. So Genius, if they can replicate the same sa nakita natin sa first game, pare, this is gonna be them just collecting points and just extending the lead that they already have.
Oh, at that snowball effect. Yun yung mag-aapekto sa mga teams at kung paano nila i-perform yung sarili nila dito sa ating finals ngayon, mga kaibigan. So, in total, nakikita nyo yung leaderboard still in effect from the first map itself. And just as we show kanina, nakikita tayo ng mga early frags, no? Ngayon. Pero now that they're on their own comfort zone, this is something I would actually expect na hindi out of like an APAC region. They're not into fighting ngayon. They're just in those passive positions, early looting na lang or the farming of getting those armors, getting a lot of that first aid kits and every single vehicle pwedeng i-navigate para mas mabilis na mapunta na circle. Not the same aggression that you would see from that first map ngayon, mga kaibigan, pero you know, it maybe could be a different story once we head into the later stages.
Yep. It's gonna be a banger, to say the least. It's not the Sosnovska banger na bridge camp. And then, kung sino man nakakross dito, sila yung mananalo dito sa ating game. And it seems like the boys over at MCG finding themselves over at... Oh, this is not Watertown. This is just a bahay na may lake sa tabi na pwede natin makita natin dito. Medyo malayo pala yung Watertown dito. Basta may tubig doon. And Havoc deciding to go for the ferry instead. So medyo malayo yung mga ibang teams natin dito, no? But they have cars. So they are gonna be A-okay. It's gonna be a question whether or not makakuha sila ng mga long-range semi-auto sniper rifles. Kita mo naman sa last game natin, pare, those long-range semi-auto sniper rifles were really the difference for some of these teams, melting anyone who dared cross dito sa ating open area. And yun talaga, man, that's gonna be the thing that some teams have to think about. Pero Mad Dog finding himself near the swamp area. We're gonna call this a swamp area, I guess. Medyo swampy kasi. Merong DB28 ang tropa natin na si 6 Best Marco 9. Very nice. And earlier game na nakita natin galing dito sa Marco Gaming, they were the first team out dito sa ating first game.
No. At baka iba na yung destiny na makikita natin for Marco Gaming now, taking a more calculated position ngayon na si 6 Best Marco 9. Ano siya call him Marco ngayon? The swimming towards swamp. Ako, pagkalabas na dito, kailangan niyang i-wash yung clothes niya kasi medyo swampy. Baka hindi mo alam kung ano yung pumasok dun sa swamp yun. And, pero kita mo naman ngayon si Mad Dog. For everybody else on AAP, with the drop towards the middle side of the things, just give them some more time para mawiggle nila yung sarili nila pupunta doon sa mas komportable na position. However, everybody else na nasa labas ng circle now reaching in towards the middle of the circle itself. Maybe look for a fight or look for more or better loot itself. Naghahabulan ng attack all around at saka ang GNL. Mukhang taya ang ating GNL players dito. So, being careful sila kung saan sila magdadrop. Pagdating nila dun sa destination nila, it's only a matter of time before GNL could strike at any so given time ngayon.
Yeah, someone start playing some funk, man. They really look badass with the 4 vehicles na nakikita natin sa harap. They're just driving on through. Mad Max, definitely. I'm surprised na they're actually driving this well. Tapos tumitingin pa sila dito sa position ng attack all around. Instead, they're just gonna drive through. Are they gonna get hit with anything? Mukhang hindi. They're just too fast, too quick. They're just outspeeding ang mga bullets dito. But they are gonna be running in to AAP. But it is only gonna be 2 members, ha? Medyo separated dito yung AAP. This could be really bad. Especially Evil Patrick. Hopefully, he's not out in the open. And GNL, naku po, they're gonna start to get out of the car. Kitang-kita dito si Evil Patrick and he might be in trouble. Oh, no! Naku po. Not the best scenario para dito sa AAP. The scout that they have dito sa may swamp area is gonna be the first one down. Si Evil Patrick pa ngayon nawala dito, pare. The 4 cars started to roll up and Evil Patrick, parang yung 4 horsemen of apocalypse, pare, yung naririnig niya.
Talagang nina-knockdown yung kampana ng kamatayan. Umalog na ngayon para dito sa mga players ng AAP ngayon. It's happening pa rin para dito sa kabilang side. Itong Shotarong at least now trying to deal as long-range gunfights papunta sa mga gumagamit ng kotse palabas doon sa nangyaring gunfight. Pero man, you just gotta wonder kung may time pa ba ang AAP na i-revive. Wala na. Tuloy, naging dalawa na. Naging pick para dito sa mga players ng AAP. All-around attack. Talagang all-around ang mga players ng Archangel Predators. At ang Pinoy Pride, hindi kumakanta ngayon. Unfortunately, para sa ating Pinoys. Mas lalo na din para sa VR. Knocking down 3 players and they're already pinched because of Shoterong. Already knocking them all out of the gates. 2 picks already para sa kanila at mukhang nade na lang at natapos para sa mga players ng V3 Fox. Everybody just having fights all around this area sa Gatka.
Mukhang tama nga yung pangalan nila dito, Chris. Attack all around. Kanina AAP, ngayon V3 naman ang hanap dito ng AAA. Pero ayun nga, man. That's a risk that you have to run, no? Pag ganun ka-separate yung mga players nyo dito. That one squad is rolling up with 4 cars and just outnumbering lahat ng players dito. And that is a drive-by, but it is actually the opposite. It was the guy in the driver's seat getting hit. Yanku getting vision dito sa smoke. Nakikita niya ba dito? Hindi. Nako po. Tamang ninja lang dito. Smoke criminal, as we do say. Pero Yanku... Yanku, nakita na nga. Oh, the element of surprise, but not for him. Goni is gonna go down. And grabe naman, Yanku is playing this so well na nakakuha na siya ng 2 kills dito. And V3 are just getting annihilated by a single player.
He was trapped dahil kapag binuksan niya yung pinto, mag-spray na lang siya papunta doon. Kaya, naging careful na lang siya sa loob ng smoke and maybe expect the gunfight here. Yung AAA naman, sila naman yung nagsa-circle around these players of V3 Fox and just like that, in a blink of an eye, V3 Fox are eliminated
Binuhat
as
na paloob.
possible. Parang binuhat na rin paloob dito sa house para man lang ma-revive itong si Yanko. Pero siya yung nag-start ng laban, so you gotta give props to this guy.
Yeah, I mean, Yanku played that so well, pare. Parang si Saibonti kanina, he just rolled up and literally got to, on his own, That's what you need from your players, pare. The one that can take out multiple and attack all around. Kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, attacking all around. AAP ang unang biktima. Pangalawa, itong V3F. Pero itong AAP, meron pa silang dalawang miyembro. So, pwede pa silang makakuha ng kahit anong late game scenario dito. Ang problema nga lang, they might be late papunta dito sa circle natin kagaya ng MG. But MG is just rolling up with the car. So, walang problema para sa kanila dito. Hindi sila masasaktan ng blue zone. Pero Rascal Jester mukhang may kita nila ang second place team na nakita natin kanina. Kim Goni trying to go for the peak at least or some poke. Pero mukhang si Mr. Flank nakakuha na napakagandang position yung car. Naku po! Nagre-reverse yung car para hindi kinuha yung handbrake. Ay. Kim Goni nakuha na rin si IM Pete and Kim Goni wants revenge from that earlier fight. Rascal Jester taking out 2 of the second place teams or rather second place players para dito sa SDV2. And si KMF na lang riding into the sun, leaving his teammates in the dust, pare. And ayun lang, what can he do, man?
Hayaan mo na lang. Kung ikaw na lang nag-iisa, tumakbo ka na lang to try to please keep the hope alive. Pero hindi lang yung Genius Esports yung merong target on their backs, pare. Kung sino man yung malapit sa kanila, magnet na yon para magkaroon ng ice dun sa second place team natin dahil nasa kanila yung pinakamalapit na points na pwede mong kunin sa kanila. So maybe steal away the second spot para pagdating dito sa ating third match, mas madaling i-translate. Pero hold on, Damn One, naghahanap ng pick dito sa kabilang side ng mountain na ito. They do have that position already set up sa may north side ng Gatka, mga kaibigan. Genius Esports also already setting up doon sa may edge ng circle all the way around this area of the map, and Hospital being that focus means that they have a lot of time to get more bandages into the play, probably get as much weapons as possible. You can see the start here very much, I wouldn't say similar, it's definitely a different story we're seeing this time around para sa mga players or sa mga teams na nakita natin aggressive from the start. Mako Gaming still alive and well. Yung Genius Esports yet again passive as we are seeing them right here. Rascal Jester still very much the same players or the same team that can control the gatekeeps and try to get those picks while they're trying to rotate on over. So very much said, yung magiging resulta natin very late. Isa pa lang yung makakuha nating team dito, pero now that Enter Force 36 has already have control over this watchtower, then maybe they can run on over and reposition themselves to another high ground position.
Yung mga aerial shots na nakikita natin galing dito sa ops is making me think, is anyone gonna use the drone dito sa game natin? I mean, it does take up a weapon slot, but still that would give a lot of info para sa team mo. But I think they'd rather have weapons in their hands, and the scopes are gonna be the ones giving the info para sa kanilang team. Enter Force kind of playing the top of the hill and also the 2 houses dito. But quite separated. Pag nakita natin yung ginawa ng AAA kanina, pag yun nangyari sa dalawang players, they could be in very big trouble. Pero Rascal Jester, mukhang nauna sila dito sa ating mga bahay. And yun lang, that's why you look at the front pag nagda-drive ka, pare. Naku po.
That's
always
why
look when you're driving.
you wear your seatbelt.
That's
why you wear your seatbelt. Diba? Hindi kalimutan yung seatbelt kapag nagda-drive tayo. Kahit ang sigulang na nauntog yung kanyang ulo sa mismong
wala pa namang yan. Wala pa namang airbag
insurance.
Siguro yan, siyempre. Insurance? Walang insurance sa PUBG, pare. Insurance? Life insurance ang kailangan mo yata dito para sa mga ibang teams, especially para dito sa V3F kasi mukhang ang dami ng casualties. Early pa lang nakikita natin dito. I think si Wesker ni-enjoy niya yata yung kotse na to. Oh, maybe a bit too much. Ako po. Wesker, be careful, my friend. And we're just gonna see yung mga ibang teams natin starting to file into the zone as we do see GE. Simon T with a mini 14 already. Naka-SLR itong si Yuta, who was in the chat kanina. Says hi.
Oh, hello. Si Yuta. Napaka-wholesome naman ito. No? Sobrang you just know that the guy's a chap na graceful in victory. Tapos may time para makapag-hi sa mga nanonood, sa mga fans ng Genius Esports. Pero si Rise, he does have the angle set up, pero nandun siya sa blue zone. He has to be careful dahil in additional damage dahil nasa loob siya ng blue zone. Maybe not that much ngayon that he already found that angle. Pero si Yuta, nakapag-hi sa chat at nag-goodbye pa lang dito sa ating match. But that is if he does get run over dito. Kitang-kita, he is knocked down. But They will finalize the frag galing dito kay KSMZ. Si Zest though, he is able to trade it out immediately papunta sa MG. So 1-for-1 trade, and in the end, I feel like that's a really huge pick para dito sa MG now that they found Yuta out of the picture.
I mean, si Yuta yung isa sa pinakamalaking problema dito ng GE kanina. As well as itong si Zest, pero the biggest problem para dito sa GE, Simon T is still alive. Naka-mini 14 yung tropa natin dito, so he definitely does have the range in his pocket. E36 slowly starting to rotate na rin dito sa ating zone. Not playing their usual, no, where yung ina-expect natin dito sa E36, they're just gonna walk it in dito sa ating zone. Instead, they are just gonna be playing dito sa may gitna. Maybe try to get some early poke, but they have to look behind them just in case kasi meron dalawang squads na pwedeng mag-poke sa kanila dito. XK, who was playing the saving private XK kanina pare with him crawling in the grass trying to see if he can get his team some more points. Currently in second place itong E36 pare I mean nakakaipon sila ng points thanks to that earlier placement galing dito kay XK.
And if you are enjoying the action ngayon mga kaibigan, don't forget na meron din tayong Dota 2 Finals dito sa Predator League APAC 2022. You can check it out on twitch.tv/Predator Gaming Philippines, as well as fb.tv/Predator Gaming Philippines. So back to the action. New generation esports spraying on down, papunta doon kay Trike.
How steady is
Mukhang nakahanap sila ng knockdown habang nag-rotate pa lang sila doon sa may beach, and very well said. They do need to move on out bago pa man nila ma-finalize yung frag, pero he's too out in the open. They're just gonna leave him to die. Sobrang bilis ng pag-convert para dito sa NGE, and they're not done. Yung MCS na wala na ng dalawang pick, at mukhang naghahanap din ang Makan Semeru na makahanap ng isolation, but NGE just doing so much work ngayon.
Ooh, I think that's Star-Lord. I could barely see your name, to be honest. He was just so far. Pero yun nga, I think Marco Gaming wants to get revenge dito sa Makan Semeru, the team that wiped them out earlier. That could definitely feel good kung kayo yung MG dito. Pero Magic Esport trying to see if they can get some pot shots dito sa GE, who is just trying to get a better position dito sa ating zone. Pero STV, oh no, KMF is out of the question. And SGD is out, pare. Naku po, that's the second place team. Ngayon, meron ng opportunity dito yung E36 to secure that second place dito sa ating game.
Mukhang lumalakas ang epekto ng pag-hold down ng isang mga players sila. Pero hold on, Caster Curse na bigla. Kakasabi mo lang, E36 has a chance ngayon. Pero just like that, na-finalize na yung mga picks dito for E36. But GE also on the back foot ngayon. Nades put out at nagpupush na ngayon ang mga players ng MCG. They're already finding the pick here kay Genius Esports. And the top one dito sa ating match 1 is down in the second match. Grabe, Sneaky Frog. How the tables have turned. Sobrang bilis.
How the turns have tabled indeed, my friend. Sabi ko sa'yo, basta iba yung circle natin dito. Basta hindi Sosnovka, anything can happen. And it is out in the open. The winners are gone. E36 is out as well. The top 3 is out, pare. Nako po. Mukhang yung mga teams natin in the 4th spot below gusto makakuha ng revenge. Where is AAP this entire time? Just chilling at the back of the zone probably. Pero Marco Gaming in a better spot. Instead of being the first ones out, they're actually starting to get some points on the board, starting to crawl slowly. And Magic Esport as well, right next to them, pare. And uy, mukhang MCS as well, the team na wala silang placement points, pero napakadaming kills na nakuha nila dun sa last game, shooting them all the way up to 4th place. And as we do see in the circle, barely any cover, barely any buildings. Medyo Miramar yung vibes na nakikita natin dito, pare.
Man. Konti na lang at baka kailangan nilang i-push yung mga naka-cover pa rin. Dahil sobrang liit ng cover na sinasabi mo, as you said, no? And Makan Semeru just trying to play off of that cover. Let's look at the map and maybe interpret what is to come dito. So it's still AAA. Outside of the edge here. Kaya if it's only a matter of time before they could try to collapse onto anybody who's trying to gatekeep them. And they have to be in a very careful position dahil doon. NGE though, still on the top foot. Kaya pa rin nilang kunin yung high ground. At all the way over to the other side, maka-target nila itong MCS. They had a chance to try to knock out yung Marco Gaming very early in the round. But now they do have a bit of a slight edge here. Also find GNL, si Tuta na one tap papunta dito sa ating Erangel map. Si Jayers nakahanap na finalization, pero yung grenade at yung smokes na tinaray nilang i-contest itong house na ito. With Hammer finding one of these picks na knockdown ang isang mga plays ng AAA. Pero one big grenade nawala ang AAA attack all around. Wala na dito sa ating match ngayon.
Oh my God, attack all around. Ang ganda ng start nila dito sa ating game. Pero mukhang pinasabog yata ng kabilang team. And ayun na nga. It is out in the open in DGNL. Nakita natin, not anywhere near the top 5 in the earlier stages. Pero mukhang na-secure na nila ang second spot. Pero andito na nga ang AAP taking down itong si Ming Jae. And none getting huge kills para sa kanyang team. They need more, of course, para umakyat pa sila dito sa kanilang scoreboard. Hindi ganun kalayo ang gap ng MCS at STV at E36. Pwede pa silang umakyat dito. Pero Rascal Jester mukhang gusto nilang i-poke ang mga players dito sa may compound natin. But I think it is just gonna be buildings that are about to be played. And this is such a good spot para sa MCG at sa Rascal Jester, pare. Sila lang may building dito sa ating napakalaking area. And it's gonna be a tough one para sa mga teams na mag-rotate pa lang dito. Si CJ18 kind of on his own. What happened to the rest of the squad?
Wala na.
Wala na.
Wala na. On the journey towards the middle of
The
the circle, wala na
phase 2
tuloy.
to 5 incident pa.
As the later progresses, talagang yung mga hindi natin na-expect na wala, hindi na talaga tuloy makakatapos dito. Pero Makan Semeru already trading close. Papunta dito sa New Generation Esports na kanina pang lumalakas dito sa ating second match. But the nade, finalizing Wesker here. At slowly but surely, just trying to creep up papunta dito sa NGE. Ang MCS, we're now getting pinched up by multiple players. Tong si 28 Teddy, mukhang konti na lang, mapupush na siya ng sobrang daming players ng New Generation Esports already gearing up for the war that is to come. Pero ang naghihintay na lang ay mag-dissipate yung lahat ng tear gas dito. So the nades coming out of here. Pero Young B at si How How already shutting off. 28 Teddy trying to deal as much damage dito sa MGE. Isa na lang sa kanilang hindi pa na knockdown ngayon. Dalawa para sa ating MGE players. Pero already trying to trade as much utility, as much of these grenades as possible. Flash na tuloy yung isang mga players sa loob. Pero si Teddy, buhay pa siya, kumakanta, pero na-knockdown ang Makan Semeru dahil sa aggression na nalabas ng MCG at ng NGE.
Grabe naman yon, Makan Semeru still trying to fight the way out of that one. Napakasakit, Kuya Teddy, with that M416. My lord. Makan Semeru na eliminate sila, pare, but they do get eliminated while they are swinging in all directions, my friend. Pero GNL mukhang nakahanap na rin sila ng fight dito, looking for the kill, and the nade is gonna go through. That's gonna be shooter wrong out of the question. Big nades na naman galing dito sa GNL, and mukhang second place is gonna be secured for them as of the moment. Nakakuha na sila ng 16 points. All of a sudden, yung lead dito ng Genius Esports is not looking that far. Low-key, nakuha si Havoc habang nagdadrive sa gitna. Grabe naman, DK. Na andito pa sila sa may hillside natin towards the backside ng ating zone. This is a perfect position para dito sa DK, pare. This is classic Damwon Gaming. Maghahanap sila ng high ground and they are just gonna snipe on whoever is fighting in this situation. Veds running into two squads and nabangga pa nga siya dito. Veds! Oh no, Veds! Mukhang kailangan mo ng car insurance at pinasabog pa nga yung kotse, pare. Grabe naman yun.
Not enough. Not enough for life insurance din ngayon. Now, he already secured himself death dito sa ating later stages ng ating second match dito, mga kaibigan. And I do want to point out na yes, they did have the high ground, pero that also puts a lot of pressure sa mga tao dito sa loob. Yes, they do have the cover, pero if they do come out of windows not as less carelessness as possible with, di mawawala sila agad ng masusurprise sila dito. DK, they do have the high ground, but it is on the mispositioning na pwedeng makuha dito sa mga players na nasa loob ng cover ngayon. You see NGE already repositioning themselves over to towards that cover. But it also demands a lot of attention from Damwon. So if they don't get these picks agad, then depende sa kung paano mag-react ang circle dito. No? Baka ma-pinch up sila tuloy and maybe be reliant on how they could be pushing towards one of these teams here. They have to make a choice eventually. But for GNL, the choice is maybe try to take cover over towards one of the low-key parts of the map ngayon. Considering na nagko-close na agad dito sa ating next phase ang sir.
Tignan mo naman, napakapayat ng mga puno na nasa harap nila, pare. That is not gonna help them at all.
Cover ba yan?
Cover ba yan? I think yung kaya na lang nilang i-cover dito yung mga hay bales and GNL maybe gonna use the car at the same time. GNL gonna try to get some drive-bys in this situation and mukhang nakahanap na sila ng isa dito. Taegyun with some really good tracking in this one and nalabas na nga siya sa kotse to get this final kill. Nade is gonna come through and is gonna force the push. But Raze! He gets two! Eliminating GNL by himself! Nako po! MG still live and alive! Individual play galing dito kay Raze. And now we see Damwon Gaming, the late rotation galing sa kanila dito pero makakahanap sila ng dalawang squad rolling up with the foreign in this one. Mentul, ginamit ang kotse para maharangan ng window pero meron ding mga players dito sa likod and that's gonna be Genius Esports or New Genius Esports, NGE. Napakadaming genius na meron tayo dito sa ating game. Pero Damwon, gusto nilang kunin yung building na to pare. Pero mag-isa lang dito si Dao Yansong ha. He's gonna be in big trouble. Nako po, yung Molotov! Yung Molotov pare! Ay! Nasunog pa nga yung tropa natin dito sa loob ng bahay. And Foxy is gonna go down as well. But what matters is DK, nakuha na nila yung building.
They have a lot of cover. Nasa kanila yung ground. At saka yung nades na pinunteriya ang mga players ng Damwon. So Rascal Jester, now this is the unlikely hero para sa kanila dito sa ating match ngayon. They did deal a lot of damage but they still need to keep one of these players online here para maging even up yung 3 players nila dito. Pero as they try to reposition themselves at i-resurrect yung isa mga players dito sa RJ, ang Marco Gaming, mukhang gaming na sila sa loob ng bahay ngayon. Already forcing off on these players sa labas dito ng ating bahay. Pero baka flak ang mangyayari. Si Parman naghihintay na lang ng posisyon at let's close yung door sa kanya. Kaya hinihintay na lang yung nades to try to force them out of their positions ngayon. Pero ang mga players ng MCG, they're still holding their ground. They're still trying to get themselves trapped. Pero si Crazy Bobby, the spray towards Buelo at saka kay Parman, enough para makuha ang Rascal Jester at isa na lang para sa kanila. Pero that's damage done. A killing spree dealt towards these players of Rascal Jester at ang Marco Gaming. Sila yung kanina naging first blood dito sa ating first match pero sila ngayon ang pinakabuhay sa ating second match ngayon.
Marco Gaming from last to first dito sa ating second game pare. Pero Rascal Jester, Kim Goni on his own using the car para makalabas dito pero mukhang nakamarka na yata siya dito. CJ getting that earlier wipe as well on that one team. Pag makuha na dito si Kim Goni, that's gonna be so huge para dito sa AAP. Already edging on towards that 5th place with the 6 kills na meron na sila dito. Pero Rascal Jester, Kim Goni, ikaw na lang mag-isa dito. Pupush mo pa ba to? Pero tignan mo, New Generation Esports nasa kanyang likod. Kim Goni with the S686. Naka po, naka-shotgun si tropa. Pag humarap to dito sa may pinto, patay ka talaga. Pero tignan mo, gusto ko talaga yung ginagawa dito ng NGE pare. They are sending out one player. Parang ginagawa ng Damwon palagi dito kay Starlord para makakuha ng kahit anong accessory kills, especially para dito kay Kim Goni. Pero tignan mo naman si CJ, mukhang saving private CJ naman ang ating turn dito. He's really just trying to get placement para sa kanyang team. Pero New Generation Esports, Dayan, makukuha mo ba dito si Kim Goni? Crazy Bobby is gonna go down. Loki is gonna get itong si Crazy Bobby. Damwon using the window so well. 4 pa yung buhay sa kanila dito. So maybe they are looking for the win instead of the kills. Pero tignan mo naman si Foxy. He's gonna go for both instead. And Damwon playing this compound to perfection pare.
Sobrang safe ng position nila. Already forcing itong players ng New Generation Esports to try to play for that space na tinatry nilang kunin. Pero yung Damwon, ayaw nila lumaban. They always try to go to not peek overly aggressively para at least they still have the numbers na naman. They are one of the more stable forces dito sa ating second match. Pero against these players of NGE who are still trying to make their way over doon sa may house na yun, they're doing a really good job of trying to deny them from getting that space ngayon. Pero ayun, lumabas na yung isa mga players ng MCG, but they already find Kim Goni, who was the only man alive para sa Rascal Jester. But as they peek out of the door, nahanap nila is mga players ng NGE ngayon and he has to back off. Dayan, he was trying to get that pick papunta doon sa may house, pero as the round progresses, as the game progresses, yung MCG, yes, there's still damage, they're still battered, pero they're still gunning for getting that or securing that second place finish. At kapag nakuha nila yung ibang mga picks dito in the second match, then they can secure themselves a really high spot, mas lalo na they're trailing behind GNL and possibly even overcome GE ngayon sa ating second match, Siki.
Top 4 na nga dito ang nakikita natin on screen. AAP is the one with the one member pero gusto magpakita dito ni CJ, hindi siya mag-saving private Ryan mode, mukhang gusto niya mag-Rambo dito, big nade, pero tatakbo na lang dito NGE. They're gonna play life rather than playing na possible death na pwede mangyari dito. Pag pinush kasi nila tong si CJ, pare, tignan mo naman, Damwon, full LOS in this entire field, and mukhang yung mga building natin ay may advantage pagdating dito sa ating Phase 8 circle, possibly Phase 9 coming into this one very, very soon. And Damwon in a really good spot, pare, playing that passive game might be paying off dito sa very, very last circle natin. Pero wag natin i-underestimate yung mga ibang teams dito. MCG, kahit tatlo na sila dito, they can definitely pull out a win considering how they have been playing for the past few phases.
Huwag natin in-underestimate yung nag-iisang AAP player natin. Huwag natin kalimutan ng Pinoy Pride. Kahit nasa deficit tayo na malaki, nandyan pa rin si CJ. Hinihintay na lang niya yung pinakamalaking moment para ma-third party niya to. Ang problema nga lang, everybody else sa lahat ng mga buhay pa around his position, at least 3 players alive on their team. Mas lalo na nasa harap niya yung Damwon na naghihintay ng third party opportunity sa kahit sinong lalaban dito. So MCG and NGE, you have to consider kung kailan sila lalaban. But as the game progresses, as Phase 8 is closing upon us, mga kaibigan, si CJ, unti-unting mawawala yung position niya dito. So he has to wiggle himself papunta doon sa may circle. So he is so low on HP. The lone hope para sa Archangel Predator, he's still alive and well. Habang iniintay yung aggressive positions para dito sa MCG. Pero look at Damwon. Look at how their position itself. They have already set up a lot of perimeters dun sa right side nila. Alam nila nandun yung NGE, pero yung MCG as well, also waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But you also have to consider the numbers. But CJ, he could be the only one who can influence Damwon Kia's perfectly. But now with the nade, as well as the rifle, already finding under and mutual, eto mga players ng Damwon Kia, they were playing it to perfection, pero si CJ ang magto-throw away lahat ng iyon.
Mukhang Rambo mode na nga dito si CJ, and makakita ka pa siya ng isa dito. Under is down, pero makikita niya pa ba yung isa? Smoke, flash is gonna go out, pero pa isang tao dito sa stairs. Tinapunan na nga siya ng flash dito, pero pareho silang bulag. And that is gonna be the kill para dito sa side ng Damwon Kia. At least para dito kay Boss CJ, no? Nakakuha sila ng 4th place para dito sa AAP, but that could be lost very, very quickly. New generation esports starting to move in, pero meron ng isang taon para dito sa ating Marco Gaming, and mukhang si Best Marco is gonna be a dead Marco, my friends. So QQ is gonna go down as well. All of a sudden, Marco Gaming, they had such a good position, pero biglang nawala sila ng players dito. Maybe a bit too aggressive from the Hong Kongese team. And Foxy looking for the flank. Mukhang makikita niya yung isang miyembro dito ng New Generation, pero bulag na bulag. But he gets the spray. Big spray dito kay Young B. Makikita na ba yung naka-crawl dito? Yes, he will. Big tag. New Generation is out. MCG, si Crazy Bobby na lang natitira. And Damwon Kia, patience is the virtue. And patience does pay off for the Korean team.
At sayang kasi yung Pinoy Pride natin, si CJ, he would have influenced a lot more, but he already did enough damage para at least ma-whittle down yung mga players ng ating Damwon Kia. Kaso, just how they could adapt around it. They already found one of the rats para dito sa mga players ng Archangel Predator. He used the flash doon sa may stairs, at habang naka-flash itong si CJ, may isa na gumamit ng balcony para makapag-jump and use that double-barreled shotgun para mahanap niyo yung mga rats para sa Archangel Predator. And while all of that action is happening, Marco Gaming, they were just too overwhelmed by the aggression that New Generation Esports had, and because of those whittled numbers, they already fall down to Damwon Kia. Korea already stepping up to the plate, mas lalo na dito sa ating second match where Genius Esports, we already pegged them as one of the best ngayon. But with how they have fallen very early into this game, talagang naapektuhan agad ang leaderboard natin.
Ang laki ng effect ng leaderboard basically during the chicken dinner overlay. Nakita natin, immediately Damwon Gaming finished 4th in terms of the placement, putting down AAP. The efforts of CJ there to try and get the flank, to try and get the kills. Yes, the needs were amazing, but the timing, yun nga lang eh, kung nag-iisa lang siya, it isn't gonna be enough. But if he was able to finish at least 2, the placement would have been different, right? We would have kept at least 5th place for AAP. But Damwon Gaming, ang ganda lang din eh. They knew when to back off because they knew isa lang naman yung AAP during the time. It was just CJ. And then they had a good position already. They had the house, and if they're sitting comfortably in their sofa, basically just putting in the remote, sabihin, okay, let's just press play, basically. Yun yung nangyari sa kanila. But it was good effort from all of the teams all around, a different situation each and every time, right? The ones that got the early kills during that time. I think the similarity for round 1 versus round 2 is Makan, Semeru, diba? They get the kills. They're very well in terms of the leaderboard. That was immediately they just get pulled down whenever there would be rotation. So I think there has to be a little bit of adjustment when it comes to their aggression and their play style. While the rest naman, Damwon Gaming, nakikita natin sila, they were at the second to the last in terms of the leaderboard. Patience is key. And what they did was they just sent out members to try and figure out nasa na ba sila, are they rotating. But hindi nga nila inakala na nandun si CJ from their backs, but ang ganda ng response nila doon. They did not push out, but instead they remained calm inside their house, and that's the reason why basically sila ang nakakuha ng scoreboard. I'm actually looking forward to see, 'di ba, ano yung naging difference na ngayon, because what I was just able to see is umangat bigla yung Damon Gaming dun to fourth from the very bottom. So AAP is still a great try, and as well as Marco Gaming for and NGE for being the top 4 teams here in this specific round. But I think ang daming nangyari during that time. I think things to note of would be GNL with all of their nade plays. As in, ang laki ng damage nila. Knockdowns for the nades and even annihilation with the nades, which we would see from AAP, but now it's being carried over to GNL, which made them rack up a lot of points in terms of their placement. Pero hindi lang din siya naging enough because all eyes now on Marco Gaming and how they were able to at least pick up the pieces from round number 1. Dad Femina, anything else that you would want to note at least during the last minutes of that round? Because it was closing in eh. Nakita naman natin, parang nakita na MG and Damwon ang two teams talaga na magre-remain dun sa circle. But NGE, nagkaroon lang siguro ng third-party play. But anything else that you'd like to note dun, Dad Femina?
Man, I mean, something na would encapsulate like yung perfect term for battle royals is how you adapt, right? For Dam1K, yeah, their passive playstyle allowed them to adapt sa kung ano man yung nangyayari all around their positions, diba? Yung passive play nila, yeah, we could discount that as one of the more, I'd say, less courageous types of play, diba? Pero that's the play that actually works out very well for Dam1K ngayon. Pero another thing that I also want to highlight ngayon is Marco Gaming. They were number 16 nung first match natin ngayon, and how they still kept themselves alive to the very end of our second match. Malaki yung naging impluwensya nila sa lahat ng nakuha nila all around this game. Yung kills, yung kung paano sila naging aggressive this time around, where they kept going and going and going. Sa mga favorites natin dito sa ating second match, yung V3 Fox na wala agad nung napushan sila agad ng isa mga players dito sa Marco Gaming. Yung ating AAP, they're still all the way down there to like number 5, which is, if I remember correctly, kanina nasa number 4 sila. Pero man, you just gotta know na you blow away all of our expectations when Marco Gaming now starting up in sa ating number 1. It just goes to show that sometimes whoever has the less expectations sa ating crowd is definitely somebody that can surprise everybody.
I think ang nangyayari nga dito, the ones at the very top of the placement kanina no round number 1, nandun na sa bottom. If you can see here, Genius Esport at 13, SGD at 16th place, diba? They were the first ones to be eliminated kasi nga all eyes are on them. If there is gonna be a team to beat, then let's beat them early so that we would have at least a better chance of getting a better placement for round number 2. And look how look how the turns have tabled. Basically, the ones at the very bottom ng round number 1 are at the very top. We see that Marco Gaming, even if Dam1 got the chicken dinner, Marco Gaming, with all of the kills that they were able to get, makes them at least rack up all of these points. So in combination with their placement plus their kills, ang ganda ng progression nila from that. And I'm looking forward to see the total of the placements basically with round number 1 and round number 2 in terms of consideration. And how about you, Sneaky Frog? I think ang ganda ng mga big plays ng mga needs kanina ng GNL, and the reactions from you were very much authentic na, uy, big nades. How can you like express pa yung ginawa ng GNL dun in terms of how big their plays were and how impactful that was in terms of this round?
Ayun talaga yung role ko na pag nagkakast ako pagkasama ko si Chris especially. Parang ako nag-a-adlib tapos nagra-rap si Chris. I'm like, oh! Okay, big nade! Tapos ganun pala. Professional oo. Yun nga, professional ooer. Yung tawag nga sa akin dito. Pero yun nga, man. GNL literally showing us kung bakit napaka-importante na mag-ipon ng nades sa backpack mo. Kita mo naman, Molotovs can clear so much of a building, especially pag stuck sa corner yung isang player, tapon ka lang na molly, and all of a sudden, it was basically a free building para sa side nyo. I think it's kind of unfortunate, no, na they kind of ran into multiple squads dun sa mga buildings, especially considering nandun na yung Damwon, nandun na yung Marco Gaming, and you know, the squad, another squad's already there. I think New Generation was trying to get some control as well. So, ayun nga, despite really good nade plays galing dito sa GNL, I think them not getting or not going in first dun nga sa mga buildings natin, they did pay the dear price. But at least, we are seeing some good nade plays dito sa ating mapa.
Definitely, and I think Damwon also contributed to all of those need plays, right? Them really just staying still when it comes to the passive play styles and just throwing in those nades early on gave them that advantage and all of the damage at least first. Pero I think ang dami nangyari during that second round. Which would be your favorite play, no, dito, Dad Femina, from all of the teams? What struck you the most out of everything that happened?
Alam mo, now that I think about it, feeling ko yung naging flank nitong si CJ helped Damwon Kia more than we actually think, di ba? Kung hindi niya finilank yun, then Damwon Kia would have actually went for an impulsive third-party rush siya. Dalawang teams na naglalaban na NGE at saka Marcus Gaming, di ba? But because they were delayed by AAP's own CJ, then yung mga buhay na members at buhay pa rin sila para makapaglaban into the scraps of what happened dun sa laban ng NGE at saka Marco Gaming, where it looks like Marco Gaming was actually the one who came out on top ng time na yun. So because they had that time to actually get that play in, they had their numbers checked at saka konti lang yung pwede nilang magamit to reset kasi konti lang yung naging destruction na nilabas nitong si CJ. So if all came down to how small the windows were, the margins were definitely perfect para dito kay Damwon Kia. And I'm very much excited to see if Damwon Kia can keep this up kasi yun yung sinabi natin sa Genius Esports. Now they have the biggest target on their backs this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's the other way around now. At least Genius Esport being eliminated early on, something that we did not expect, and the ones at the very bottom now coming out on top. And we're looking forward to seeing another map of Aranjo for the third round, right? But before we get into that third match, of course, we would like to thank our official sponsors for making this happen. Of course, it's going to be Predator Gaming. Intel, take your gaming into a higher level with the 13th generation Intel Core, and as well as Planet 9. So, kaming magbabalik dito sa Predator League 2022. My name is Donut, and with me is Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. Huwag kayong aalis, kami magbabalik.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
We are back here at Predator League 2022, and of course, round number 2 was something that we did not expect. The ones at the bottom are now on top, and nakahabol na ng points dito ang Marco Gaming and as well as Dam1 just because of the sheer patience play that they showed us in the map of Erangel. So, ngayon, round number 3, it's gonna be the same map, but now I think some of the teams, they've learned their lesson. The ones that were that played in round number 1 that got eliminated in the middle part of the the round, right? It's the same thing, but we're looking at now at the total ranking. Genius Esports still at the very top. Although they were eliminated very early, they still got 1 kill and they have a total of 22 points. Coming from round number 1, a very high, 21 points. But what is surprising here is the last 3 teams that survived last round. Marco Gaming, Damwon, and New Generation Esports. They're the ones at top 2 to 4 at the moment. And with all of the nade plays that we've seen from GNL Esports, are you surprised that they got top 5? Not really. And pagdating naman sa Archangel Predator, they keep their spot at top 6, while the rest naman, of course, are really encountering a shuffle from before. But I think some of the teams naman dito, they show us a little bit of facade, but the facade is taken down and immediately shut down by the rest of the teams. But since we're encountering the same map, at least for round number 3, ano yung expectations natin ngayon? Do you think it's gonna be a Genius Esport maintaining their top spot? Pero para kasing they're hanging by a thread, isang finger na lang sila on top number 1. What do you expect there, Dad Femina?
Well, tinitingnan ko ulit yung ranking natin ngayon. Parang lumipat na tuloy. Yung prey natin ng first map, sila na ngayon yung Predator pagdating dito sa ating second match no. Yung Marco Gaming na nag-start pa lang as one of the first people who died or one of the first team that died, now trailing behind etong Genius Esports ngayon. And specifically, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina during the break kasama si Sneaky Frog at sa'yo, Donut, na I don't think Marco Gaming had enough dahil since sila yung pinakauna namatay, wala rin sila naka-response kill no first map na yun. So they definitely still needed to inch a little bit more kung gusto nilang i-match or i-overcome yung Genius Esports lead natin ngayon. But they're coming in very close. Now they have a really huge shot pagdating dun sa third match natin kung saan pwede nilang i-finalize yung pagkuha nila ng first place match dito. For Genius Esports though, nasa kanila ngayon yung pressure. Napakalapit na tuloy ng kanilang second place team na kalaban nila dito. Compared to for first match, pagkatapos nun, 10 yung kanilang points na pwedeng kailangang i-trace or 11 points I believe na kailangang i-trace behind para man lang ma-match man lang yung Genius Esports ng time na yun. So, easier time to translate to try to steal away yung kanilang first match ranking. Pero, again, they still are, if not one of the best dito sa ating finals ngayon, Donut. So, for a lot of these teams, especially ngayon na lumalabas na din ang lakas ng Damwon Kia, they have to put all of their eyes on the right targets, and now it is still on Genius Esports, but a very smaller target put behind the backs of Marco Gaming as well.
Yeah, definitely. From 21 points in round number 1, ang laki nung gap. Yun nga, sabi mo nga, 11 points in terms of the gap ngayon kay SDG. But now that has been closed in. We have now ranks 2 to 5 different teams from round number 2 showing up. And with all of the kills, right, I think in terms of the summary, it wasn't shown in this stream. Pero in the main stream, nakita natin with Marco Gaming, 2 players got 5 kills for that specific round. So, ang laking impact nun in terms of their score. And even if the chicken dinner goes to Damwon, sila pa rin yung at the very top. So at least kills here are still a priority for Marco Gaming. And while the rest of the team members, of course, they're just really chilling. And there is now an opportunity for them to apply that same pressure in round number 3 in this map. Now, Sneaky Frog, I do have a question for you kasi 'di ba offline sinasabi natin sana nakita natin yung nangyari sa Archangel kasi two of them were eliminated early on, but we didn't really see it. It was off cam in terms of the kills. And these were Mad Dog and as well as Nan, I think. And natira na lang din dito si CJ with his sneaky plays. Pero ngayon, Archangel, with how they would play, diba? And they kept their rank at top 6. They just really wanted to survive and take the placement. But tingin mo, anong pwede nilang gawin para umangat lalo yung kill count nila?
Hopefully, hindi maulit yung incident dito kay Evil Patrick na, nag-chill lang siya dito sa may swamp just collecting yung kanyang mga weapons, mga ammo, tapos biglang may 4 na tao sa kanyang harap out of nowhere. Everything is panicking. Oh no, tapos biglang patay si Evil Patrick. And the rest of them, I think they got caught in mid-transition. No? Yun na naman yung weakness dito ng Archangel. No? Just getting caught mid-rotation. Papasok nga dito sa ating circle. But I think CJ played the situation really well. No? Nakakuha pa nga siya ng talabang down dito sa Dam 1. Could have been a disaster para sa kanila if he did get that stairs fight. And could have really made the game a lot more different sana para sa dalawang teams natin dito. To be honest, feeling ko yung isang misplay lang dito na Marco Gaming, to be honest, was the difference between them getting first place, them fighting itong NGE for the spot dito sa outside. I think they were worried about yung dito sa zone. But para naman dito sa AAP, I think if they can stop yung kanilang mistakes being separated siguro, I think they should really be more compact. I know pagdating dito sa PUBG, you really love to divide and conquer pagdating dito sa ating loot. But if an incident like that's gonna happen, no, yung kagaya nga na nakita natin kay Evil Patrick and nakita natin dun sa dalawang players, I really think that Archangel needs to find another drop maybe that can really benefit them, and that could maybe play them a bit passive. But at the same time, kasi Archangel, that's the best time, or that's the best spot that they can ask for, kasi yun talaga yung bagay sa kanilang playstyle, them fighting this early dito sa ating game. So I think they're gonna look for fights like that. I think it was just a matter of unluckiness galing sa side nila, to be honest.
Definitely, unlucky talaga. Isipin mo, naglalaba ka lang sa ilog, tapos biglang nandun na yung mga kalaban. Andiyan na yung mga nananakop, basically. But yun nga but at least I hope they learn from their mistakes, basically. So, hopefully, di ba, makita naman natin doon na at least they survive top 4. But, of course, sana lahat sila still alive and kicking pagdating para makuha nila yung mga points to rack up. And yun nga I think the element of surprise now, sabi nga natin probably it was just the positions, right? Yung magkakahiwa-hiwalay sila in terms of looting, but then that is really a disadvantage kasi kumbaga, if you're alone, then you really have a target in your head. It's not just about the teams to beat, but basically within the map itself na if they see you alone, and I think nagkaroon na rin ng mga instances yun in round number 1 wherein, okay, you're looting, sige, I'll take you down in just a snap. And I think that's what happened for Archangel Predator, right? And they just really have to play together. And we've seen them play like that na lahat sila, parang they all got their sixes, and basically they have each one, meron silang 45, 90-degree angle on what they're watching, and then they get all of the kills. And their rotations are very nearly perfect. Kumbaga, baka yun lang din, it wasn't just really the time for them, the timing wasn't right, it was also unlucky in terms of their positions. But now that we've seen about GNL with all of these big grenade plays, I'm looking forward to more, at least for some, because ang daming na knockdown with all of these nades. Just the perfect placement, even if it's so far in terms of range, damage is dealt basically. So that Femina now, while we're just really ensuring that the experience for the players are just very pristine, diba, na wala tayong errors, wala tayong lags. What now would you expect? Kasi si Enter Force 36, we were talking about them as one of the teams that can shine. But we see parang slight shines from them in the map, but they get taken down easily kasi nga magkakahiwalay sila palagi. Ngayon, given the nuances in their playstyle, ano kayang pwede nilang i-improve on for this specific round?
Honestly, nakikita ko yung yung bad timings kung kailan nila iti-take yung fights Nandun na yung paggamit ng nades, tapos nandun na din yung pagsama-sama ng roster natin for Enter Force 36. So they just have to hold themselves out for a lot of those late circles talaga. So they have to keep themselves alive para makapag-play doon sa playstyle nila, which is third partying left and right, no? So maybe try to get themselves into a position kung saan mas mabubuhay sila pagdating doon sa mga later stages. Try to play that passive game more. Maybe get that one person or one member to scout pagka gusto nila ng information pagdating sa mga fights sa gusto nilang kunin. At basta wag na lang silang maging overly aggressive, then not letting themselves get punished in a lot of those aggressive ways, then Enter Force 36 could have it in the bag. Nakikita natin yung potential kasi yung mga positions kung saan nandun sila sa last circle, nandun sila sa mga positions kung saan isa na lang yung nag-iisa or nag-iisa na lang yung member na buhay pa rin para sa kanila. It just goes to show that they do have that key, but it's only a matter of time before they could turn it if they do have the numbers for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was the same case. Yung naging error nila for the first round did apply for the second because we saw Saving Private XK during round number 1, and then at the end of it, diba, as the circle was closing in, we saw just also one member from Enter Force. But yun nga, hindi pa natin nakikita yung firepower nila, probably in terms of the decisions that they have to make within the map isn't really applied, or yun nga talaga na overwhelm lang sila by the rest of the teams here in Erangel. So ngayon, we're looking at the clean feed now while we're waiting for some players to reconnect, no, and they're so ready. Some of them are so ready and they're interacting with the camera. Have you had any encounters with any of these players, Sneaky Frog, or meron ka bang specific player na hindi naman, let's not look at teams. Apart from Archangel, syempre, alam naman. Apart from Archangel, yeah, meron ka bang parang player that you really do admire, not just for his gameplays, but also when it comes to his personality?
I'm trying to think right now, pare. I think para sa akin, it's actually, ito nga, yung the dudes from Marco Gaming, especially itong si Crazy Bobby. He is one of, I think he's one of the 2 players na that got 5 kills dito sa ating last game. The no hesitation galing sa kanya. Even though mali yung play nila dun sa late game, they still went for it. Kung nakuha nila itong new generation, that would have been them getting first place. And I love the, excuse my lingo, no? I love the balls that they actually went for the play doon nga dito sa ating outside, and I love seeing teams just aggressively being proactive kahit minsan mali yung kanilang play. That play could have actually resulted in them getting the win in this one. So, I'm looking out for Marco Gaming, man. Grabe talaga yung comeback story nila dito sa match number 2 natin. Hopefully, we do see the same sa match number 3 kasi pag nakasimula sila na maayos dito, if they don't get taken out at the start of the game, it seems like they can really rumble with the best.
Yeah, actually, even nga si So QQ, pagdating sa mga impact din when it comes to his rotations, kasi para siyang ally for the team of Marco Gaming. He does get these forward positions and then he gets the first encounter with the opponents, and then yung follow through na lang din for Crazy Bobby and Daiwan actually is seen through during the time of round number 2. Pero ngayon, now that we're also thinking, I think Havoc has a lot of potential, pero hindi pa lang natin siya nakikita. Probably there's a little bit of a mismatch when it comes to one, communication from the team members, kasi they seem disjointed pag tinignan mo sila sa mapa whenever there would be an encounter with other teams. And then so siguro the second one is just the sheer positioning, kasi they had an initial good position while they were rotating. Hindi lang nila napapanalo yung mga hindi lang nila na-knockdown yung mga opponents nila basically against them. So with the likes of Havoc having that potential, kasi nanggaling sila sa India qualifier Predator League, but we haven't seen them show up just yet. Do you think may mga chance for them to at least win this round, Dad Femina?
I mean, the potential is definitely there. I mean, Havoc, nakakita tayo ng mga set plays natin sa kanila dito. Flashes of brilliance, kumbaga, para sa kanila. Pero this glance, we're gonna have to need a bit more time para sa kanila, para malay mo, nag-warm up pa lang sila. Diba? Kaya kailangan, give a bit more time. Maybe this third time around dito sa Erangel could be their comfort zone ngayon. It's just that in a lot of those situations where they would have won those fights, it just all came down to execution itself. And so in a lot of the situations where Havoc could have won those fights, maybe we could flip the coin. Maybe this time it could be different, and possibly, so it could be said for a lot of these other teams that also struggled in the first 2 maps. Then we saw that there are some resurgence from teams like Sematong as well. So malay mo, not only the comeback story for The second placer, which is Marco Gaming, malay mo, magiging comeback story din para sa mga lower teams natin ngayon that they are very low into the leaderboard this time around.
Yeah.
Definitely, yun nga eh.
Let's
Yeah,
not
go
remember
ahead.
the car incident dito ng Havoc para dun sa... I saw the man
Wait,
bumping into the
everything but
half wall, ramping it up, pare. As long as they don't do that, pwede pa.
Yun
Everything
nga,
but
may
that.
chance pa sila, may isa pa natitira eh. Nga lang, di naka-seatbelt.
Of course.
Well, of course, syempre, sabi mo nga naman, di ba, Dad Femina, just give it a little bit time. And actually, that's what we're gonna do as well for the matches because we're gonna be taking a quick break. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsors for making Predator League possible. Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. Don't go away dahil match number 3 ay magbabalik dito. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ads. Bye, guys.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every...
Welcome back to Predator League 2022. Sabi namin, let's just give it a little bit of time. And the time is right here because match number 3 is ready. And Dad Femina and Sticky Frog will tell the story yet again in this map of Erangel. So wala na, hindi na tayo maghihintay. Let's get to the game.
Okay, wala nang hintay-hintay. Nandito na tayo mga kaibigan. Everybody falling out papunta dito sa may, I believe, northwest of our Erangel map. The last time that we'll see Erangel ngayon mga kaibigan, mamaya ating magiging fourth match ay magiging Miramar naman. At nakikita natin na we were talking about AAP. They needed to like change where they wanted to post their positions, but Gatka pa rin. I would have expected them to go around at Sosnovka Island possibly kasi yun yung kanilang second choice kung saan nila gusto mag-drop. AAA also going for the middle of the pack here. Papunta dun sa Pachinki. Walang hot drop na mangyayari since this is APAC. But ito yung isa mga magiging very interesting circle positions ngayon, Sneaky Frog. Nandun na siya sa pinakababang parte ng Erangel.
Not this again. Ay. Ito na naman. It is another Sosnovka banger dito sa ating game, pare. Nako po, paunahan dito sa ating West Bridge. And nakikita naman natin, last game, Damwon Kia. 8 kills. Despite getting the win, Marco Gaming still had the most points dito sa ating match number 2. This is what I like, no, pare. We are incentivizing kills more than yung placement. Which is really good para sa mga ibang teams dito that really like to go for these high kill games gaya ng nakita natin sa Marco Gaming kanina. But at the same time, pag meron kang high kill game and then meron ka pang high na placement, nako po, you are just gonna get so much points para kay Genius kanina. But Genius, that only happened in match number 1. Match number 2, they got a single point but still first place pa sila dito. So they're pretty safe as of now. And are we gonna see Damwon playing it a bit far? Okay, so we did see this sa mga past tournaments natin, no? Them going for this very, very far drop para masecure talaga nila ang kanilang loot for this late game. As we did see kanina, no? They don't like playing that early rotation. Ayaw nila mag-contest masyado dito sa ating Phase 1 hanggang Phase 4. So we are gonna see them just, you know, looting on the polar opposite side of the circle of the map. Meanwhile, itong Havoc, I think they really don't want the last game to happen once again galing sa side nila. So I think they're gonna mosey on towards ang ating Sosnovka side. Careful, Orum.
Oh!
Jesus,
Oh!
man. Havoc is playing in the knife edge, pare.
In terms of driving, kanina pa actually. Pero okay lang yan. At least na secure nila yung kung saan nila gustong destination. Ito namang I believe it is MG. Positioning themselves doon sa may higher parts nitong mountain na to and already entering towards the territory of the circle na din. So nasa among the edge lang naman ang ating MG players. Mas chill tayo ngayon pagdating sa match 3. Walang hot drop. Wala pa rin tayo nakikita first blood na nangyayari dito sa ating matchup. Everybody's still alive, just trying to find as much early loot as possible. Maybe go for the early armor din para pagdating sa mga laban, very, very safe lang pagdating doon sa mga later stages of the game, ng SDV. Now, they also have that redemption arc. Kanina nakita natin, doon sa first match sila pa lang yung magiging second team win. Pero doon sa match 2, wala masyadong presence pagdating sa second match natin. No? Now, this is their time. Maybe they can even things up. Baka dito sila makakabawi and maybe could nest against Genius Esports this time around.
Dude, KMF is an SLR magnet, pare. Every time na nandito siya sa screen natin, he always has an SLR with a 3x in his pocket. So I think he has a certain drop talaga na hinahanap dito. Oh my God! Drive-by on both sides! Gems is gonna go down. Pero si Kim Goni na rin ang nawala dito. Attack all around. Kim Goni is gonna be gone, but is that gonna be the finish para sa kanyang teammate? Mukhang hindi nila makukuha to. Sniper shot. Pero may nakaharang! Naku po, Buelo. Kaya mo pang bumuelo dito, men.
Ay, pwede pa. Kakambyo na lang para mahanap tong si Buelo. Pero yan, pumapasok na. At si Buelo nahanap niya yung knockdown dito kay Jayers. Pero out, Archangel Predator are also putting the pressure on towards RJ right here. Yung Rascal Jester, sila yung naging consistent from the first 2 matches pa lang. But now they're getting the pressure on with a perfect nade from AAA. And Mad Dog playing the final touches on Wesker here, knocking him down ngayon. Rascal Jester, nafe-feel nila agad yung outgoing pressure from all parts of the map. AAA on the front with AAP also on the flank as well.
Oh no, yung Molotov! Yung Molotov, Chris! May nasusunog sa loob, pare!
No!
Oh, Rascal Jester! With the help of AAP, mukhang AAA, yung dalawang A dito, ay nag-teamwork para mawala etong RJ, pare, nako po. Pero andito na ang Genius Esports rolling up at the back. Pero gusto ng Archangel dito, kunin muna natin ang building. Hanap tayo ng opportunity para makahanap ng mga gatekeep dito. Are they gonna go for the boat? Alam ko merong barko dito sa likod nila kasi may pier. So, they're definitely gonna try to plan it out. CJ18, the man, the myth, the beast, who almost took out Damwon by himself, is gonna try to look for the rest of the AAA members dito, pare. Kanina, from lovers to enemies ngayon ang nakikita natin on screen right about now. But still, Rascal Jester being out that early, that's gonna be tough para sa kanilang score, pare.
Lalo na din at tinatanggal nila yung mga proactive teams dito. You saw like the amount of control that they had on a lot of the parts of the map ng first 2 matches natin. Ngayon, that they're out of the picture ngayon sa ating third match ngayon, pare. Hindi it's gonna be a less active playstyle for a lot of these teams ngayon. More passive playstyles and maybe less fighting by the looks of the middle rounds ngayon. At yung Genius Esports, maybe taking this a bit too calmly ngayon. Playing around the water. At dito, nagsa-center ang ating circle ngayon. Now you can see that the positions already focused doon sa may water side ng ating Sosnova. I mean, come on man, this is what you didn't want to see, but it's a different layer ngayon. They're all playing around the water area.
I love the priority na kinukuha na ng mga teams dito on towards these boats kasi yun talaga yung pinakamalaking problema ng mga ibang teams dito is trying to rotate in that bridge side. Ang problema nga lang, that bridge is occupied by so many squads trying to gatekeep these teams as much as possible to reduce the numbers to make the placements of their team higher. I mean, they do not care if makuha nila yung kills or hindi. Basta lang mabawasan yung mga teams dito and make sure that they get a top 10. And yun na nga, Marco Gaming, the top squad dito sa match number 2, moseying on towards a new spot. I think they're prioritizing the loot over the kills in this one. Rather, maghahanap na lang sila ng kills pag kompletong-kompleto na sila pagdating sa mga baril nila dito. So they are just gonna be staying on towards that side of the map dito sa may Primotsk. Hopefully, I did not mess up the pronunciation of that. Pero, yun nga, mukhang Enter Force is starting to enter. Attack all around is right next to them, pare.
Ay, yun ba talaga yung mangyayari? Kakagat ba talaga sila? Ayun, medyo ipit tong si Yanko 2 off. A lot of players on the high ground ngayon. Is he gonna get caught here ngayon na nandoon sa taas niya? Mga players ng E36 mukhang konting inom lang ng painkillers. Tamang inom lang ng tubig din. Energy drink pala. Para man lang magkaroon siya ng energy pagdating sa ating next fight. Gems though, laying down the fire papunta doon sa mga players ng E36 at it's damage but it's not enough to knock down one of these players. It is enough to actually force out some smokes here. Mukhang enough na yun para makapag-run away na lang yung E36. Nandun yung presensya ng AAA pero wala dun yung fight, wala pang namamatay.
Akala ko dalawang SLR dito ni James pa. That would be a really funny loadout, no? Dalawang SLR. Akala mo ubos na bala ko. Eto pa, meron pa ako isa. Pero yun na nga, another gatekeep strategy. Nako po, GNL, once again, looking to see if they can block off some of these members, no? I'm trying to see yung mga teams nito, no? Block off or make a little vehicle blockade dito sa may bridge side natin para mahirapan makapasok pa ng ibang teams natin. But I think East Bridge is not gonna be safe at all for any teams kasi nga, tignan mo naman yung blue zone. Phase 1 pa lang, it is gonna be eaten up by it. And a late rotation by V3F. Hindi pa naman masyadong urgent, no? Ang pagkuha ng white circle dito because it is only phase 1 para. It is only ticking for 1 damage as you can see on screen pag naka-painkiller ka. I think it's 2 pag hindi ka naka-painkiller. So, it's not that much.
Yeah, I mean, wala pa rin dun yung sense of urgency kasi medyo chill pa lang. On the way pa lang yung mga teams natin papunta dun sa very, very near part of our circle ngayon, mga kaibigan. Which is, again, around the area of Sosnovka military base, Sosnovka Island to be exact. And napakalapit lang ng mga teams dito papunta dun sa loot box natin. So, they're gonna have a pretty good time and a lot of good loot pagdating sa pagkuha nun, and wala ring kukuha ng defense, wala ring magbibigay ng pressure na makuha yung loot box natin dito. So they get trade out of it. But for Damwon Kia, again, we're talking about Korean team na to. Them actually a little bit late to the party, but they definitely weren't late to how they performed in the second match. That passive aggressive playstyle that we saw them from the previous match, talagang paying off so much with how well they played in the last fight that they had. Considering that they are still in the blue zone for the very early stage of the game, wala masyadong pressure but they still need to get going kung gusto nila i-put forward yung pressure in one of the players here sa AAA side.
Oh,
but
what a
on the
shot.
other side of things, they are gonna try to get those kills up and running papunta sa V3 Fox, pero si Percy, siya pa lang naman yung kukuha ng better half of these duels. But still, in towards the duels of AAA at saka V3 Fox, it is AAA that actually get the knockdown dito, and Percy, he's gonna get controlled.
Siyempre, we're gonna go with the Italian pronunciation. We're gonna go with Purchi. But I think he's gonna be down. Yo, Resby, bro. Where's his teammates? Yo, VTF, get this man up right now. Attack all around. Grabe. I think he was the scout para sa kanyang team. Pero may lumalangoy. Enter 436. It is like shooting fish in a barrel, pare. Nan is just collecting all of these points. Omochi Daten is out and he is just getting shot. Nalulunod na yung tropa natin dito. Meron pang lumalangoy na isa. You better go deep. Pero paglabas mo ng beach, walang cover dito. Si Star-Lord gusto niya mag-retaliate pero napakalayo niya sa mga ibang members dito at 3x scope is not gonna help you from that distance but he is eating itong si Nan. Pero si CJ nakuha niya na si XK. Nalulunod na yung mga players dito slowly para dito sa E36 and look at the points para sa AAP. They are just getting some freebies dito pare.
Easy para sa AAP ngayon. Nahanap nila yung andaming nagsiswimming dun sa may water. Papunta dun sa Sosnovka. At etong AAP, yung duo para sa kanila. Talagang naharap nila yung kills dito pero may boat fight na nangyayari. Marco Gaming against the other side. Believe that is Predators. Mga players dito sa kabilang side ng boat dito. But for Marco Gaming, trying to chase them off. Talagang hinahabol. Hinahabol ng taya ang mga players dito for Marco Gaming. But they're gonna try to roll them back here. Ang daming damage na dinideal dito kay Baggin. Ayun na nga, wala tuloy ang nag-iisang nagkocontrol ng boat for the other side. And mukhang nasira na rin
brutal,
para finalize yung last kill. Sobrang brutal nga.
My God. The boat just exploding right next to him. No mercy. Para dito sa Marco Gaming and the Hong Kongese team rolling around on the backside of Sosnovka. Alam ko na bakit, no, kung napaka-late nila mag-rotate dito. They landed in Primox. Hopefully, I did not F up yung pronunciation na yun once again. And they had a boat right then and there waiting para sa kanila pare. And they decide to go in the backside. Problema nga lang, Mr. Chris, new generation esports is here to gatekeep yung mga galing dito sa mga barko natin. And the rest of the Predator Shuratong squad is gonna be coming from right behind them. That's gonna be a problem. Sino ba ang ita-target dito ng new generation? Is it gonna be Marco or is it gonna be the Shuratong squad? Pero V3 Fox, only losing one member. I think that's the one member that we saw that was down earlier. RIP to the dude. Di binuhat pare, hindi nila binuhat papunta sa safety. Nako.
Hindi, iniwan na lang nila si Mac. Kaso, at least now, yung mga gine-gatekeep nila, eto na nakikita natin yung effects dito. Ang NGE na kanina pang gine-gatekeep ang mga players ng Shooterong already falling down to the count. At least the trade-off ni Crazy Easy, papunta dito kay Youngby na down for the count ngayon. Still resin back up, mas lalo na't maganda yung naging position nila. However, on the other side of things, it is a triangular position para sa V3 Fox, Havoc, at saka itong GNL. Hinihintay na lang yung pag-push nitong V3 Fox. Mababa sa mga vehicles, pero ang NGE lumalabas ang lakas at ang Shooterong na eliminate the 15th team sa ating ranking ngayon.
That's the one team na mayroong barko dito sa backside natin dito, no pare, kasi they really tried to go for the boat play. Alam nila hindi option dito ang bridge, so instead nag-gatekeep na sila dito ng NGE. But NGE, they do not know yung Marco Gaming is crawling from the other side of the beach pare. So kind of thanks to the other squad na medyo na-distract dito ang nag-gatekeep. And they got a free entrance dito sa ating island. New generation esports starting to move forward dito sa ating circle. But the damn one trying to capitalize them being in such a bad position para sa ating phase number 4 of the circle. Possibly, if maganda yung RNG dito ng NGE, the circle is gonna pull towards their side of the map. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gems, what happened to the rest of the squad? Yan ko na. Naku po, napaka-separated dito ng attack all around. Mukhang attack all separated ang nangyari sa side nila. Gems is gonna go down to the zone. Finish para dito sa Makan Semeru again. One of the high kill teams na nakita natin kanina. Nako. Attack all around. Ang ganda ng start nyo dito sa game pare. Pero lagi kayo nakakatch dito sa may labas. Pero under. That's one player down para dito sa Damwon Kia. Naandito na yung backup. Naandito na yung kotse. And here, parang sa yung tropa natin, pare. No? I'm here to I've got you, friend!
Come on, revive me, dali! Ito na, binabalik na ni Montreal itong si Under and he's not gonna be down under here. Papunta dito sa ating next laban, mga kaibigan. Pero para dito sa NGE, they're still trying to gatekeep itong si Under at si Mentul na hindi sila makapagsama sa mga dalawa niyang teammate members dito. So now they're trying to keep them off pressure, gatekeep them down, hold them out.
Careful.
Habang nandun sila sa open area. So Loki is down for the count na lang. Konti na lang. Magiging knockdown siya dito, mga kaibigan. Pero NGE, hinahabol na lang sila. Wala silang magagamit na vehicle para mahabol yung mga players natin dito. So on the other side of things, they did actually successfully get Under back up. But at what cost nga naman, di ba?
I think medyo takot sila na merong nagba-backfill dito sa likod nila pare, kaya hindi sila nagpo-push agad dito sa Damwon Kia. So they are really playing this one carefully. I think magpo-push lang dito yung new generation kung meron silang 1 or 2 downs galing dito sa Damwon. Smoke is gonna come through para sa side nila para makaalis. But Havoc, yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, ngayon nakakakuha na sila ng kills kahit papano. Damwon Kia just gonna drive out of there. I think masyadong mainit yata yung labanan dito sa backside ng ating hill. They do not want to get stuck outside of the blue zone in that situation there, so they are just gonna roll out.
And that just tells you na DK do value yung life nitong si Under dahil kahit ang daming nakapaligid.
Uy, minasagasaan!
Bago pa yung analysis, si Nentol talagang gustong makakuha ng patay and he did knock down tong si Taiwan, man. Habang lumalabas yung point pumunta sa neck nitong mga players dito sa kabilang side. So DK already finding a free pick habang on the way pa lang sila dito sa hill.
Ay, yung kaninang magi-gatekeep sana dito ng new generation mo ang ginatekeep na nga ng Damwon, and it is a team effort from VR and DWG.
Sinagasaan lang eh.
Sinagasaan lang pare, nakita mo naman. The guy is in the middle of the road, wala kasing pedestrian crossing. Bakit ka dyan naglalakad pare?
Parang kasalanan nila eh. Naglalakad lang. Man, you can't blame them. Kasi on the way pa lang sila dapat sa destination.
Oh, no.
Sobrang lucky lang na nahanap sila ng mga players. Pero dahil phase 4 tayo dito mga kaibigan, ang
pasakay naman,
zone
pre.
sobrang sakit na. Umakate. Dahil ang NGE, wala na yung speed papunta doon sa may circle. So only a matter of time before they get kept by these players of GNL. Already using the long-range sniper rifles. At ayan, already finalizing yung nail sa coffin ng mga players ng NGE. So they're gonna be out of the fight. One of the later teams nung ating second matchup. Already down for the count ngayon on the hands of GNL who are not done. Nandun pa rin yung DK. Sila naman ngayon, yung Dick Keepers. Hinanap yung mga players ng GNL. Dalawa na lang para sa kanila. Buhay pa rin for DK, but you can still consider ang dami pa rin damage na dinil dito sa GNL, and they're done out of this match. Damwon Kia already finding them.
Oo nga, dalawang members lang ng Damwon Kia ni wipe out ang entire squad dito ng GNL, and now they have to walk up. Now it's gonna be one player down. Under is gonna go out. Marco Gaming gonna get some revenge by the wayside. Galing dito kay SoQQ na nasa loob pa ng zone. Low-key nakuha na rin si APAC. And Damwon Kia, they are not stopping, man. They are firing in all cylinders. Grabe naman, this is a passive squad, but when they are backed into a corner, they know how to fire back.
Ang problema nga lang, kapag sila naman yung naging aggressive, they're putting themselves at the line of risk. Dalawa na matay sa kanila, they're still alive and well dito. Tatlo pa rin pala para ma-secure nila yung kanilang third match win. Pero dahil sa need na yun, ang daming damage. Papunta dito kay Mentol, but he's still alive, kicking and well. He can still try to reposition himself, kaso he's on the other end of this blue zone ngayon. And Universal 4 rivals, they have to back off and maybe just reposition themselves. Napaka-precarious kasi mali mo, masandwich sila dito and maybe just lose out on one of these players na lang. I-risk nila itong si Soz Vatek para ma-gatekeep itong mga players ng DK bago sila makapaglabas dito sa blue zone. While on the other side of things, yung V3 Fox, hinihintay, hinahanap. Itong MCS players, they're all focused doon sa kabilang side. So ito yung perfect time to try to at least surprise them before they can get into the vehicle. At ayun na nga, headshot papunta dito sa mga players ng MCS. Another shot papunta kay Teddy as well. V3 Fox striking them nang hindi pa nila ine-expect.
Ay, may libre pang cremation. Galing dito sa V3F pare, nilabag na agad ang Molotov dito sa Bacan, Semeru. And ngayon na, ayun lang pre. 4 strong sila men. 4 strong sila kanina pare. In an instant, si How at si Trick na lang natitira in a blink of an eye. And there it is. Enter Force. Eliminated. Hindi lang eliminated pare. Annihilated by Archangel Predator. AAP. Pero Damwon, yun mga, may dumaan sa kanilang harap dito. Di pwede yan, my friend. Merong toll gate dito. And pangalan nila ay Damwon Kia and V3 Fox. Not respecting the Korean aim, pare.
Not respecting yung semi-automatic rifles na meron sila para mahanap yung pag-cut off ng rotation dito. Specifically itong Damwon Kia, just to positioning itself. They were trying to ignore the Korean team, pero sa pag-ignore nila, they're giving themselves an opportunity to get struck by the lightning nitong Damwon Kia. So now ngayon, still alive and kicking dito sa ating matchup. And mga players dito ng VR, they're still fighting back against MG. But Genius Esports, they're trying to make a comeback of themselves. Archangel Predator, unfortunately, mawawala dito. Ang Pinoy Pride magfe-fade away. At yung Genius Esports, dumadating na sa kanila yung points na nara-rack up because of the itself.
And ang pangit ng position dun ni CJ. Parang I think he was trying to go for the right side flank pero nakita siya agad ng mga players dito ng GE. Kaya nga Genius Esports ang tawag sa kanila dito. They are geniuses when it comes to those situations. 5,000 IQ. Pero yun na nga, nakikita natin sa kabilang side ng ating mapa, MCS, laban lang kung laban, STV in the fight right now. Hindi sila nagpa-fight buong game and Makan Semeru is out of the question. May Molotov sa loob ng bahay. STV, kaya ba nilang i-finish ito? Pero si Zest nakuha na si Aoki. The third party is incoming galing dito sa Havoc. Aoki down. Pete, 1 HP pare, medkit ka muna dito idol, pero hindi mo yata makukuha ang mga kakampi mo dito kasi naandito na ang Havoc, looking to collect some of these kills, looking to collect some of these points. And mukhang 6 teams na lang tayo dito, men. Phase 6 pa lang tayo. This is APAC PUBG pare, Phase 1 hanggang Phase 8, laban lang ang laban.
I think they're just tired of playing the passive game na ngayon. Yung Havoc, tired na sila na matawag na underdog. Gusto nilang mag-rise to the occasion. Lumalabas ang kanilang paggamit ng duel links or pag-duel nila dito sa mga teams natin ngayon mga kaibigan. Pero habang lumulog na through ang ating phase 6 na mga kaibigan, ang Havoc very healthy, very much ready for the next fights to come through. Yung Genius Esports also trying to gatekeep itong mga players ng SDV, kaya have to be careful kung saan sila mag-rotate on forward dahil yung Genius Esports, they're just ready kung kailan sila lalabas dito sa cover nila. Wala silang tatakbuhan kundi move forward and try to contest against them. Pero hold that thought, yung nasa likod nila, yung Havoc, na try na ulit spam papunta doon sa mga players ng SDV bago sila makapag-rotate on through. Kaya ang ganda ng pressure na nilalabas ng Havoc habang ginagamit na yung Genius Esports using their presence to try to limit wherever they want to go.
That is true. That is very, very true. Pero STV buhay lahat ng players nila dito. And they want some revenge dito sa GE. Kanina, kinalo nyo kami. Pero gusto ka namin kayong i-wipe out. Nako po, GE. Dalawa na nawala sa inyo si Yuta. Trying to go for the backup. Pero naandito pala ang Havoc sa likod ng STV. STV in the middle of everything. GE, can they capitalize pare? Big nade! Nako po, masyadong lumagpas yung nade pare. Kung instant sumabog yun, that could have been the instant wipe dito ng SDV pare, but they are looking for the finish dito sa mga GE members. But GE starting to move in dito kay KMF. KMF mag-isa na lang dito, starting to get some of these smokes down. Nag-swing na nga siya dito. Nakuha niya pa nga si Yuta. Can he get the wipe? Yes, he can! Genius Esports are out! SGDV2 get their revenge dito sa ating game. Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban, Chris. Naandito na ang Havoc trying to capitalize after that fight. Pero tignan mo si KMF running the other direction. Hindi niya kaya paglaban ang 1v4 as of now. Tamang inom muna siya dito ng energy drink and papag-isipan niya kung anong gagawin niya dito for the next few seconds. Look at the members dito ng Havoc. They want blood and they want itong si KMF pare. KMF, anong gagawin mo dito sa bato? Is it gonna be the 1v3? Tamang swing lang but it's not gonna be enough. SGD is out. Top 4 na tayo dito sa ating game. DK, only 1 member left alive para sa side nila. VR, only 1. So it's basically Havoc versus MG.
Oh man, eto na nga talaga. Kahit nag-iisa na lang yung DK na eliminate sila agad ang top 4 team na everybody else just trying to focus on both Havoc and MG ngayon. Yung underdogs from India all the way over here trying to say na sila yung top, yung best team dito sa APAC, trying to contest against the top players ngayon sa ating leaderboard. Yung DK na wala, yung GE na wala na din agad. So it's MG Magic Esport against Havoc, who definitely are one of the underdogs ngayon mga kaibigan. Habang nagchichillings pa rin yung isa mga players ng VR, hinihintay na lang yung pag-collapse itong MG papunta doon sa Havoc. Pero same could be said on the other side, kaya walang magbibigay ng contact so far. Sobrang hinihintay na lang nila yung phase 7 na mag-close in on 2 of these teams. Hinihintay na lang yung perfect push nitong si Sos Vavtech na sa kanya yung SLR para man lang mabigyan siya ng sarili niyang information kung saan pwedeng i-push, kung saan pwedeng i-aggress, sino ang gusto niyang kunin, yung Havoc na nasa lower ground or yung MG na kontrolado ang high ground ngayon. Nandun yung scout, nakapush na tuloy itong mga players ng Havoc. Hinihintay na lang yung contact at yung call, yung green light nitong si Veds na makapag-push on forward and contest against the higher ground players, pero with so much tension on the line, you just don't want to give that much disadvantages habang may isa pang rat na pwedeng hintayin yung perfect
Nakita
opportunity
na.
niya.
Naku po.
Baka nakita pa nga nitong si KMZ.
KSMZ, my friend, nako po, he is gonna spot yung last member dito ng VR. The only thing separating him and the entire squad and Havoc as well is just a little tree. What can a tree do? You better pray that Mother Nature is gonna protect you. Pero yung blue zone, pinapasabog na nga ang kanyang HP dito. Nako po, he takes down Veds with him. He's gonna go down, but that is gonna help etong MG pare. MG should capitalize on it. MG should capitalize on it right now. Naka-dragon off yung isang player. Big shots! Naku po, Havoc. Unti-unti na kayo nauubos dito. You were supposed to be the ones with the upper hand, but Magic Esport making some magic happen in the Erangel map. And now, what separates yung dalawang squads natin, Chris, is only Shrubbery, Rock, and a little building dito sa may gitna natin. Kiluwag gusto niyang makahanap ng isa dito. Far away spray with the M4. Mini 14 nilabas na rin. But Veds is gonna be right back up. Nako po, buti na lang naka-recover dito si Veds pare. Oh, 5 seconds?
Na lang. 5 seconds na lang for the next phase. Ito na lang. Magko-compress na tuloy ang lahat ng teams dito. Ang Havoc versus MG, wala nang iba na nandito sa ating circle. Talagang it's a 1 versus 1 in terms of teams ngayon, mga kaibigan. Itong si Aron, tinatry na i-circle itong mga players ng MG. Pero they're trying to play the front-to-back team fight. Pero sobrang pinched up itong si Rise. At konti na lang, mamatay siya dito sa ating 4 versus 4, mga kaibigan. Pero si Aron, hinihintay niya yung perfect opportunity niya. Wala siyang nade para makapitalize yung low HP nitong si Rise. Kaya he can heal himself back up to full in safety. Habang sobrang reposition, sobrang misposition yung sa mga players esports, pwede nilang i-capitalize ito, pero yung smokes pwedeng gamitin para makapag-reposition tong Magic Esports. Oh my dear lord, this is not good for either team. Kapag sobrang open nila, katulad ni Vets na nahanap ni Pedret, sobrang hirap tuloy ng Havoc makapag-comeback dito, lalo na't nag-iisa nilang players scouted doon sa middle area tuloy. Pedret, same could be said sa kanya. Ginagamit na lang yung card, only cover for himself, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Knockdown yung dalawang players, 1-for-1 dito sa ating Havoc versus MG. Pero nahanap ni Rise itong si Kilua. Kahit sobrang pinched up ni Rise kanina, this is possibly the end for Havoc ngayon. But they can still capitalize on this. Rise being the only man alive, talagang umalog ang kumpana ng kamatayan para sa kabila.
Grabe naman yun. Sabi na Magic dito, I will make Havoc disappear, and that they did. The full wipe doon sa ating last squad despite itong Havoc getting the last guy up. Magic Esport, tamang patient lang sila pare. Patience lang sila dito, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and that they did.
Grabe yun. Para talagang magician yung Magic Esport. All throughout the whole round, we didn't see them get any fights. Parang tahimik lang sila and then biglang, okay, say the magic word, abracadabra, we're here, and they cleaned up Havoc. I mean, one of the things that I noted kanina, diba, would be the possible comeback here of Havoc when it comes to how they would play, right? And I thought it was already their chance. But unfortunate for them when it comes to Magic Esport, their positions were better. Their use of all of the needs were better. Diba na timingan lang din talaga sila dito. Havoc was supposed to throw out a nade, pero they just really went for the kills instead. And I feel like the big difference of round 3 versus the first 2 that we saw kanina would be the more eventful encounters for both of the team. And a lot has happened during the early rounds, the mid-round. We didn't really see a lot of that downtime. And it was action-packed as opposed to the ones that we've seen before. And I think one of the highlights na nakita natin dun would be Nan. Nag-fish lang siya dun. The members of Enter Force 36 were just swimming away to safety, but then it isn't safe. And that was a great play kasi each and every shot that Nan triggered, basically it hit Enter Force, and that was 2 down agad-agad for Enter Force na dapat they were they had a better position kasi they took advantage of all of the boats. They tried to swim away. Pero yun nga even eventful for some of the teams na nakita nga natin because of the position where the circle is. Ang dami nating nakita ng mga vehicle plus boat fights that we saw. And I feel like those were really the highlights for round number 3. And unfortunate lang for those who had a good start. It wasn't really a great finish. And I think there were 2 teams na nakita naman natin na sabi nga ni Sticky Frog, lovers at first to try and take down one team, but eventually they became enemies. And that would be attack all around. They were the ones attacked all around from from each and every direction. And then AAP, that was just unfortunate that GE cleaned up shop. And nakita naman natin na pagdating dun, when the focus was there on GE, in just 1 second, it was a cleanup against AAP. Dad Femina, other highlights tingin mo? Kasi pagdating sa mga rotations, that's when all of the unfortunate turn of events happened. During all of these rotations, what was one thing that you could note of that could be better for some of the teams?
Oh man, yeah, I'm actually a little disappointed of how Genius Esports actually fell out of this match entirely. Very early pa lang, we considered sana na they could be one of the later stages, pero they were just cut off, gate kept. Parang we saw like a lot of like gatekeeping happening in a string of like teams. Like may isa nagigate sa kanya, may isa pa nagigate sa isa pa. Naman Kia fortunately was on the other end of it, so they could also be one of the teams that could benefit from that happening ulit pagdating natin sa Miramar matchups. But I'd say this is just the match that was more proactive than the last one. Fights were happening more compared to like the second match where it was all everybody na naghahanap ng loot sa kahit anong sektor ng Erangel. Ngayon naghahanap sila ng mapapatay para makuha yung loot na yun. Kaya that just makes the match very much more exciting pagdating doon sa ating later stages, kasi doon talaga lumalabas ang matter matibay, at doon sa mga skirmishes na nakikita talagang nag-rise to the occasion tong si Rise. At unfortunate for these teams like Damwon Kaya at saka Genius Esports, who definitely thrived pagdating doon sa ating early matches. It wasn't the same time this time around dito sa third match.
Definitely. I love that you said matira matibay. Dito na talaga pumapasok yung survival of the fittest dito. The theory of evolution of Charles Darwin, kumbaga, na kung hindi ka mag-a-adapt, right? Dito natin din nakita yung predators as well. Kasi yun nga, the gatekeeping, who will just be the better team to eat up their opponents. And basically that was just a snowball of situations that we saw during all of these rotations. And I feel like I thought for a moment that Genius Esports, with all of their genius plays, taking down AAP, na sila din yung mag-come out on top. But unfortunately, they had the taste of their own medicine. And looking at now the match rankings, right? Magic Esports, they were able to take a lot of the kills towards the latter end of the round because nga, the circle was closing in and they had to fight, and they did not really fly away. They just stuck to their guts and ensured that the space was theirs. Now we're seeing here at least Damwon keeping their second spot, right? Because they closed, they were one of the teams then top 4 teams, but unfortunate lang then for them that they were eliminated. So ngayon, what can you say about Havoc and SGD, Sneaky Frog? Because we were expecting them to rise up to the occasion in the first 2 rounds, but now they did in match number 3.
Havoc had such a good rotation, honestly. Papunta nga dito sa kabilang squad natin, they wiped out they wiped out whatever was left dito ng SGD, and they had a really good position dito sa hill natin. But then, the one dude from VR Universal, the Hail Mary, papasok doon with the sniper, nakuha pa nila isang down. Nagpanic yung Havoc. Nagpapanik sila this entire time. Nakita mo naman yung screen natin right after. They were kind of arguing, how could we have played this situation better? But I think there were a lot of unfortunate na happenings para nga sa side nila. And Magic Esports were just there watching. Parang naka-binoculars lang dito yung Magic. Tas you're like, so, kailan tayo magto-third party pa? Yun talaga yung nangyayari the entire time. Nag-aantay lang yung Wait.
Kailan tayo papasok?
Saan galing yung shot na yun? Nandun pala isang
Wait.
player! What a banger, man. APAC PUBG is just built different, to be honest. It's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely entertaining. It was even more eventful that we saw some of these newer teams that were rise to the occasion. Not necessarily newer. I mean the ones that have been very consistent in the middle in terms of the ranking. Now Magic Esports gets that top spot here in terms of the placement, and more events to come soon because syempre, we're done with all of the Wrangle maps. We're gonna get into Miramar in just a few minutes. Syempre, I think we're just gonna get into a quicker break after 3 matches. I think it's gonna be 15 minutes, but I'm not too sure. Pero magbabalik kami with a break. But before that, we would just like to thank our sponsors for Predator League. Of course, Predator Gaming, Intel, take your gaming to a higher level with a 13th generation Intel Core, and as well as Planet 9, where you can level up your casual games, giving you a next generation esports platform. Kami ulit ang inyong casters. I am the host, Donut, and with me would be Dad Feminine Sneaky Frog. Huwag kayong aalis because Miramar will be next.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Umaapoy ang bakbakan dito sa Predator League 2022 PUBG Battlegrounds. My name is Donut, your host, and with me are your casters, Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. At this point, we're already done with the 3 maps of Erangel, and we're going forward with Miramar this time. And for all of these maps, iba-iba yung naging turnout. Different series of events. Round 1, at least we saw a lot of early terminations or annihilations for the team, and then in terms of finishing strong, right, that was Genius Esports. Round number 2, iba na nang nangyari. Damon ang kumuha ng trono, pero sa third one, sabi ng Magic Esports, Magic guys, ang tahimik namin all throughout, and just a snap, parang nag-reveal lang ng isang kortina, tapos nandun na sila ang nag-come out on top. Yun ang totoong Magic. Well, basically, sa dinami-dami na nangyari, we expected at least Genius Esports to carry on for at least top 4 team. Pero hindi, sila pa rin ang nasa taas. Pero that was close. 29 lang ang points. 1 point lang ang deficit bago mawala yung rank placement nila as number 1. here after round number 3. And given that all of the other teams are catching up, possible na mawala na dun yung top 1 spot nila. Lalo na Magic Esports are showing up. We saw the likes of Havoc wreaking havoc dito sa last few minutes of that map. But now that Femina, I do wanna pose a little bit of a question na nagbabago-bago na yung playstyle. What now is your expectation? Kasi the map earlier was all the same, right? Hindi naman nagkakaroon ng alternate. This time that we have Miramar in the mix, what are you expecting now for these teams given the playstyles that we've seen na kanina? Yun nga, I think we've seen some signs of life from Predator Shooterong kanina for round number 2. But in round number 3, para it was an early elimination for this team. So for those that we haven't really seen shine just yet, at least VR, diba? One of the top 4 teams for round number 3, pero they only had one member left, and all that person wanted to do was just survive and keep the placement in terms of that point. Pero hindi lang din siya enough in terms of racking up the kill points. Parang hindi makahabol din dito yung VR even if their placement is higher than the rest. So now, I do wanna ask Sneaky Frog lang siguro on the expectations now, since magbabago na tayong map, entirely different experience, naging eventful with all of the boat rides and the use of the vehicles. Kanina nga may nasagasaan pa no round number 3. But for Miramar, ano yung magiging expectation natin ngayon for the teams? And I think same question as kanina. How will now the playstyle of these teams be applied to Miramar?
Of course, pagdating sa Miramar, you're gonna see sand, cars, and a lot of flying from the cars, that's for sure.
No
But I
cheese.
think no cheese, pare. Walang cheese dito sa Miramar, pare. Kasi tignan mo naman yung mapa, desert. Pag nandito kaya sa open, walang cover, pare. Walang hay bale, masyadong dry yung environment, pare, para magkaroon ng hay bale dito sa Miramar. So, I think yung general idea dito sa Miramar is a lot of teams are gonna be playing a lot more aggressive dito sa ating mapa. Pansin ko actually nung nag-aral kami ni Chris before this event is when teams start to switch dito sa Miramar, they become more assertive pagdating sa kanilang pagkuha ng position sa loob ng ating white circle. The biggest example here ay itong Enter Force. Enter Force, nakita nyo naman, they love to rotate really late dito sa ating game pagdating nga sa Erangel. Pero nung nakita namin sila maglaro dun sa Miramar, all of a sudden, wala pang phase 2 dito sa circle. Nasa gitna na sila ng lahat dito. So, early positioning is really important dito sa ating Miramar. Getting those buildings especially. Kasi, kita mo naman paglabas mo dun sa Miramar, the only cover that you have is mga broken na wall and maybe some rocks. But other than that, wala talaga. Like, it's just barren desert.
Yeah, definitely. I think the aggression now, given all of the playstyles in the first 3 rounds, I think yung mga magmamatch talaga dito on how they are decisive pagdating dito would be at least the likes of SDG, kung gaano sila kabilis on quick on their feet and quick on their wit when it comes to taking on all of these fights. GE pagdating sa pag narrow down ng map mapa basically and taking on the focus. Yun nga lang din sometimes when it comes to GE, when they're hyper focused, they forget the rest of their surroundings, and that is what happened to them kanina. And even Enter Force, I think you mentioned that when it comes to the early rotations, they're so good when it comes to that. But I hope they don't make the same mistake that they did kanina. Dahil nga din, as they were rotating, they were caught off guard dito by AAP. And I think last but not the least, when it comes to these um, quick encounters, diba? I think AAP does a good job. And I saw a lot of those situations kanina wherein they survived all of those fights so quick. So probably before we get into Miramar, no, that Femina, do you have like any other teams to note basically that will match the Miramar map?
Alam mo, kanina pa ako natitis dito sa mga Korean teams eh. They are very close to pushing themselves towards the edge as like one of the best teams in our leaderboard. And that was GNL. We saw those fights that they always have potential to win. And they're perfect uses of needs na kanina pa natin binibigyan ng diin. No? Parang konti na lang at pwede na lang i-rise to the occasion dito. At malay mo naman, enough na yung points na yun. Mas lalo na if nako sa chicken dinner, so I'm very hyped up for that.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of the chicken dinners, right, for those na at least we see the teams here. Hindi dominante ang GE, still taking up that first placement. Pero other teams rise to the occasion, such as Damwon Gaming, and I expect at least another team to win the top one, basically the chicken dinner. Kung with how different this is gonna be, at least for some of the teams. And yun. So I think ngayon I will have a question, no, for new generation, always close sila. So parang ang nangyayari, yung playstyle nila, tahimik at first. They are very wary about their surroundings. They ensure that they have a scout basically. But yun nga eh, I think we just have to see. I've been hearing that the game has now started. So that Femina and Sticky Frog, all our speculations will now be confirmed in this map of Miramar. So guys, go ahead and let's see this map.
And yun na nga, we are gonna have to practice our rolling R's dito sa ating game kasi napakadaming, you would say, Spanish-sounding callouts dito sa ating game. Mr. Mina. Oh, may naghahabol na agad. AKM! Grabe naman. Double window play galing kay I'm Hack. But he goes down anyways. Paano nangyari yun? What?
Naghahabulan sila.
That's the funniest thing I've seen all day.
I know, right, man? I mean, we just head back into the action sa Miramar. Tapos, we already talked about it being like one of the maps where nandito yung proactive fights kasi less cover, and when you do get those drops in, there's a huge possibility na may kasama kang kalaban dito. Unfortunately though, for IMAC talaga, hindi niya na-expect yung sa mga teams dito or sa mga players rather, na hinahabol na lang siya as he stands. It's a 1-for-1 pagdating dito sa ating fourth match, mga kaibigan, ang pinakaunang Miramar para sa ating first day of the finals dito sa Pred League Japan. For APAC, at least Rascal Jester now nandito pa rin para magamit yung early loot na kinukuha nila. They do suffer the consequences of losing one of these players, so now they're not gonna be able to play with these numbers. Very early nakakuha na tayo ng first blood.
And alam mo naman sino pa nakakuha dito. I think that is AAP. So RJ, I think they should just mosey on over to Chuma South, maybe even on to Plateau. Pero grabe talaga, galing ni RJ, pero namatay sa kanila dito. Parang out of nowhere lang yung comment na yun, Chris. Not gonna lie.
No,
galing nyo, guys.
Isipin mo, meron tayong technical director na si RJ din. Tapos meron tayong admin na RJ din. Tapos meron din tayong RJ na naglalaro din sa event na to. So shout out kay RJ. Ang galing niya all around talaga.
Mga RJ lang sa kalampare. But speaking of RJ, nako, pinapasok na nga ng AAP ang building na to. Hinahanap na si RJ. Nasaan ka na, idol? Mukhang si Parman at si Buelo na andito sa ating second floor. Pero Archangel Predator making sure they clear the first floor first. Naku, meron pang bonus na barrel dito sa baba. May Tommy gun dito si CJ and mukhang gusto niyang rumatrat ng isang player dito. Pero stuck yung players dito ng RJ sa taas, Chris.
Medyo stuck na sila dito. At hindi ko alam kung aware yung AAP habang nandun pa sila dun sa second floor. They do have that option na makapag-exit due to that window being open na nandun si Farman. Kaya kapag may contact na dito ang AAP, mukhang alam na nila kung nasaan yung RJ players dito. Lalo na 3 lang sila dito, 4 mga players ng AAP. Nasa kanilang numbers pero nasa kanila ang exit for the members of Rascal Jester. Nandun pa rin yung contact. Kung gusto nila kunin yung fight na to, pwede silang either aggress or exit out of the fight dito bigla. Nandun naman yung scout na si Evil Patrick kung para mag-gatekeep tong si Wesker para mag-join yung fight dito. Maybe they're aware of where they are and in fact, they do not. Kasi dahil yung AAA actually yung kukuha ng fight dito kay Wesker at biglang nag-whittle down yung numbers para kay RJ. In fact, on the other side of things, yung Genius Esports nahanap niya din ng mga players ng VR. And it's only a matter of time before everybody else on RJ are gonna get whittled down like flies.
Tignan mo naman, breaching itong pintuan natin. Just like the SWAT team. And ito na nga ang SWAT team ng AAP. Pinasok na ang building and Rascal Jester is out the first team. Nako po, ano bang ginawa ni RJ sa inyo, pare? Bakit nyo sila inuuna?
Alam mo, parang kanina pa natin kinatawag yung RJ. Si Jay yan, pare. Si CJ yan. Pinsan ni RJ.
Yun naman pala. I'm trying to think of a really clever meaning ng CJ, pare, pero wala talagang niriring sa utak ko.
Yung kaibigan ni Big Smoke. Alam mo yan?
Ooh, okay. I'll give you that one.
Diba?
Mukhang itong si RJ needs more than a number 9. A number 9 large, pare. Hindi ko na, I think memorize.
45s.
2 number 45s. And a large Coke.
Isang with cheese. Yung isa mga 45s, cheeseburger pala yun ba? Cheeseburger pala yun. Pero parang yung positioning ng GE, baka ma-crunch up sila na parang sandwich kasi tinaman ba naman yung positioning itong E36. Although kanina, sa mga first 2 maps natin, they weren't very successful when it comes to like those very early proactive fights against one of these players na Genius Esports. Hindi din sila mahilig lumaban kaya malay mo they gain the upper hand but they back up for now, wave the white flag and maybe contest against those long range angles elsewhere.
I think this map is really gonna benefit yung mga teams na mahilig talagang maglaro sa mga mountainous areas natin. Especially itong Damon and itong Enter Force na gusto talaga nilang pot shots lang from a really high place. Alam mo naman kung gaano kagaling sila with those sniper rifles. And I think Shooterong is trying to do the same thing. Crazy Easy, trying to navigate around this rock that has not a single pixel of DLSS at all.
There you go.
Ayun na nga, nakakit na nga siya dito. And ayun na. That's the advantage, pare. Going up that mountain, you can see the entirety of the city. What a view.
Pero you see the city but the city also sees you. So you're very precarious dun sa position na yun. Pag nakita siya on top of that mountain, boom! Isang head tap na lang galing dun sa
Imagine
sniper.
spending
Pero
like 5 minutes climbing just to die like 1 minute
at
later.
1 second.
Ayun lang.
Sometimes it just needs like 5 or 10 seconds of spraying para mahanap yung player na nag-invest ng maraming time para mag-position sa higher ground. Pero sometimes higher ground is not enough. The mga players ng GNL, they do get that loot that they already taken off from a lot of the houses dito, but they do reposition themselves on the cornerstones of the city itself. Kaya I really do expect na GNL, they can, I've always talked about them having this potential. Kailan magiging kinetic, kung kailan sila magiging proactive sa mga fights sila, and when they do actually win it in the end. Yun yung curiosity na pwedeng mag-peak sa akin.
Damn, I really forgot how huge this map is actually. Nakita ko yung pan, land, sand, dried trees, barely any cover kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina. It's only gonna be the buildings. Kailangan yata ng aircon dito. Some of these players might overheat, that's for sure. But I think everyone's just basically chilling in a building, as you should dito sa Miramar, no? It's only the buildings that can really save you at the end. Maybe the half walls, maybe the one tree. You see that tree? That's one of the few trees that will literally block any of the shots. The rest of them are just paper thin. Pero tamang building play lang yung mga teams natin dito. Not much of a too bothersome of a circle as of the moment. I think malalaman natin yung tunay na direction ng game na to once we go into phase 2. But it's just a bit of poking. APAC is gone already. Nako po, not good news para dito sa VR.
Kanina pa yan. Actually, they've been faltering sa mga few maps natin. And I'm kind of disappointed with the performance so far for V3 Fox kasi noon sa mga 3 maps natin, which was Erangel, V3 Fox were one of the more stronger Erangel teams pagdating dito sa ating Predator finals. But so far, not looking so good. In terms of how they've been performing all throughout the day, not really the most consistent of plays, not the most consistent of results dito. Pero para kay Genius Esports, nako po! Kung kanina sila yung namatay sa SDV2, sila naman ang magsa-strike ng first blood, already taking out one of these players. At eto yung best chance for them to run away, already getting that advantage here. With the circle already closing up towards El Pozo. Naku po, sobrang ganda ng position para sa Damwon Kia. They can just wait for everybody to come to them. But for Genius Esports, not waiting any longer, just trying to take those picks here sa kabilang side ng cactus na ito. Pero wala tuloy mamatay at mukhang magbaback off na lang sila for now.
Sorry for laughing, man. This is the way you said El Pozo. It's insane.
How do you say it?
Pozo. El Pozo.
El Pozo?
El Pozo. You gotta Filipino it up just a bit, of course.
Pozo.
El Pozo. Yon. It's not an S, it's not a Z. I don't know. It's kind of
V3 Fox!
Depends. Oh my god, V3 Fox rolling up in the foreign, my friend. Pero naandito yung Genius Esports. Look at that beam! Nako po!
Oh!
Only a car window para dito kay Cloris, and a second victim could be coming very very soon para dito sa B3F. Kanina, 3 na lang sila ngayon. 1 na lang. Tumatakbo na dito. Takbo ka na mabilis. I-drive mo lang yan. Step on the gas. Go on the hill. Go in the air, my friend. Si Goni, kawawa. Down and out. Purchi na lang natitira. Naku po, nag-flip pa ang kanyang kotse dito. Oh my God, it's a disaster para sa B3F. Purchi, nag-360 pa nga with the kotse, pare, inalis na lang ang kanyang mga teammates dito. And ito yung sinasabi ko, Chris. As long as you have the mountain advantage, kita mo talaga lahat, free poke para dito sa Genius.
Yung car na kanina pang nauhulog doon sa mountain, that just sums up yung aggressive attempt ng V3 Fox that was pushing into the territory of Damwon Kia. Ang problema, when they were coming out of the car, that was when the animation betrayed them. Kung kailan lumalabas pa lang yung mga players of V3 Fox, Damwon Kia were just too quick to respond. They were already trying to swim them around like sharks, pero nung nawala yung timing sa kanila, naku po, nagbaliktad yung sitwasyon. Yung V3 Fox tuloy na walang ng opportunity para ma-take out yung mga pinakamalakas na teams dito sa ating Miramar match. At yung adaptability na kanina nating sinasabi from Damwon Kian, bumabalik into our Miramar matchup at mukhang magiging 1v1 matchup again in terms of teams. And Genius Esports are trying to find these picks over towards the other side, which is going to be very difficult.
Nako po, labanan ng mga mountain dito. Nakikita natin. Who has the high ground? We may never know. Pero si Yuta at Cloris, napakataas ng positioning nila dito, pare. I think they're looking for the easy 2 picks. Itong si Simon T. Parang sniper showdown lang to, pare. He is waiting for the perfect shot. That perfect headshot. Ready and waiting. Tamang crouch. And then shoot. Crouch, shoot lang. Naka-silencer pa naman si Idol dito. Ay, pero nakita. That silencer. Tanggalin mo na lang at that point. Kasi nakita ka na at that. Nakita na eh. I mean, di worth it yung damage fall off kung ganun. Pero, ayun nga. I mean, Shooterong not really pushing this one through. Alam nilang napakaganda ng position dito ng GE. They're all separated, but at the same time, they are covering each other's backs in this one. Mingjae, masyado makulit dito, pare. Kalma lang.
Ay, nako.
Si Simon Tio nandun lang sa taas, pare. Nai-anxious ako para sa kanila rin. Cloris is down! Ano nangyari kay Cloris, pare? Yuta with the backup. 1-for-1 para dito sa GE. And then yun na nga, the fight starts dito sa ating game. What a spray, Yuta! Grabe naman, 100% accuracy on the rifle, my friend. And dalawa na lang natitira dito para sa Shooterong. What can they do? They're out in the open, pare. And itong si Simon T, tamang poke lang from far away. Zest and Yuta are gonna wipe out 2 players galing dito sa shooterong. Now they have a decision, pare. Iiwan ba nila ang kanilang mga teammates or is this gonna be the risky play from the very, very last player? What can Baugin do?
It's a former. Kasi hindi pa umaalis yung shooterong. Hinihintay na lang yung paglapit itong si Mingjae. Nasa kanya yung movement kanina. Kaya anxious kasi ako dahil pwede siyang masandwich dito dahil sobrang daming ng movement na lumalabas dito. Pero ang NGE talagang close in papunta dito sa SDV2. Si Van, sinagsasahan ulit yung isa mga players ng SDV ngayon. Pero at the back of everything, GE have annihilated yung Predator Shetahong. Wala na tuloy sila doon sa mountain dito. They have control over the higher ground pero dito, all down below, naglalaban tuloy dito sa pag-cover. Yung Molly, nakapush doon sa second floor. KMF1 already down to low HP na knockdown pa. Galing dito sa New Generation Esports pero na-trade off immediately galing sa AAA with the nade coming off forward. Yung mga players ng NGE, there's still sandwich on down. Si Iyuki, nihintay na lang yung paglabas doon sa may structure pero nahanap na finalize si Mr. Flack. Dito lang makakapag-flack punta dito sa labas ng ating structure ngayon. Pero yung mga players ng AAA all around, they're gonna be pushing on the aggression here for NGE who are sandwich all around. SGD already fighting back here. Si Iyuki kanina pang hinihintay ang paglabas pero hindi na siya naghihintay. Hinihintay na lang yung pag-push dito sa NGE at knockdown niya kung si Young B bago pa man siya makahanap dito ng closing pick. So as you can see, the landscape of this situation for NGE, they're just pinched with two players already sandwiching them through.
Mukhang may isang malupitang sandwich na mangyayari dito. Meron pang dalawang teams na paparating. Attack all around, punishing ang STV. Di kasi nila tinapos agad yung fight na to, pare. You should be in and out in 30 seconds at that point. NGE as well getting punished for it. Pero tatlo na nga ang buhay para sa kanila dito. STV, nasagasaan si Mr. Flank ng isang malupitang SUV, pare. And ayun lang, they do not start off the fight well. Pero AAP, na andito na nga, nakita na nila ang GNL. Nan, getting the headshot pero one down na rin. Nan, good finish. Pero nakuha na rin si Mad Dog dito sa situation na to. They have to make a decision. Is this gonna be a fight or is this gonna be a run? CJ, the clutcherist para sa kanyang team. Pero malilikuran na nga dito yung AAP. That is such a bad situation for the Filipino squad, pare. 13th place in this Miramar. Pero GNL, mababawasan na rin sila ng isa dito. Si Roy and si Taegyu na lang natitira. Sumakay ka na dito sa aking truck, my friend. SGD out in this situation after that earlier sandwich play between AAA and itong MCG. What is about to happen? And tignan mo yung circle, Dad. Merong onting haybale. Onti lang naman. You can count it with your hands and feet.
The amount of cover na tinatry i-keep pa rin ng mga players doon sa loob ng circle, no? Pero I do want to point out yung GE, they're trying to keep yung mga players in GNL before they try to head papunta doon sa may circle ngayon. Marco Gaming, though, tinatry nilang i-pressure yung mga players papunta doon sa loob ng circle. Pero Havoc now responding sa play doon sa upper ground. Ang AAA, though, aware na dito. Kaya yung mga players tinatry nang i-damage. At naku, nakahanap pa nga ng pick. Headshot papunta kay Hades at na-finalize pa nga. Tatlo ang buhay pa rin para sa Havoc. Pero dahil na wala agad si Hades, naku po, ina-hurt na yung chance para makapag-comeback into this day 1, mga kaibigan. E36 as well finding the pick papunta dito kay Loki. It's just going from bad to worse para sa DK dahil although they have the high ground, the E36 are ready to take the fight kahit may numbers disadvantage sila.
Pero tignan mo naman ang kabilang side dito. How is about to go down. And yun na nga, Genius Esports with 10 kills on the board. Pare, 40 points na sila dito. First place, natalo sila sa isang game too quick. But the retaliation is swift as well para dito sa GE. And ngayon yung objective dito, pare. This certain point of the map, paunahan. Sino mauuna sa Pozo Barn? Sino mauuna dito sa phase? We are just gonna have to wait and see. I think yung Damwon Kia, naghahanap na sila ng building agad dito. They're trying to get out of El Pozo. The circle is now closing in. Medyo masakit na to, pare. Phase 4 na tayo. But attack all around is getting pelted with bullets as well. And, nako po, just fights all over the place. This is Miramar, baby, and it's all chaos. And Crazy Bobby M is gonna go down as well. Pero Magic Esports, nako po, is just gonna keep on going whatever is about to happen. Magic Esports just poking itong Enter Force 36 and mukhang Enter Force 0 na nga ang mangyayari sa kanila dito. And KSMZ looking for the finish, pare.
Oh, zero in terms of health. Yung Magic Esport hindi natatapos sa paglabas ng pressure dito sa E36. Yung damage papunta doon sa duo nila sa likod ng car. Tuloy na knockdown na si Starlord at yung kanyang kaibigan si XK1 tsaka si Sylphia na lang para sa E36. Pero kalaban nila GNL sa kabilang side dito, pero Sylphia, perfect time para ma-regain, yung i-regroup na lang yung E36 para man lang
not the best
makapag-heal
cars.
itong mga players dito. Kaso ang daming mga players na pwedeng i-sandwich dito. Magic Esports already into the fight. Sobrang pinch itong E36 players, pero sino talaga yung pinch?
Big down!
Look at how MGF falling down every single time. Havoc already fighting E36 here, but in combination of everybody surrounding E36 ngayon, they exit yung force nila palabas sa Miramar.
Nako po, si Earth Zapaloy pare, sabi niya, Guys, Guys, nasa na kayo? Nasa na kayo? Nag-push ako mag-isa dito pare. Mukhang may magic na nangyari and itong si Earth Zapaloy is about to disappear in just a bit. And grabe naman, labanan na nga. AAA occupying itong phase. Poza Barn is occupied by the VR squad. Kailangan nila maging careful dito pare. On the other side of the mountain, malapit dito sa Death Valley, GE looking for the late rotation. Papasok dito sa ating circle. AAA can get some early pokes in. Meron pa silang cover dito. They have the advantage. Ang problema ng ibang mga teams dito, paano sila bababa ng mountain without getting punished by too much bullets. And DK is punishing itong Havoc for just breathing at them at this point. Eh, grabe naman. They're still pretty far dito sa ating zone min, ha? Phase 5 could really start to hurt.
Lalo na't they already know it. Feel ng Damwon Kia, so they have to reposition. Kanina pa sila nagba-backfill bago pa man sila pumasok dito sa circle, kaya they're only taking their sweet time papunta sa loob ng circle kahit ang daming nagsaspray papunta sa mga cars, sa mga kotse ng ating Damwon Kia. Pero baka hindi lang exit ang kailangan nila, mukhang mag-entry sila papunta dito kay Havoc na medyo pinched up doon na yung kabilang side ng barn. Pero on the other side of things, it's GE already taking so many of the fights laban sa iba't ibang parte ng APAC. Ito ang Miramar, itong APAC at Sneaky Frog dito lumalabas ang matibay. Mas lalo na't bumadating tayo sa later stages ng ating game. GNL already finding the pick galing dito kay Young B, and it's only a matter of time before mawala itong NGE at MCG.
And MCG was looking for the really good game pare. They had the sandwich in that earlier fight. Pero tignan mo yung Genius. Threw people down para sa kanila, but yung isa mare-revive. So I think they could still go into the late circle. Iwan niya na si Simon T. He is no longer an option. He is no longer a life that you can save unless Yuta goes for the hero play, the hero medic play. Pero iniikutan na nga ang MCG dito. Tamang molotov lang sa harap. GNL looking for the wraparound para dito sa kanilang flank. Pero rinig na rinig ang kanilang pagtakbo dito. Grabe naman, Marco Gaming with the crawl. So QQ, kitang-kita ka dyan my friend. Nakahiga ka dito sa sand. So kita-kita ka, that's a bright, very bright brown right then and there. Pero GNL looking for more kills, and the next up dito sa ating game or dito sa ating kills is probably itong NGE. But I think yung objective dito ng GNL is to drive into the white zone, and everything calms down for a second pare.
Kanina sinasabi natin na ano ba yung kailangan ng GE para ma-extend yung lead nila, yung advantage nila paglabas ng match 3, dahil ang daming mga teams na kumukontent sa kanila dahil ang lapit nila sa leaderboard nila. Okay, patay tayo ng patay. Kita mo, 31 kills from, well, honestly, in total para sa kanilang run dito mga kaibigan. So majority of them contributing to how they are in the leaderboard. Pero GNL only putting down the pressure papunta sa Havoc ngayon mga kaibigan. Hindi sila lalabas ng bar ng buhay. They're even poking down yung AAA doon sa kabilang side ng mountain habang ang DK backfill man lang para man lang makapag-buy ng time bago mag-push doon sa ating next circle. Mga kaibigan, talagang sobrang compress sila dito, mas lalo na sa loob ng barn where GE are sandwiching yung VR like flies. Everything being taken away dito sa VR, ladies and gentlemen. Pero lumalaban pa rin sila dahil nahanap sila si Sosvatek. Naku po! Headshot! Papunta sa mga players ng Genius, pero they're dominating all over this fourth match. At mukhang na-annihilate pa nga nila dito ang 4 rivals. Naku po! It's just a matter of time before GE just display their dominance. Pero kailangan pa rin nila ng time para ma-regain yung mga players sila habang ang Damwon Kia hinahanap din ng opportunity para mahanap yung Havoc dito.
Big nades galing dito sa Damwon Kia. Starting to push para meron silang onting space sa circle. Hinahanap nila si Killua. Pero patay na si Killua pare. ayun lang. They found the box and nothing else. Thanks for the free meds, buddy. Pero yun na nga. Ay, huy, Arom. Arom? Anong tinitignan mo, pare? Nandito kasi, you are not in cover. You are not sneaking. Porket nakaubad ka, pare. Tapos, yung skin mo is blending into the sand. DK is not blind. They are not blind, my friend. They can see you in HD. Hindi siya nakakamo. Naalala mo yung dati sa Miramar, pag nagda-drop yung camo green pa rin. So, it's basically not the best for the situation, but shout out to PUBG, of course, working one for this map really fast. Now we do have a light brown camo, pero yun na nga, speaking of Molly, papasok na nga, attack all around, mapapabalik sila dito. Good headshot dito kay Roy. Flashbang, bulag na bulag si Taegyun dito, pero Taegyun looking for the push instead. Meron bang nagme-meds dito sa gilid, pero yun na nga, he is getting pelted by Yanku, and the easy headshot galing dito kay Gems. 4 teams left, and grabe naman, AAA live and alive dito sa ating game. GE, 3 na lang natitira, Magic 3, looking for the second win. As well as GE dito, DK, looking for their first win. Puro sila second place. Pero ngayon, gusto na nila kunin yung first dito, men. They're so consistent pagdating sa top 5 performance sila. Pero gusto nila yung chicken dinner, pare.
Ay, naku, gutom na gutom. Hanap ng mapapatay dito. Ito yung gusto ko sa all-around attack. Staying true sa pangalan nila. All-around attack nga naman at kinokontest. Itong Damwon Kia, even finding one of the picks here. Muntika na at malapit na siya mamatay. Pero ang all-around attack, they already finalizing the Magic Esports squad. At naging 3 teams na lang para sa mga last circles natin, mga kaibigan. Magic Esports, they're dead. They're out of this. Under, they already find Jayers ngayon. At 3 na lang para sa AAA ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero ang Damwon Kia, lumalabas dito ng may 50 points. And you already see kung gaano ka-impressive yung kanilang record ngayon. Kung paano sila nag-dominate all throughout, mga kaibigan. Kung kahapon or kung kanina nakita natin kung gaano sila naging passive. Ngayon lumalabas ang adaptedness din ng GE. Pero AAA, malaban na din doon sa higher ground position nila. Tarayin na lang hanapin tong GE doon sa kabilang side ng mapa, pero yung DK, they have to be very reserved about this. Maybe play for the third party and wait for GE and AAA to strike against each other.
Mahirap talaga ang pag-push dito ng DK, pare. Masyadong payat ang mga puno dito. Pero Genius Esports, 3v3 na ngayon ang situation dahil yung isang member dito, Jayers, maybe a bit too aggressive for his liking. Pero tignan mo naman, nasa gilid na si Esqueliza. He's gonna try to see if he can get some pokes in, and yes, he does. Foxy is out. Makukuha niya ba yung finish dito? Now's the opportunity para sa GE to strike, pare. Medyo distracted yung attack all around, pero nasan yung GE this entire time? Sobrang separated dito ni Esqueliza. Make sure to not F up the pronunciation for that one. Yes, pero everything is calm once again. Pero nasa na yung GE, pare? GE looking for the aggressive play. Medyo mag-isa lang sila dito, pare. Pwede mag-2-man push. And ayun na nga yung mangyayari dito. Cloris, can you capitalize on it? Tamang duck and roll lang. Galing dito kay Yanku. He's dodging so much. Pero underhand nade, 2 nade, tamang labas, low yung isang player, attack all around, ano nangyari? Kayo dapat mananalo dito, pero bakit kayo na? Ang inaapi dito ng GE, the nades are too strong, kaya nade lang, GE, kaya niyan. Pasok na nga, Flash is gonna go through. Cloris, ano ba talagang gusto mong gawin dito, pare? Magpapush ka ba or mag-ano? Ay. GE, make up your mind. Where is Damwon in this entire game? Under, chilling lang dito sa gilid, pare. Pero Esqueliza is gonna go down. Naku po, GE, they turn it around, pare. They might have the second win on the board and attack all around. Nasa inyo na yung position. Pero bakit natalo pa kayo dito? Under na lang natitira para dito sa Damwon Kia. 1v3 situation para sa Koreano. Kaya mo bang gawin to? Sira na ang kanyang helmet. Sira na ang kanyang armor. Kaya pa ba? Kaya ba bang kunin? Highlight play by Under, pare. 2 HE, 2 molly, 1 smoke, 4 na medkit, 5 bandages. Pero kaya pa ba? Mr. Under the ground could be him very, very soon. Chris, GE, playing this one really smart. As their name suggests, pare, tamang back off muna sila dito just to make sure that they do get the win.
Nako po, tamang passive na lang. At sobrang back and forth talaga nung fight doon sa kabilang side ng Triple H at GE, pero yung under position actually gave them the better half dahil yung placement ng nades kung saan nakaposition yung sa mga players ng AAA are knocking them away from that upper ground position, and now the G Sports win more para mapanalo yung fourth match na ito. Miramar being the only play, pero si Under na lang ang nag-iisang hurdle para sa kanila, ang nag-iisang obstacle para mapanalo nila yung fourth match dito at para ma-extend na rin yung advantage na meron sila all throughout the day. At mukhang it's only a matter of time before
Winnable.
they put down
Not gonna lie.
Kia down Under. Pero winnable pa rin. Zest now moving in. Genius Esports, they already know where he is.
Nabit yung
Hindi na
smoke.
siya magta-try na makapag-push doon dahil alam niyang backfill na lang ang natitira. Genius Esports clawing their way palapas doon sa may leaderboard. At again, in-extend yung lead nila by more kills.
What a genius play there for Genius Esports. Actually, what I loved about this team is their consistency from the very beginning up until the very end, because at least nakita naman natin ng round number 2, di ba? They wanted to get all of those kills, but eventually nangyayari is bumabaliktad yung situation for them. But from the very beginning, when they got the high ground and they were able to at least take down these teams, I mean the Shooterong team, right? So from that very beginning that they had the high ground up until they did the rotations, they were very, very careful, slow and steady for this specific team until they made sure. Kasi yun nga eh, if you already know that there's just one opponent left, you would tend to overheat, di ba? Kasi 3 against 1, you'd think that kakayanan nyo na yun. Pero hindi, the patience play for Genius Esports to just make sure once the location was revealed, dun na pumasok yung kill for the team of Genius Esports. And after getting that first map for Erangel, we also see now Miramar is something theirs to take. And I really love that consistency from these teams. And I guess, yun nga, because of Sneaky Frog's statement kanina, because the map is so open, there's not much cover, there were a lot of early annihilations, even for, of course, our beloved PH team, diba? Pero I really loved the discipline from all of these teams. I think it's not just now GE to note of, but it's also NGE and GNL slowly creeping their way back in pagdating sa mga point system nila. Because both of these teams nakakuha sila ng 10 kills. So ngayon, they have the kill count and they were part of the placement points. And I'm looking forward to seeing the updated total match ranking, basically, for at least map number 4. Kung kanina, yung round number 3 is very eventful, this one was so heated up. That Femina earlier on, nakita na naman natin may nasagasaan na naman, hindi careful ang driving. Pero at least, 'di ba? This time that not so careful driving was an advantage to them, and that was SGD basically taken down by that truck. But I think for most of the map, ang nakita natin a lot of high ground plays, and GE was one of the teams that took advantage of that. For most of the teams who took the high ground, what was now the better positioning? What could have been better for some of the teams who took the high ground?
Napansin mo ba na yung mga nagtagal dito, puro backfill yung ginagawa. Talagang bago pa man mag-push doon sa circle, hinihintay na lang yung yung sila yung pumasok para once alam mo na kung saan sila manggagaling, edi tamang reposition na lang. Kapag let's say na-set up na nila kung saan nila gustong pag-push, edi nandun na sila sa circle. Alright, let's reposition na lang based off of their repositioning. So, you saw that from Genius Esports at saka kay Damwon Kia, wherein sila yung isa sa mga naging late mag-push doon sa may circle. And that kind of gave them an edge. That kind of was one of the things that kind of was good for Genius Esports and kind of also what took the fall para sa Damwon Kia, kasi specifically they were one of the later people that went into the circle very late, but the positioning right after they went into the circle was precarious kasi they were in the middle of everything, in the middle of AAA on the right side, tapos meron ding Genius Esports on the high ground dun sa kabilang side din, while all of that action was happening on every single front. Damwon Kia was just sandwiched, while Genius Esports, they really knew how to play that after that backfield position. So late coming into the party already benefited yung ating Genius Esports squad.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Damwon did show is a little bit of calm before the chaos, basically during that whole backfill situation. But I think they did stay strong for the first few minutes, pero hindi na nila nakamit yung talagang main objective nila. And I think even Enter Force 36 was one of the teams that couldn't handle the pressure of all of the rotations because a lot of them were just waiting for them to come in. So now Streaky Frogs, during this whole chaotic and crazy middle round, right? When the rotations were already coming in, what was like your highlight for you during that match?
Oh, that is the easily yung the way that Genius Esports played with the attention of attack all around. Medyo busy yung attack all around, pare. Naka-focus sila dito sa Damwon and naisip ko agad, okay, if Genius is smart here, they're gonna start to push dito sa kabilang side, and that they did. Sobrang separated ng isang player and he instantly goes down as well. Grabe naman. I mean, attack all around. They had the position. They had the best position in the final circle. But Genius Esports had the better play. The use of the nades was perfect. The use of their guns was perfect as well. And, you know, it had a little bit of help galing dito sa Damwon. But I think it's kind of like a beneficial for both sides, no, na mawala yung attack all around dun since they don't get the placement points. Instead, ito na nga yung Damwon. They got some kills and they got some placement points as well. So, they had a pretty good game as well. Isa na namang top 5 finish para dito sa Damwon. Pero, yeah, the way that Genius Esports played that last scenario was just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, the guts plus the grit as well of Genius Esports. That's the reason why they have total of 29 points here for that specific match alone. 19 kills because of their consistency from start until the very end when there were just 4 teams remaining within that circle, right? Ang nakikita naman natin ngayon, kasi malapit na eh. Kanina, 30 points sila. 29 yung second in command, basically. Tapos ngayon, 29. Easily, it was pulled away. Now their lead is so high up. But I also want to take note of the other teams, right? At least, GNL Esports, they weren't part of the top 4 teams. Pero, ang dami din nilang na-achieve na kills because of their slow and steady plays. It's just that, syempre, yung nga, when there is all of these chaos and destruction all around you, you get a bit distracted by everything else that's currently happening. And I think they're one of the few teams that couldn't really stay, kumbaga, focused on what they really wanted to do. But I think yun nga, with the leadership of Genius Esports, with the gut plus the grit for that whole map, I think yun nga, they're very much deserving of that top 1 spot, basically. And at least now, kanina ko pa binibuild up yung attack all around, pero this is the first time that they did show up. Just unfortunate that they had the better position, hindi lang nila nakuha agad, or they weren't able to grasp that situation immediately. Yun. So I guess I've already ran down the whole thing that happened, a quite unfortunate situation for some of the teams, pero Genius Esport, a daming highlight plays for sure. When we get into the break and we see the highlights, most of it is gonna be Genius Esports, from the high ground to the rotation to the last few minutes of this specific round. But syempre, we're gonna end this day with Miramar, pero that's gonna be match number 5. Kakatapos lang ng match number 4, guys, and we will be heading into a short break. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsors for making this happen. Number 1 would be Predator Gaming. The second would be Intel. Take your gaming to a higher level with 13th Gen Intel Core. And then as well as Planet 9. Level up your casual games with Planet 9, giving you a next generation esports platform. Again, my name is Donut, and with me, your casters, Dad Femina and Sticky Frog. Kami magbabalik. Huwag kayong alis.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
This is the last straw for today, and we've seen Genius Esports get two already. They took one that was Erangel and then another one that was Miramar. Will they continue on? Because they were so good in terms of consistency. Now the question is, kaya pa ba nila mag-continue for map number 5? But ngayon, syempre, kami muna magpapakilala. My name is Donut. And with me, the casters, Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog, kami ang APAC PH coverage for the PUBG Predator League. Ngayon, we're down to our last one, and we've seen such amazing plays from these teams, right? A lot of unexpected plays, especially when it came down to round number 3. Pero now, round number 4, something that we expected because Sneaky Frog said, it's gonna be hard to take cover in this specific map dahil nga it's so wide, it's so sandy, wala kang trees, sobrang nipis lang ng mga pwede mong pag-coveran. So, the first one to the building gets really the most out of it. But at that point, diba, all throughout Genius Esport took home the crown. And the frustration for AAA was seen from us, even offline after we took off the broadcast. A lot of these opportunities not taken from them. So ngayon, baka naman bumawi na sila because we saw a lot of the kills from them. But now, that Femina, given that this is going to be the last map and it's such a fun map and entertaining map to cast, right? What now can be seen all throughout? Kung magbabago man yung position ng circle, do you want more of those high grounds or do you want more of those bare bone type of plays na nakita natin na very chaotic?
Wala na brains. Tamang suntukan na lang, kumbaga. Kasi yun yung fun to cast. Yun yung masarap i-play by play. Wala nang cover. Let's just go all out sa mga pwede nating gawin. And that's what AAA has been doing all throughout. Like, all around attack has been staying true to their name. Just taking all of these fights para magkaroon ng advantage dito. Kaya sobrang close nila pagdating sa leaderboard ngayon, di ba? So they're just trailing right behind a lot of the top teams ngayon. Mas lalo na sa Genius Esports na napansin ko are playing around the bad habits of a lot of our top tier teams dito. Kaya they're already getting an edge. Diba? Sobrang atat nila makapag-push doon agad sa circle na backfill na lang. Tamang backfill habang hinihintay na lang silang makapag-reposition. So, tamang pagbay lang ng time bago sila makapag-reposition. And that's just proving that sometimes taking the passive approach is the best one at that. Pero para sa teams like AAA, they just need to push. Kailangan lang nilang ihanap yung opportunity para makuha yung fights na kung saan dapat sila makakuha ng advantage. Kanina nakita natin that they already had the high ground. If they did not hesitate na man-made agad ng mga players ng Genius Esports, then they would have won that fight. However, the tables have already been turned at that point, and this have to matter ngayon sa ating last match kung saan pwede nilang i-turn around yung leaderboard this time since Genius Esports are still at the top but AAA are doing a really good job of trailing right behind them right now.
Definitely. And I feel like isa sa mga teams na na-notice ko na magaling din sana sila in terms of the valleys, right? The valley plays instead of really looking at the mountains and positioning themselves up top. One team that I noted na okay pagdating sa mga ganong positions would be NGE, tsaka GNL. With the slow start that they did, right? Inaabangan lang nila. May mga mistakes lang silang nagagawa in that specific map and in that specific part na they weren't just worried about their 6. Hindi nila worry about, they were just focused on what's in front na hindi na nila inakala na they would get actually flanked from behind. Now, Sneaky Frog, any thoughts on both of these teams? Kasi sila yung mga consistently in the middle. They've gotten points when it comes to all of the placements halos in these rounds. They don't get eliminated early. But do you think playing safe in Miramar is gonna keep them at least consistent in terms of ranking at least 6th or 7th?
Nahirap din sabihin kasi, no? Kasi minsan yung safe play gumagana na para sa ibang teams natin. Nakita nyo naman din nangyari sa Damwon kanina. They did a really good job of just playing with the white circle dito and really just crawled up slowly papunta nga dito sa attack all around. And nakita nyo naman nangyari sa attack all around. They panicked instantly na nakita nila yung Damwon dito sa gilid and Genius capitalized on it. But I think, you know, for day 1 siguro, no, pwedeng maging passive yung ibang mga teams dito. Kasi napansin ko sa ibang mga plays na ginawa ng mga middle of the pack teams natin, there's a lot of third party dito sa Miramar. So you are gonna see a lot of cars flying towards a building probably para lang makakuha ng kills and they are gonna get out. I think that's the name of the game para dito sa Miramar. I'm not saying hindi optimal na mag-play ng safe, but I think playing for kills is a lot more awarded dito sa Miramar map.
Well, let's see now. Let's see now. I mean, hopefully the playing for kills is something that most of these teams will obtain in the last match for the day. And we're going to be seeing Miramar. The map is ready. The casters are ready. So, guys, tignan na natin dito on the last map.
There it is. Ooh, drop once again. And it is a north to south plane. And Damwon doing classic Damwon things, social distancing from the rest of the 16 squads dito sa ating game. With the exception of E36, parang gusto nilang labanan yung Damwon dito early, which I don't think is a good idea.
No, definitely not. I mean, you already got to contend them against a very aggressive like head-to-head kanina. So why not? Don't take the chances.
RJ.
Pero speaking of hot drops, nako po, RJ already in the territory of AAP ngayon. So Archangel Predator fighting against Rascal, but now AAP are winning the fights ngayon. Already 2 picks of their own na knockdown agad ng mga players ng RJ. Si Wesker out of the picture. First blood para sa Archangel Predator at ang Pinoy Pride. Talagang kumakanta pagdating dito sa first match natin.
RJ kasi hindi inaaral yung nangyari dun sa last game, pare. Nakita nyo na nga nangyari. Natalo na kayo dito sa AAP, tapos naglanding kayo ulit doon. Alangan matatalo talaga kayo. Mas mabilis yung mga daliri dito ng Archangel Predator pa. Ano ba yung Predator? Yung mga tropa natin dito. So you know that they're gonna be lightning fast with the clicks. And ayun na naman, parang nakita ko na to, Chris. Parang nakita ko na to, pero may tao sa first floor. May tao sa first floor. And it is gonna be Powerman. Nasa likod ng pinto. Kim Cone naman ang buhay this time. Looking for the kills. And CJ nakita si Powerman. Shotgun. Rascal Jester. RJ! Do you not learn? Do you not learn, my friend?
Hindi.
Don't mess with the Pinoys, man.
They were trying to get the pitch. The pitch nila sana yung mga players dito sa AAP. Pero, you know, you just try to go for the best team ngayon dito sa ating match. And it's not AAP, unfortunately. It's actually Genius Esports have the biggest target on their backs. Again, consistent across the board pagdating dito sa ating first match at saka sa ating fourth match. Pero yung aggression na tinaray na initiate ng mga players ng Rascal Jester, unfortunately, it backfired on them dahil AAP were ready for it. The noise was already cancelled out. Nalaman na agad ng Archangel Predator kung kailan papasok ang Rascal Jester, doon nag-open yung trap card para sa kanila. Surprise sa mga players ng Rascal Jester, and unfortunately, very early exit pagdating dito sa ating final match of the day. Genius Esports though, again, putting some pressure on one of the players on the other side there. Putting as much noise as they possibly can. Pero ang importante sa kanila makuha yung warehouse control para makuha ng mas madaming loot before sila makapag-push doon sa circle.
Kawawa naman si RJ, pare. Kawawa naman si RJ. 2 times na silang out sa simula pa lang, pare. But you have to learn. You have to learn,
Kung ganun, makapag-focus siya sa iba niyang rules.
Hindi, pare. Gusto nilang umabot sa catering siguro. Feeling ko. Kasi feeling ko magsasarado na eh. Tapos gutom na yata yung RJ dito. Parang ako lang. Tapos ikaw. Medyo gutom na.
Gutom ako sa'yo.
Uy. Nako po.
Sa attention mo.
Nako po.
Uy.
Nako po. Attack all around from Dad Demina. Right then and there. Pero yun na nga. Tamang road trip muna tayo dito with SDV2, trying to avoid danger as much as possible kasi ilang beses na rin silang na-eliminate ng early, no? Dito sa ating game. So, we are gonna see the very beautiful landscape ng Miramar.
Alam mo kanina, we were focused on all the fighting tapos sobrang early ng mga namamatay na hindi natin na enjoy, natin take in yung landscape ng Miramar. I mean, it's a different it's a different landscape compared to Erangel where we've seen it 3 times. Siyempre, dito, more sand, so you could expect that it's a little bit harder to see people when you come across these lands kapag wala silang kotse, di ba? So, a little bit of cover pagdating doon sa mga long-range taps dito, but for everybody else, just trying to take their own control of the cover itself. But for Genius Esports, refining VR, one of these people, knocked down Super Dean, definitely not super anymore, pero ang Damwon Kia, talagang nagbabide na lang ng time bago makahanap ng patay dito.
Yup. And what is the strategy here para sa mga ibang teams natin? Speaking of fights, how is Super Dean already down? Nako po. It seems like we are not enjoying these past few games, pare, and their points are suffering in the process as well. But at the same time, you don't want to fight Damwon, pare. You do not want to fight Damwon in the early game. They are one of the best early game teams dito sa ating server. And this time, it's no different. And we are paying the price with losing one member super early dito sa ating game. AAA, dude, will they learn from the last game, pare? Now they're gonna have to make sure na their attention's not divided to the more prioritized na target dito. Problema nga lang, look at a familiar face dito sa mga mountains, pare.
It's GE.
It's GE.
All the way up there. Kanina pa siya. Kanina pa yung GE dyan. Pero hindi yung isa mga players ng GE. Nag-iba na tuloy yung naging rules map. Si Cloris naman yung nasa taas. Nasa kanya yung isa mga long-range semi-automatic rifles dito. May times 8 pang scope. So if AAA go too far, then they're gonna be in for an all-around attack. Mas lalo na at Genius Esports. I think they have the info. Mas lalo na sobrang lapit na yung mga players ng all-around attack ngayon. Utah just trying to cover tong si Cloris habang iba mga players ng GE trying to scavenge, trying to look for any more picks dito. Kaya AAA, they have to be careful kung dito sila maghahanap ng kahit anong gusto nilang hanapin. But they do make that right decision. Back off for now. Kahit nandoon pa rin yung times 8 na magiging deadly. But Zess is still looking for an opportunity. Nakakahanap ng mga players na isolated ngayon. But GE are playing this a little bit more passively. Tama lang naman to kasi hindi naman ginawa nila last round.
Pinalagpas sila, pare. Pinalagpas. Nagbayad sila ng 35 pesos. Binribe, pare. Nako po. Ano ulit yung 35 pesos? Yung C5 papuntang... let me make sure this is right, pare. C5 papuntang Bikutan. Yan ang facts. That's for sure. Naalala ko yun. I definitely passed through there a lot kasi...
Okay.
Oo, ultrasouth ka, pare. Or,
ultrasouth.
Guys, kung hindi nyo alam, I will not dox. I will not dox Chris on the street. Pero I think it's safe to say you're from Batangas, di ba? Yun nga.
Yeah, I mean,
Batangueño, proud
all the way down to
Batangueño.
the, all the way down to the south.
Oo.
Para
Kung ako,
ano,
Paranaque pare, like south lang. Ikaw, ultra south pare.
ultra south, super south, and actually super south is Cavite, pero para dito sa Macan, Semeru ay baka down south yung plan nilang kumuha ng patay doon sa kabilang side ng house, kaya tamang gamit na lang ng vehicle para mapag-reposition, maybe catch itong mga players ng E36 on another position dito. Ano na, nag-iisa lang naman yung nag-hold down ng scout. Yung SKS na pwedeng mag-deal ng damage dito sa mga cars ng mga players ng MCS. Pero wala masyadong makakuha ng damage on the other end of that, kaya tamang hotdog na lang ang kaibigan natin si Kiwan.
Oo nga, kailangan nilang pumunta dito sa loob ng garahe. Di kasya dyan, Teddy. What are you doing, man?
Alam mo yung video, yung...
I know exactly already what are you talking about. Do not say it.
Yung parts, yung shapes na nilalagyan ng yung iba't ibang shapes, nilalagay lang sa oblong.
Ayun nga. 5-head gameplay right there. They have to get away from there or magmumukhang Dasmariñas ang MCS dito, pare. Not good news at all. And if you're from Dasma, you already know what I'm talking about, my friend. Pero yun na nga, back in it, VR Universal for Rivals. Super Dean is out. Kanina si Apik yung nawala, ngayon si Super Dean naman. Si Super Dean kaya umalis na sa kanyang PC, tol. Tapos kumuha na ng pagkain. Pili ko yun yung vibe
Pwede. We're gonna be here for a while din sa Miramar, kaya might as well, just kuha na lang as you
nasa
can.
Japan pa naman sila, pare. Oh my God. Ang sarap. Tamang tongkatsu gaming lang tayo.
Yung ramen at saka yung onigiri na pwede naman kunin. Oh!
The sushi as well, man. The best sushi in the world. Walang papalit.
Oy!
Ano yan? Ano yan? Bakit nagkakabanggaan tayo dito? Attack all around. Mukhang it's gonna spin all around with the kotse. Zayers. Naku po, nasagasaan pa nga si Veds dito. Walang pedestrian lane sa sand, pare. Hindi nyo makikita. And Zayers just gets away with it. Naku po, Havoc. They have to think about what they just saw.
They have to wash their eyes. Kung nakita ko yun. I mean, again, one of those lucky collisions na nakita natin that dealt a lot of damage.
They want more.
At nakapitalize mga naulit pa man dito sa ating next match. Pero attack all around yet again, putting the damage pupunta dito sa Havoc. Nag-i-improve sila as the day progresses. Pero as early as now, AAA will try to find them as much as they can. Kilua at least, he will capitalize the kill to Yanko. Pero at the end of the day, Havoc only have one man, and that is nag-iisang nandun sa kabilang side. At yung mga players ng AAA, naku po, they got a lot of the spoils dun sa exchange na yon. Although they were the ones to initiate, at least Magic Esports can still take the claims. Kita mo naman yung damage all the way over to the other side. Kahit hindi nila kita kung nasan si Earth sa Palui, nandun pa rin yung impact. So Magic Esports, they're the ones who get the last laugh.
Tapos si Raze pa nga nakakuha ng kill dito. Accessory kill. And attack all around. They do lose a single member in that skirmish, but I think it's definitely worth it. No, they did get the kill. They can definitely manage with only 3 people. Hopefully they don't pull the same thing that we saw in the last game. No, na fingers crossed na Genius Esports will not pop out of nowhere with 5 flashes, a table, a chair, an entire mountain being thrown at them dito sa ating game. Pero I'm actually, this is one of the most underrated things when you're a pro PUBG player. How fast can you press control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to change seats para maiwasan mo yung mga bala? Ay.
You dodge everything, Kakaibang Matrix dodge to. Pero, V3 Fox landscaping, seeing kung saan naman pwede nilang makuha yung pick, control over the higher ground to possibly wrap around dito sa rock!
Dwayne.
At this point,
nakaharang si Dwayne.
mawawala yung lisensya mo. Mawawala yung lisensya.
Uy!
Real life to.
Kita mo yung kill feed? Evil Patrick. Naku po. Revenge from that earlier fight. And ayun na nga, AAP rolling up in the foreign, pare. 6 best Marco 9. Pinapoke na ni Boss CJ dito. And ayun na nga, 1 kill in the way of AAP. Steady lang sila sa 6th place, pare. Hindi talaga sila gumagalaw from 6th place this entire day. But it's better to be in 6th place, pare, syempre, than to be in 16.
Oo, kasi kung magsa-start sila sa 6th place ngayon, marami pa rin silang time para makakuha yung top 1, which is already where they are in our minds and hearts, mga kaibigan. Pero, for Shooterong, now, dealing the damage papunta dito kay VP Fox, napapasok pa lang dito sa Lacombre. At ngayon, ang Predator Shooterong already taking the picks, knocking down yung mga players ng V3 Fox bago pa man sila makapasok dito sa My Warehouse. At dalawa pa rin silang buhay dito. There's still the lower ground team na pwedeng makapag-surprise dito sa mga players sa Shooterong, pero with their backs against the wall, yung dalawang players na lang yung magta-try na ibalik si Porchi pagdating dito sa ating skirmish dito, mga kaibigan, pero wala. Si Mingje nakapag-capitalize na kay Puji, who's already down for the count this time around, at dalawa na lang para sa V3 Fox, pero si Baugit medyo sandwich din siya. Yung Damwon nasa kabilang side ng mountain, so even though he was dealt damage, I don't know where that come from.
Damon, parang lumalabas na lang sila bigla dito sa mga bundok natin, pare. Damon, Kia, looking for some damage dito sa MCG, but look at how many teams ang nasa loob ng napakaliit na area natin. Grabe naman, napakasikip in this situation so far dito sa La Cobreria. Not the best news for the squads that are trying to rotate papasok dito sa ating crater fields, where the circle is probably gonna end. MG though, E36XK is down. Saving Private XK is no longer gonna be showing in theaters, that's for sure. A pick is gonna be the next one out. Nako po, isa na namang nabunggo dito. Nielt, come on, man.
I like how, yun talaga yung isa sa mga ninonote down natin eh. Hindi lang natin tinitingnan yung mga patayas, how we can analyze yung mga picks na to. Iniintay din natin kung kailan sila mabugbunggo. Either towards isa sa mga kalaban nila, or just in an inanimate object.
Or kung kay Dwayne, pare.
So far, we've seen 3 for day 1. Ilan pa kaya pagdating sa mga second, di ba? Pero all throughout, habang ginagawa natin yun, yung VR Universal Rivals, mawawala bigla. Grenade galing kay Jayers all the way over from Heaven Side. Naku po, nabatuhan at nasabugan sa muka galing dito kay Attack All Around.
Grabe naman, Jayers, ginawang landmine ng kanyang grenade dito, and mukhang dugo na nga ang VR dito, pare. The feet are getting shot. Naglalaro ng feet finder itong si Jayers. Naku po, nawalan pa nga ng bala dito sa barrel niya. Nade's gonna go through. Say goodbye to your life. Tatakbo na dito si Jayers. Alam niyang paparating na yung granada galing dito sa Attack All Around. Isa pa? Twice is the charm. Molotov naman this time. Uy! Ano nangyari sa A36? Nasagasaan sila ng NGE bigla, pare. What?
How?
Ang bilis.
Paano? Again? May nasagasaan na naman, and it was a team wipe. 3 namatay. 2? Ilan ba yung nasagasaan doon? Yung A36. Tamang hold lang
Hypothetically
dito sa
and
loob ng house.
realistically, pare. Nasagasaan in literally and hypothetically nga with those guns as well. Ooh, STV2 though. They're capitalizing sa medyo sugatan dito na NGE players. They do dyan, but instead it is gonna be KSMZ getting the finish. Magic medyo they're kind of wounded dito situation na to, man. The third place team dito sa ating server only down to 2 members.
A lot to unpack there. Unfortunate para sa E36 no? Talagang off camera, nasagasaan yung majority ng mga players nila dito. I believe it was also the pinch doon sa house kung saan they were trying to look towards defending yung 1 point of cover nila doon. Unfortunately, they were on the other end of just a ramming SUV, man. And sometimes you just never expect those to come at you like a truck. Pero para dito sa mga players ng Macan Semeru, no? What is the play for them ngayon? They're trying to get some space and some ground papunta dito sa loob ng lockers area. Pero upon the high ground, they have to be careful sa paglabas ng mga players ng V3 Fox. Although they are short in numbers, they can still deal some damage and maybe affect them coming into the next matchup.
Ooh, Hades. He's just hiding. Container. He's chilling. He's alone. Mainit dun sa loob, pare, nung lakas ng araw. Tapos dyan ka sa loob ng metal na container. Hindi talaga maganda yan, pare. Pero
Kaya siya nagubad.
the best way to experience the desert is shirtless. Pero, uy! How are you gonna get that shot, my friend? Smoke? Are you gonna carry your friend or is it gonna be the finish smoke? Uy, bagal naman mag-on ng smoke dito, pare. Parang sinisigawan niya na yung smoke. Please, mag-activate ka na kasi kailangan ko na i-res ang aking teammate dito. Goni! Looking like he's about to be gone in just a second. Hades, naku, may narinig siya dito. May naglalakad. May naglalakad na merong mini 14. Pero, hide and seek ba ang hanap dito ni Hades or is it gonna be the kills? Uy, ganda na shots dito ng GE, pare. Ang ganda rin ng position nila. They're so high up in the mountain. Nahihirapan yung MCS para hanapin sila dito. And look at the amount of vision. Sige, mag-risk ka. Pero we are just gonna get the pot shots in. Mamamatay ka dito sa aming spam. And MCS casualties all around para sa side nila. Dalawa na lang natitira. And this entire time si Hades, he's still in the container. Ano kayang gagawin na dito? Maybe get the third party going. Under though, getting 2 players already. Damon, who is fighting them early. I think GNL is gonna regret that very, very much. And CJ though, si Boss CJ. Tamang third party lang ang tropa natin dito sa AAP. Meanwhile, Makan Semeru. What can they do, pare?
Tamang throw na lang dito na nades. I like the exchange. Yung kung saan sinaset up na ng landscape para dito sa mga players ng Hawk or ng Havoc, pero kanina pa yan naka-hold up doon sa isa sa mga containers ngayon. But at the end of it, ang MCS, they're still trying to find a way to get MCS down for the count dito habang busy silang makapag-find ng kill dito sa V3 Fox while Semeru as well trying to navigate on through habang tinatry nilang i-pinch yung mga players sa kabilang side ng house na ito, mga kaibigan. Pero ating si Bulang, talagang nabulangan niya itong si Solo QQ habang ang GE naghahanap na ng pick on all fronts dito, mga kaibigan. VR as well as itong sa mga players ng GE, they're just trying to exchange blows here. While Ming J also finding the one tap papunta dun sa mga players ng Marco Gaming. Nako, kung kailan sila yung naging isa sa mga standouts nung second match, sila ngayon nagpa-fall down like flies, mga kaibigan. Nag-iisa na lang para sa Makan Semeru. Pero konti na lang, madidil na yung damage sa kanya while AAP already on the driver's seat ngayon. Ang DK already finding themselves in a 3 versus 4 against AAP, mga kaibigan. Pero itong Genius Esports still on the high ground. Hinihintay na lang si Zes. Hinihintay na lang yung contact papunta doon kay MCS. Yung nag-iisang player ng Makan Semeru. Konti na lang, mapapatay siya dito. Pero mga players ng Genius Esports masyado nag-hesitate kung kailan magpupush. Pero habang nagpupush sila, may shotgun doon sa loob ng container. Nakalabas na yung smoke. Kailan sila magpupush? Yung double barrel dito. Galing kay Yuno. Maglalabas na. Pero hindi enough yung damage. Eliminated yung V3 Fox. Ang GE again getting another pick. That's huge.
Oh my God, Hades in all this madness. Eliminating itong Makan Semeru. Kanina pa siya doon sa container, pare. But he is gonna be joining his friends. Of course, that is Hades. He's just gonna go back into hell. No problem, my friend. And ayun na ka, GNL Taeyun as well. Okay. Itong one-man wipes na ginagawa ng Damwon at itong GNL are starting to hurt some of these teams. Pero yun na nga, GNL trying to capitalize. Si Hammer, meron siyang napakagandang flank dito. Nate papunta kay Under. Poxy naka-down na nga. Pero papasok ulit ang Damwon dito. Tamang meds up lang kayo. But oh, CJ! Si Boss CJ! Na andito na with the third party. Yung AAP, men, kanina pa sila dun sa bundok. Grabe. Taga-poke lang. Tamang pot shots lang. Mini 14, fully... Naku po, full mag pa nga, pare. 32 bullets sa Mini 14. Masakit talaga yan.
Dahil lalo na at nandito na ang ating Archangel Predator. Third partying habang ang daming attention doon sa kabilang side doon. Pero nako, habang ganda yung long range angle, kaya nilang i-poke down itong mga players. Masyado lang sino-choke at nako, ang ganda din ng circle dito. It's already favoring yung positioning ng mga players ng AAP. Lalo na't high ground tong AAP ngayon. Yung GNL tsaka yung DK, they're forced to make a decision. They have to fight against each other or just join up and try to eliminate itong AAP as fast as possible. Pero for GNL, they already find that opportunity to maybe crunch up against one of the better teams in Korea. Pero konti na lang bago man ma-down under ang ating Korean team dito. GNL just has to play this perfectly.
I love the patience galing dito sa AAP, pare. Alam nila na sila yung isa sa mga teams na meron pang 4 all alive para sa side nila. And itong DK is gonna get pelted with everything. Lahat na tinapon sa kanila. Molotov, bato, table, chair. Ladders lahat na. And tignan mo naman AAP. Tamang poke lang dito sa ating bundok. Taekyun's gonna go down. GNL pa yan pare. Kanina kompleto sila. Ngayon 3 na lang. 2 para dito sa GNL. Nako po, and AAP, they want blood. The nade is gonna go through. DK, buhay na buhay pa dito si Bentol. Pero meron ba siyang enough mental to get back into this one? The damn one is gone dahil dito kay Nan. Nade, Molotov, hinagis na nga. Aabot ba dito sa GNL pare? Pero tignan mo yung zone. 24 seconds left on the shot clock pare. Naka-res pa sila ng isa dito. Might rest another one si Hammer. Tinatagtad na ng bala dito pero na-down pa nila si Nan. Nan needs to be revived quickly in this situation pero nawawalan na ng meds. Wala ng meds dito si Hammer pare. 40 HP ka na lang and that is it. Tamang inom lang ng energy drink but realistically that cannot do anything but Kobe from Mr. Evil Patrick. And grabe naman AAP off of the nades from downtown. Nakuha nila ang GNL and AAP kailangan na nilang umurong dito. Yung bundok, hindi na favorable.
They were on the edge doon sa blue zone. Yung GNL, ipit na ipit. Kaya nilabas na lang nila kung ano yung mas mag-iipit pa sa kanila. Molly doon sa left side kung saan naka-forced pa rin yung position ng GNL at yung nag-iisang cherry on top sa lahat ng perfect positioning ni Nan is the nade from Evil Patrick pare. AAP are doing this so well pero as I say that man, Caster Curse alive yung STV, nahanap ulit ng AAP. Mad Dog na-eliminate agad dahil sa AAA. Mukhang lalaban na lang sila para mabuhay pa rin. One tap papunta kay CJ right after the dick dito at unfortunate para kay AAP na-eliminate sila dahil ang attack all around hinintay na lang bago sila makapag-aggress.
Grabe naman. That's the most AAP way to die as well. Sa Archangel. Rotating papasok from phase 4 to 5 to 6. Once again, it's just a curse man at this point para dito sa Archangel. But at the same time, ang dami nila nakuhang kills dito. So at least na-secure nila yung 6th place unless may magawa pa dito yung NGE, which I really doubt kasi 2 na lang sila dito. So they really want to hide as much as possible. So the only thing that can edge out itong NGE papunta dito sa 6th place and papunta sa potentially 5th place pare kasi patay na yung 2 teams natin is basically just playing for placements. Pag hindi nila nagawa yon, then it is gonna be solid AAP dito sa ating 6th. Meanwhile, STV2 medyo malayo sila from the top 7 spot. At least matitake over nila yung MCG dito in terms of that points pagdating dito sa participation. Pero MG, nandito sa gilid. They're out in the open. Ito na naman tayo pre. Miramar is a map that doesn't have too much cover. So it is gonna be about the smokes. It is gonna be about the guest shots. Smoke bang. Tamang smoke bang lang sila dito pare. Tamang hula lang. MG using the car. Control 1, Control 2, Control 3. KSM, what a shock! Nakuha pa nga nila si Simon T dito. Bulag na bulag ang mga players dito ng Magic. They can only see white. But can they see itong GE? They're in trouble. Tamang hagisan lang sila ng mga granada dito. May isa pang granada pa parating. That is super short. GE, they do get another one. Pet Dr. Et is down. And naku po, the top 2 teams pare, isa na lang natitira on both sides. And the Magic Esport out. And that is gonna be GE out. Top 2 is out para dito sa ating game. An attack all around. Your second chance to get a chicken dinner dito sa ating game. Eto, attack all around. You guys have the advantage. You guys have the better spot. Actually, just kidding. STV pa rin may magandang spot dito. They have the buildings. They have the drop right in front of them. Naku, pag may juicy na ohm dyan sa loob, one shot talaga lahat ng tao dito sa fields.
Ang hirap kasi ang lapit din sa kanila nitong package na to. And oh my, look at how nutty yung nasa loob nito. This gives them not only additional cover, pero a lot of durability as well. Yung armor na level 3, talagang mabibigyan ng advantage itong SGT ngayon. And if there was any a time para makabawi sa mga gunfights natin dito para sa SDV, it is right now. Pero para sa AAA, nasa kanila pa rin yung storyline. Kailangan nilang gamitin to para makapag-pull out ng chicken dinner finally in the final match dito against NGE at saka SDV. Kung kanina, sinasabi natin na attack all around, middle of the pack, sila yung kung saan kailangan nilang mag-all-out effort para man lang makapagbawi against the likes of GE, against the likes of DK. Pero ngayon, sila yung top 3 sa ating leaderboard. Yung NGE, sobrang aggressive. Yung efforts kung saan gumagamit sila ng nades, already taking advantage of that, using a lot of damage para man lang makapag-edge out sa lahat ng mga pwede ng labanan. At ngayon, na sinabi mo nga, SDV have a really good spot kung saan yung circle mafo-force doon sa position nila ngayon. Hinihintay nila yung AAA at saka yung NGE na makapag-push sa teritoryo nila. So, if NGE are this close to getting sandwiched by SDV, they have to make a choice. They have to fight off,
Circle.
attack all around. Sa likod pa lang nila. Yung circle mawawala na din. Nandito na, nasa ilalim lang ng NGE, and it's looking like SDV could just chill.
Pili ko NGE, magdasal na kayo na walang magpupush sa inyo at this point. But attack all around. Mukhang gusto nilang kunin yung building na nasa harap nila. Pete, ang ganda ng ginawa sana ni Pete dito, pare. I think he was thinking that the circle was gonna pull their way. So iti-take niya ang right side building dito just by himself being that scout para sa kanyang team. But also serving as a threat para hindi nila ma-take over yung building na madalian dito. Attack all around though. They're starting to attack itong NGE. And pag mawala yung NGE dito, pare, they have the circle. They have the advantage. Tamang jiggle pick lang dito yung NGE. You don't want to over-aggress. Ayun na nga, tinadtad na yung pinto. Wala nang pinto. Na-stuck dito sa gilid. Pero si Mr. Flank gusto niya bumawi kanina. Nasagasaan siya. Ngayon gusto niya nang sagasaan ang AAA. What is the strategy, pare? I mean, AAA. Nasa inyo na, pre. Nasa kamay na nila, pare.
Oo. I mean, para sa SDV, kahit hindi na lang sila gumawa ng kahit ano, kahit hayaan na lang nila tong AAA tsaka ang NGE na lumaban na lang kasi yung circle very favorable para sa ating SDV members ngayon. So they can just chill habang ang NGE trying to make themselves make use of this attention na ginagamit ng AAA ngayon. They're already getting sandwiched already. Nag-iisa lang yung cover na meron sila at yun yung area kung saan sila nag-hold ngayon. Already inside dito sa single house. Pero ang attack all around, pressuring, knocking down the door, itong mga players ng NGE. You're already looking at the final destination. Pero si Mr. Flack, hindi NGE ang gusto nilang hanapin. Yung AAA ang gusto nilang patayin agad. Pero
Nades.
ang STB nagpo-push pa rin agad. Si Net mukhang gusto niya makahanap dito. Si KMF1, hinahanap ang mga players dito ng NGE habang
the car!
Yung ating sasakyan sumabog bigla sa muka itong si Excel Queen. Pero yung nade galing dito kay STV2, kay Aoki, naku po, na-knockdown itong si Excel Quisha. Ngayon, ang SGDV2 already trying to find these nades all throughout. Papunta dito sa house, na-knockdown agad yung isa sa mga players ng AAA, and they already had the vantage point. And now STV on their chilling position. Hinaharap na lang yung pag-push ng NGE ngayon. They find the knockdown on one of these players.
Oh, the Molotov.
And STV, this is the round to win.
Grabe si Van Knight, nagdadasal na lang siya dito na hindi pa siya madamay sa mga Molotovs na tinatapon dito ng attack all around NGE. Can they get second at least dito sa ating game? At ang laban ng SGD at ang attack all around is starting now. An explosive start para dito sa side ng STV2. Pinasabog nila dito si Esqueliza, and it is gonna be Jayers up next. Naku po, Jayers, tumakbo ka na lang. Patayin na lahat ng kakampi mo dito. And that's gonna be attack all around going out. 1 versus 4. Sold off shotgun. Tamang reload lang. He knows that this is gonna be a CQC fight. Tamang tantad ng bala sa loob ng door. And it is gonna be SDV2 getting the win dito sa ating game. Grabe naman yon. The team that was eliminated so early dito sa ating last game now coming out on top. Nasagasaan si Mr. Flank dito sa ating last game. But now it is gonna be Mr. Flank just running over the competition.
SGD V2, pinakita naman nila na ang power position nila would be really understanding where would the circle really close in. And once they took a hold of that position, wala na nagawa yung ibang teams eh. AAA had the firepower, they did so well in terms of getting the kills, pero hindi. If you already have that perfect comfort position, wala na eh. They just really have to wait on people. And because closer and closer na yung circle, syempre, wala ka na ibang magagawa. You really have to reposition. And that's such a great way to end it. As SGD, nakita naman natin kanina that they were so close when it comes to the first map against Genius Esport. Ang ganda naging performance nila, but it came down to also that flat surface nila. What will you do during that situation? Will you is that gonna be a fight, or will you fly away during that time? It's just unfortunate during the first map nakuha ng Genius Esport yun, but this time it's a different story. They were smart about the play. Sabi nila, hindi lang naman kayo Genius Esport ang genius dito. In Miramar, we can also be that team. And I think SSGD, pinakita naman nila ang lahat, even those very powerful sprays, no, even long range, they were able to hit the shots kahit na nakakover na yung mga team members ng AAA and as well as NGE. Wala eh. It was such a good way to end the fifth match. And I feel like there were a lot of ramp teams early on, right? Wala na nagawa. I think one of the things that we noticed as a trend is Rascal Jester. Hindi man lang nila napakita yung yung mga possibilities nila sa mapa ng Miramar twice in a row dito sa map. They were caught with their pants down. Literally din, habang nagluloot pa sila, wala na nangyari. Wala na silang chance to actually fight back.
Don't mess with AAP, man. Don't mess with AAP. Especially early fights. I mean, pag nakita nyong phase 1, phase 2 pa lang, wag talaga kayong lumapit sa AAP. Kasi parang, you could say they're like the Filipino Damwon. Or, Damwon is just the Korean AAP.
Yeah. Interchangeable basically, diba? Yung dalawang teams na yun during these early ones. But yun nga, when it comes down to at least the early stages, right? Yun nga, sabi mo, social distancing was something that Damwon did want to do, but that wasn't favorable for them early on. I think the decision of SGD to just really be particular about taking the middle part of the map and then being distant towards the middle, and then take the fight towards the end. Yun yung naging great way for them to end the map. Even Genius Esport had that same idea in mind. It's just that during the time that they were trying to pick off a couple of members of their opponents, sila naman din yung na-pick off. But at least that was still a good showing for Genius Esport. They still have that top placement, but it's a good way to end it that there was another team to show up for our last match. So I think there were a lot of things unexpected all throughout the day, right? So I think let's now talk about some of the highlights and things that we did not expect for today. I think one team that we built up would be V3 Fox, basically. Ang galing nila pagdating sa mga fights, pero wala lang din talaga silang chance na mag-shine all throughout all of the matches that we've seen. They're ending the day with the last play. So anything else that you can share about that Femina, because I think sila yung one of the teams na we said that we should be looking out for.
I mean, honestly speaking, they were, I pegged them as one of the stronger Miramar teams talaga dahil sa recent nilang performance nung in like earlier tournaments. I also believed in Purchi and Goni 1 since they did give V3 yung high peaks nila, pero yeah, whenever they don't get yung mga peaks, napaka-low ng ating lows considering kung ano yung nakita natin ngayon, di ba? So, they could use yung first day natin dito as a way to like boost up, give themselves that motivation na, okay, we didn't do the best nung ating first game, let's give it our all pagdating sa ating second map. Hindi naging clean yung kanilang Miramar at nung pagdating sa mga later times na naglaro tayo ng Erangel, nawala na yung flare na tinatry kong i-expect makita out of V3 Fox. Maybe in the second map or in the second day, makita natin yung kanilang resurgence, pero against like DK, against teams like AAA, I do have to highlight AAA as well kasi nagiging surprising yung kung paano they were able to resurge themselves as from the middle of the pack now being one of the top tier teams dito sa ating leaderboard. Syempre, Genius Esports still being one of the top tier teams, if not now the top tier team dito sa leaderboard natin. Is just all out storyline dito from for day 2, pero for the looks of it, V3 Fox has a lot to work with now.
Definitely a lot to work with. They're finishing today as one of the bottom teams, diba, in our leaderboard. But another thing that we did not expect was really a lot of copium on our end, diba, as the Philippine coverage. We're of course rooting for Archangel Predator now, and there was a chance for them to actually take home a lot of these skills. And during that time nga, diba sabi mo, Sneaky Frog, what an AAP way to die or to get eliminated from
They got it.
Miramar. Well, so can you explain more about that?
Perfect.
Perfect setup.
setup
Hindi lang
tapos
yan, pare. I
biglang
mean,
random.
hindi, kasi yung circle talaga eh. Sobrang malas ng circle para dito sa AAP. Imagine kung nag-pull papunta sa kanila yung circle tapos nasa kanila yung high ground dito. They would have easily gotten the win. Pero yun na nga, I think the way that AAP rotated was kind of reckless to say the least dito sa ating map. I think they could have planned it out a lot better. That's for sure. Could have done it a lot faster no, habang wala pa yung attentions ng mga ibang teams pupunta sa atin sa AAP. But at the same time, I think they were just out in the open and free pot shots pa rin papunta sa side nila. But at least, para dito sa AAP, they did get fourth. And tignan mo naman yung kills nila. Of course, AAP is not AAP without the high kill count. So at least meron silang 11 points na dagdag dito. Maybe they do secure yung kanilang 6th place. So I think day 1, they're in a really good spot already.
Yeah, definitely. High kill count is going to be a priority. In terms of placement, we saw that in round number 2 in Erangel, basically, na nag-survive ang AAP up until there were 3 teams remaining. And yun nga, an almost successful flank against Damwon in that small house, right? Pero hindi lang siya nag-succeed during the time because what can you do against 4 people with complete, basically, na yung mga resources against them. But at least they're in a good spot now. I'm actually curious to see what are the total rankings for the day because at least now, diba, kanina yung difference between round 1 and round 2 natin would be the ones that came out on top became at the bottom of the scoreboard in round 2. This time, though, we're seeing a little bit of a shuffle because of the difference in terms of the map. We're seeing here at least consistency for Genius Esport to carry on with two members remaining, so that's why they have at least 13 points na nakasabit sa belt nila. And an Archangel Predator when it comes to the kills, right? 11 kills for them for this specific map. So they're in a good spot at the moment, but they have to slowly inch their way because we haven't really seen them place higher than 6th or 5th all throughout the rounds. What do you think they should be doing? Maybe this is a question for Dad Femina. What do you think they should be doing to at least secure 2nd or 3rd for tomorrow?
Well, tama naman yung ginagawa nila kanina. Just, the RNG already favored them and they definitely took it to a very good level of PUBG. Ngayon, na naglaro sila sa Miramar and already getting the early picks that kind of gave them a boost of confidence and already trajectorying them to a really good spot dito. I mean, top 8 is not that bad. They could maybe clean up kung saan sila magro-rotate maybe. And just all out communication definitely still there, but to clean up kung kailan sila magro-rotate and maybe know what kind of fights they need to take is something that I also want to expect from Archangel Predator next day for the finals. Pero man, I mean, it's a good amount of gameplay to say the least for Archangel Predator to give them a good amount of expectations, but it's a really big hurdle to conquer knowing na every single people or every single team dito, especially the Malaysians then, can also pull out something like this. So a huge win for SGD kanina, pero a long way to go for Archangel Predator to say that they're the top team right now.
Definitely a lot to work on because there's double the points that they have to chase. Basically, Genius Esports, they finished the day strong at 72 in total all throughout the whole matches. They got 2 chicken dinners. They were one of the top teams at least for the 3rd map, right? Pero yun kaya ang hirap niyang habulin and it's not close compared to the 2nd team, which is Magic Esport. I think the reason why nakahabol lang dito si Magic Esport is because of the Miramar map. They were so good when it comes to yung quick thinking nila, yung pag-reposition nila. They were fast, but they were careful enough to take fights. And taking fights together was one of the strongholds of Magic Esport. But I'm not really surprised because GNL, they're very tahimik lang din talaga sila middle. They take on these fights, they focus on the kills. Placements might not be something that they would prioritize. If ever the placements, they take 2-3 points out of it. They don't really get the 10th right, pero still nakita naman natin they're still finishing strong at top 5 GNL Esports. So maybe Sneaky Frog, any last thoughts and expectations now for tomorrow? Because day number 2, syempre higher stakes, may scores ka na experience mo na yung mga opponents mo. Anong expectations natin for tomorrow?
I think makikita natin yung mga bottom teams to start chipping away at the leaderboard bit by bit kasi nga you have time to study yung day 1 dito. Nakikita mo na yung mga bad tendencies ng mga team and nakikita mo na yung mga good tendencies na pwede mong gawin at pwedeng ginagawa ng mga top teams natin ngayon dito sa ating leaderboards. Maybe the adjustment makikita natin slowly from some of the bottom teams kasi itong top 16 natin, they're basically the cream of the crop ng kanilang region. So that means the adjustments are going to be coming very, very soon galing sa kanila dito. So I think para dito sa mga top teams, they should just keep their composure at this point. Especially itong Genius, man. If Genius can keep on call dun sa mga late game situations nila, then they are definitely the candidates for first place. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think the calls and the strategies and how careful they place themselves in the map, and then as well as yung in terms of prioritization nila, they don't really get distracted. Even if they have the high ground, you see everything, and when you see everything, you get distracted. No, may sarili talaga silang focus, which is so good to see, and that's why yun nga, they're at the very top. How about you, Dad Femina? Any expectations for tomorrow? Because yun nga, it's getting more fiery. Some of the teams, hindi pa sila nakakahabol. Do you expect the same sentiment then as Sneaky Frog?
Well, yeah, actually, I do have to agree with Sneaky Frog here. For no matter what placement you are in, we are still at the first day pa lang. Just to remind everybody here, kung mapapansin mo yung leaderboard kanina, napakalapit ng mga teams natin from top to below. I believe around the Archangel Predator ranking, no? Sobrang lapit lang. I believe mga 1 or 2 points away from each other lang. So this leaderboard could still shuffle itself pagdating natin sa second day. I do want to expect that a lot of these middle of the pack teams to bring out their best again against each other. Lalo na Agnes Esports, who are, as Sticky Frog said, they definitely are the top of their game ngayon. And if they can keep that up, that is one hell of a scary team to actually find on both Erangel and Miramar. And all of these teams right here have to prepare for them.
Definitely. And then sabi nyo nga kanina sa cast, baka nagugutom na itong mga to, gusto nang tapusin and gusto nang mauna sa pila ng buffet. But hopefully some of the teams that got eliminated early, at least for match number 5, right? After nyo mag-buffet, just talk about the mistakes that you've done during the first day. And then
It's hard
wag
to
na
be
mag-buffet.
tilted when the food is that good, pare.
The reward after that. And then, kumbaga, the punishment is not being at the first of the line, but then the reward is getting the food and then being motivated to study with the coaches again. Ganun ang sitwasyon natin dito sa Japan. Buffet ng sushi ang kanilang motivation. But yeah, I mean, at least for some of the viewers, that's the same motivation, right? We're done with day number 1, and we'd like to thank the sponsors of APAC Predator League 2022. This is the Philippine coverage, and it's brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. Thank you again to Intel. Take your gaming to a higher level with the 13th generation Intel Core and Planet 9. If you use Planet 9 you can level up your casual games and give yourself the next generation esports platform experience. So again, stay tuned for tomorrow. Day number 1 pa lang yung nakita natin, and day 2 will be tomorrow. So that's gonna be at 2 p.m. That's day 1. My name is Donut, and with me would be your casters, Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. See you tomorrow.
thank you guys. I'm here back for the interview, and I'm here with Magic Esports from Thailand region, who won the second place for day one. They got 23 kill points and also for the total of 42 points. All right, thank you for joining us. First of all, I'd like to know generally like your thoughts about today's match. How did you guys do?
คือเขาถามว่าวันนี้เราพอใจเกี่ยวกับฟอร์มการเล่นของเรามากน้อยแค่ไหนช่วยอธิบายหน่อยครับ
ฮัลโหลครับก็พอใจสำหรับการเล่นในวันนี้มากครับเพราะน้องๆเล่นกันได้ดีครับ
Okay, they say they like the performance this day is okay. The teammate did good.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear
Yep.
that. Okay, and how does it feel to play against all those teams for Predator League here in Japan?
ก็เขาถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงเกี่ยวกับที่ต้องเจอกับทีมอื่นเยอะแยะมากมายเลยในจากภูมิภาคอื่นๆ อย่างเงี้ยในการแข่งขันที่ Predator League เนี้ยครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เจอกับทีม หลายๆภูมิภาคเลยนะครับ ก็ทำให้เราได้ประสบการณ์เยอะขึ้นครับ
Okay, they just say that they are so glad to be the part of this competition, and they will try to grab the experience as much as possible to make them go higher, something like that.
All right, thank you. And could you give some messages to your fans?
อยากบอกอะไรถึงแฟนๆสักนิดหนึ่งครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์เมจิกอีสปอร์ตด้วยนะครับ ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่เลยครับ ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, they just say please keep cheering us, and they will try our best to probably be a champion. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And how do you enjoy your stay in Japan? Are you guys enjoying staying here?
ก็รู้สึกยังไงที่ได้มาเยือนญี่ปุ่นครับ
ก็ดีใจมากครับ ไม่เคยมาครับ รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับ
They say that they are so excited to be here in the first time in Japan.
Oh, first time in Japan.
Yeah, and they really like the Japan.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you again for the interview. Good luck tomorrow too. All right, back to the desk. Hi, I'm back here again, and thank you so much. I'm here with Genius Esports from Vietnam region, who won the first place for day one. Well, first of all, congratulations on the victory. How do you feel about your victory today?
Tôi cảm thấy hôm nay có thể làm tốt hơn nếu mà không lỗi ở trận 3.
I feel like we could have done much better, especially the third match. We made a lot of mistakes.
Okay. How happy are you for today's performance?
Em cảm thấy không hài lòng cho lắm bởi vì game thứ 3 em có thể làm tốt hơn. Nhưng mà bọn em đã để mắc lỗi và để chết nên là không hài lòng ạ.
Again, I'm not very satisfied with our performance today just because we made a lot of mistakes in the third match. So we'll do better next game.
Okay. Well, even though you say that you've actually made a lot of mistakes for the match 3, you guys were on the top in the standing after match 3. But even so, you guys went even more aggressive after from match 4 and 5. So what has changed?
Sau khi kết thúc game đấu thứ 3 thì bọn em đã bị lỗi cá nhân rất nhiều và qua game đấu thứ 4 thì bọn em đã sửa được lỗi đấy nên không sao.
So in the third match, we made a lot of mistakes, and we just thought that we need to do our best and perform better. So we just went more and more aggressive.
Okay, thank you so much. And the last question, how confident are you to keep this position for the rest of the day?
Mình thì không dám nói trước rằng tự tin ở 2 ngày tiếp theo nhưng mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức ở 2 ngày cuối cùng.
I'm not gonna say that we're confident because we don't want to let our guard down, but we'll do our best to keep winning the game for the second and third day as well.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Well, congratulations again for the on the first place for day 1. But good luck tomorrow too. Well, now we're getting back to the desk. Thank you guys.
There it is. They're going to have to cross through the meat grinder. They got 2 fast vehicles, Yuaz and Dacia. How quickly can Perman punish with the rest of Rascal Jester? Not going to be enough. They actually were able to cross back. Oh, never mind. One is knocked down. Escalucia as well. And he's going to be out in the open. Easily taken down. Pan is going to be GNL right into the corner. But here comes Rascal Jester knocking on their door already. The challenge through Hammer is hammering them down, holding the fort. And the challenge from Rascal is, well received. My God. Hammer just destroyed too.
They're gonna have a 2v2 fight though versus Starlord of Enter Fox. Starlord gets it down though, so he's looking like a guardian of their galaxy for the meantime. He gets it down, could take him out here with a nade of his own, does some good damage, but doesn't actually take out Hades, so no Underworld visit for you yet, sir. Starlord taking on down. K here, he's trying to chime into the fight. That's a huge nade from Starlord.
I love the split that they're showing right now because the pressure is actually put on GE to just try to get around this. IMP though, knocked by the nade. Beautiful stuff coming in from Zest. The players of STB can actually try to deal damage from. And Simon's already so far up. Oh my god, he actually gets the shot through the small window. He's on top of the hill. Oh my god, the shot's through the roof house. He comes in from the high ground. And look at that genius. Taking in a winner chicken dinner with a flashy play. But there's a lot of squads actually side by side. There it is, beautifully done by observers here. Rascal Jester right across STV2. As they go downhill, they actually went down to the vehicles. And look at this messy situation. Pop shots from Bengani gets it down. STV2 definitely in trouble. Brings out the SLR for the long-range battle. And look at the shots being done right now.
New generation esports to show them the new way, the new divide, the new way to play this game. They're trying to catch him on out. I'm not sure if it's going to work out for him, but Teddy, how is he still alive? He's been staying on here. He somehow dodged and weaved through like a well-trained boxer. Seems like they're at the ready, though, the vehicle here, trying to overrun them. Will he get taken down? No one just yet. Take him. He's pushing on up. He's on an uphill climb. He's taking damage from behind. He gets taken down by Raze. Ray at the ready, keeping his teammate alive.
They don't know. They have no idea. CJ, the nade.
Bide your time, bro.
He has to be MVP. Gets 1, 2. The damage. CJ gets 2 already. CJ, he is still here. He's been flashed out. Both of them actually with Foxy. The shot coming in from the back. Loki spots him out finally. And this is where Damwon needs to recuperate. But thankfully for them, Marco and New Generation Esports are actually going head-to-head. Marco's going to be down to 1. It's only Crazy Bobby to remain. New Generation is looking threatening here.
V2, V1, and Damwon, they're the ones to try and take this away. The blast from his own teammate, going big. The Foxy, sly as he is, he crawls in from behind, doesn't have enough ammo to secure the kill. But Loki, deceptively the god, he gets it done. And Mantle going absolutely insane as Damwon, they secure the game.
And Damwon also has a really defensible position, so it could have been a two-pronged approach as they approach Foxy and just get swarmed down. GNL, what are you doing? It was a valiant effort, but now it's down to Hammer. Into Dacia is exposed.
Oh my.
With Enter Force 36, they at least kept themselves a lot better into this one. Damwon, Mendel, pounds 1. Percy is in down and oh my god, a second one coming in. Percy and Gandhi gone.
It's a full 4v4 here after as well. The down comes on in. Mad Dog put down like the dog he is, he seems. Simon says, and Yuta answers. Evil Patrick, evil bestowed, evil taken away. Ingenious, they take down the Archangels right now.
Gonna have to keep on the move, but Vez is giving an eye on SGV2. If he times this correctly, he might be able to actually dip in a couple of kills. SGV though, they're hitting their shots against Genius. And they're fighting the back. Genius is not in a good spot right now. The tables have definitely turned. Finish off Genius and then they can go for that high ground. Speaking of which, Genius double nade. Oh my god, KMF. Does he have the chance? What a flick, what a trade, what a sequence. Another one! And he wipes out the rest of the squad.
Here comes out the flank rotation from Killua. He hops on off, but Killua's taking lots of damage and finally gets Petra down. Now this is equal. 3v3 standing on both sides.
Oh, one shot! And now looking into the kills, it's 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. And Magic is looking to win this. One more, they get it. Chicken dinner for Magic.
Wow.
Hold the phone though, because there's still a lot out of the teams actually still going in for that transition. B3 Fox, what are you doing? Oh no, they just been embraced here.
Archangel though sizzling here within the close confines of this zone. They're taking so much damage. This is not looking good for Archangel. They're taking down one by one. It's only left remaining here on the CJ once more to try and bring some value out of this run, out of this game. He gets it down at the very least, but no, it doesn't really come to pass. Taekyon taking them down.
No reason, no right to be still alive at this point. And you're seeing everybody shoot in the direction of Enter Force 36. Oh, the humanity. Magic. Who else? GE is here. Damwon is here. And Enter Force, he has just entered into the zone of just not really a good spot. Another team that has racked up an amazing set of points. 14 actually. Glories. But have to respect. Still alive. 15.
Wow. It's going to be difficult for them. Attack all around. They're in a fight. They don't have the man advantage in this one. It's effectively a 2v3, but no, Zest has isolated himself. The shot from Esquelzia. He gets it down on the Foxy, and Damwon looking dead.
This could go either way. This is how close everybody is together. Gems is right there in the corner. Escalucia goes down. Oh no! This is not good for the Thai team. It's down to one more player. GE is still full 3. There's Gems. He's down. It's 1 versus 3. It's Under versus the rest of Genius. The flashes. He's trying to divert their attention to this other side. And Under, he doesn't read it properly. And there it is. That's going to be Genius Esports with the 2-beat of that chicken dinner here in the first Miramar of the day. It's not really the easiest of things to make do. Veds though. Oh, it tumbles. He gets back in. Can't get out. Can't get out. But it's giving him much defense. And Veds somehow gets knocked down. No, Veds. He actually gets run over by Gems, by Jayers. So just one wild player that checks one of the, or positions himself safely into the crate. Oh my god, Glorious actually gets it.
You know, in a difficult spot, he's within the container, swaps to his secondary asteroid. This is coming through pretty close margins. He's holding it, he spots the shadow. He knows it's around the corner. He doesn't connect as much as he wanted to, and that is B3 Fox out.
Massive 3-way squad fight. As Under is just oh no. Oh no, he's gonna get knocked. Yep, there it is. The Molly just burning him alive. Mental coming into the corner here, but of course, right on top. Vantage point guaranteed. Archangel is dealing damage.
To respect the firepower that GNL have in their hands, it's still a difficult fight for GNL to win though. The nades, Somalis, completely shutting them down. It's all on here on the hammer, and here comes on in the final nail in their coffin.
So they push forward. Now they know still that they do have the pinch power. Escalucia, a little bit too far forward. Doesn't realize that the other squad is already here anticipating it.
Here's a push.
Gems.
Gems on the flank. He can go big here. If he gets this down in Aoki, he's going to have the right flank entirely to himself. He gets spotted out, though. He's entirely in the open. They spray him down. Gems, a single sliver of health remaining. Aoki able to get pressed back up. He gets taken on down. It is now leads into 1v1v4. SPD B2. There's certainly no way they lose this. They're brought to a 1v4. Pretty much going down here. There's no way that Banjo can find any much more. He's taken down to the floor. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. SPD take game number 5.